Chapter 2937, Imperishable. Chapter 2937, Imperishable. This time, Feng Rue was truly enraged. In his eyes, the outside world's so-called geniuses were all trash. But now, he could not even take care of a piece of straws. Plus sizzle. 5 bolts of electricity coiled around Feng Rue's body, shaking people to the core. Eastson's eyes shrunk, and he cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary innate 5 lightning soul physique? Cloud Neon said coolly, precisely so. East Sun drew a cold breath and said, innate 5 lightnings. Chaos divine lightning, all heaven divine lightning, purple firmament divine lightning, 3 pure ones divine lightning, and lightning law framework. Any one of them is a lightning that destroys the world. And this Tao of lightning is extremely harmful to our soul race. Hence, extremely few people awaken it. I didn't expect that young Hegemon Feng Rue actually awaken the innate 5 lightning soul physique. Yi Yuan, hurry up and stop. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your life. The outside world did not know much about the imperishable soul domain, but the various major hall masters were familiar with the data on soul physiques, so as to let them excavate geniuses. Therefore, East Sun knew about this innate 5 lightning soul physique as if enumerating his family's valuables. It was precisely because so that he also knew the terror of this soul physique. It was already certain without a doubt that Yi Yuan was not of the imperishable soul physique. Wouldn't continue to fight be courting death? Ha! Didn't he ask me to come and test his soul physique? Now, he hasn't even used his soul physique. How do I test it? Feng Rue looked at Yi Yuan, laughing coldly. At this time, he was no longer hiding his killing intent. Seeing that Feng Rue's soul physique had such power, Yi Yuan was also slightly fearful in his heart. Even without fighting, he could also feel that Feng Rue's soul physique was extremely powerful. Qin S. H.I. plus Tian's so-called sub-origin soul marshal was probably not even enough to carry shoes for Feng Rue. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Imperishable Soul Domain's Emperor Realm Genius even has to display his soul physique form when testing a true Sovereign Heaven's soul physique. Hoo-hoo, it sounds so formidable you bragged about how the imperishable soul domain is, but it's nothing more than this. Showcase your ability, otherwise, I'm scared that you won't be able to test it at all. Feng Rue's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, Relax. You'll die very pleasantly in a while. Swizz. H. Plus in a blink, Feng Rue's figure disappeared, his speed being swift to the extreme. Lightning Rule specialized in speed to begin with, and the soul body displaying movement techniques even broke away from the fetters of the fleshy body. Even when compared to Yi Yuan's spatial rule, it was also not far off. Yi Yuan only saw a blurry shadow instantly moving in front of him. Although Feng Rue was just lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, the gap from Sovereign Realm to Emperor Cloud Heaven was not an ordinary, kind of big after all. Divine Firmament, Thunder G. Oh, D-Blade! Only to see a Thunder Blade fall down. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly dissipated, turning into a maw. S of mist. Feng Rue gave a cold laugh, his soul physique instantly disappearing. The radius of 1,000 feet completely transformed into a sea of lightning, enveloping the mist fully. All heaven lightning sea, myriad soul extermination. In the lightning sea came Feng Rue's furious roar. The cloud of mist rapidly withered away in this sea of lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Really too strong, especially this lightning sea. It was simply the jinx of the misty air. It's over. With this, Yi Yuan is really finished. Already said, to let him not flaunt his superiority. Sigh, it's really just as Feng Rue said. That bit of pitiful pride is nothing at all. Looking as Yi Yuan was about to turn to ashes, many people sighed heavily. They understood Yi Yuan's view. In reality, they wanted to struggle too. But what use did struggling have? Imperishable soul domain's genius was a genius in the end. Ha ha ha, foolish guy. This is the outcome of provoking the imperishable soul domain, dying without a burial ground. In the lightning sea came Feng Rui's loud laughter. This guy whose mouth owed a beating was finally dead. Cloud Nian's gaze flickered slightly, finally returning to tranquility. She saw through that Yi Yuan's soul physique was absolutely not just yellow rank, but there was nothing to feel regret over either. This kind of pseudo-imperishable soul physique, the imperishable soul domain, had plenty. It did not matter that one died. The reason why she was sent here was also to express the importance that the imperishable soul domain placed on the imperishable soul physique. What if it was really the imperishable soul physique? But looking at it now, it was indeed still a pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Soon, Feng Rui put away the lightning sea and reappeared. He looked towards East Sun and said with a disdainful look, "Now, don't need me to say, you can also tell that it's a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, right? Next time, don't kick up such a big fuss. These countless years, how many amazingly talented people have there been? But which one became ancestor imperishable? How can the outside world possibly have it if there isn't any in the imperishable soul domain?" East Sun had a depressed look. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall finally managed to produce two peerless geniuses. In the end, Qin S. H.I. plus Tian was killed by Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan was killed by Feng Rui. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Who did you say is pseudo-imperishable soul physique? I said, seeing someone questioning him. Feng Rui answered without thinking. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly noticed that something was not right. Turning around, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there perfectly fine. It was as if nothing had happened. Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost. He had clearly completely destroyed that misty air earlier. Why was this guy completely fine? A hint of surprise finally flashed across Cloud Nian's beautiful eyes. Earlier, she clearly could not detect any aura anymore. But Yi Yuan actually still came back to life. This pseudo-imperishable soul physique was a little interesting. How can you possibly still be alive? Feng Rui had an expression like he saw a ghost as he said, "Why can't I be alive? Already said that it's the imperishable soul physique. Why would I die?" Yi Yuan said with a light smile. In reality, he also thought that he was dead for sure just now. That divine firmament thunder D blade carried a powerful paralyzing effect. Feng Rui's 5 lightning soul physique was no ordinary lightning. It carried origin attributes. This soul physique that he awakened was similar to the true spirit clan's innate divine ability in the first place, with immense power. Under this paralysis, Yi Yuan could not even fight back, directly turning into mist. And the power of the all-heaven divine lightning sea was even more terrifying. There was no gap in the lightning sea at all. His misty air was refined bit by bit inside the lightning sea. But the miraculous thing was that he did not die. He retained a final trace of spiritual intelligence without being extinguished. This kind of feeling was rather magical. Yi Yuan felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb and could peek at the entire world. When the lightning sea dispersed, an inexplicable power poured into the spiritual intelligence. Hence he returned. The entire process was hard to describe, but without a doubt he indeed did not die. This enshrouding mist soul physique was indeed magical. In reality, apart from hegemon imperishable and, body could figure out what the the imperishable soul physique was. Yi Yuan had just awakened it. He naturally could not figure it out either. But now he seemed to have had some discovery. This enshrouding mist soul physique was well deserving of being called the imperishable soul physique. If one did not figure out the situation, even if it was an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse, they might not be able to kill him too. But at this time, the shock that it brought to Feng Rui was clearly incomparably intense. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. He didn't even die with this? Could it be that what he awakened is really the imperishable soul physique? This is Imbara. Essing. Feng Rui's strength is clearly stronger than him. But the stronger he is, the more it proves that Yi Yuan has the imperishable soul physique. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, everyone was shocked. They did not know whether or not Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. But, judging from things now, it was at least not some lowly pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Bullsh *T imperishable soul physique. Just the likes of you, this kind of trash, can awaken the imperishable soul physique too? Feng Rui's gaze turned cold. He felt immense humiliation. Hence, the divine firmament Thunder G. Oh, D-Blade was unleashed again. Under this divine firmament Thunder G. Oh, D-Blade. Yi Yuan really did not have any strength to resist. Soul physique awakening was just the first step. How one cultivated and how one utilized soul physique were the most important thing. Similarly, having awakened a soul physique, the combat power might be very far off. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence. But Feng Rui's strength was absolutely considered within the most pinnacle batch among lower emperor cloud heavens. His application and cultivation of his soul physique already reached the acme of perfection, even if facing off against middle or even upper emperor cloud heavens. He was not at all inferior too. One could tell that Cloud Neon indulged Feng Rui a lot. To be pampered by such a powerhouse, he naturally had some skill. If Yi Yuan crossed Emperor Realm this threshold, he could abuse him however he liked. But now he was indeed not a match. Boom! Under the one blade, it directly chopped Yi Yuan into misty air. Feng Rui shouted fiercely, "Chaos divine lightning, destroying heaven and earth. Exterminate for me." Above the void, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This time, Feng Rui's chaos divine lightning had even more terrifying power than the all-heaven divine lightning seat previously. Places that it said through, not a blade of GRA. SS survived. Very soon, the mist was eradicated until not the slightest bit remained. Feng Rui's gaze was cold, looking at his surroundings vigilantly, searching for Yi Yuan's figure again. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not revive, Feng Rui could not help letting out a sigh in relief. Humph! What rubbish, imperishable soul physique. It's merely that he didn't die thoroughly enough. If you revived again, this young hegemon will kill you again. Feng Rui said with a cold smile. However, in the next second, a cloud of mist appeared several dozen feet in front of him once more, condensing into Yi Yuan in the end. Feng Rui's eyes became wide saucers. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He waited for him to finish posturing before reviving again to slap his face. You. F***CKU. Oh, is that so? Looks like this time. I still haven't died thoroughly enough yet. I'll have to trouble young hegemon Feng to kill me once more. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rui and said with a radiant smile. He was already very certain that even if Feng Rui was 100 times stronger, he could not kill him too. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he had the imperishable soul physique, but he knew that his soul physique was indeed not easy to kill. At least, Feng Rui did not have this ability. Yi Yuan even discovered that his revival seemed to be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth and would not consume his own soul force. It was as if he had fused into one with this world. Also, Feng Rui guessed correctly. Yi Yuan deliberately waited for him to posture, then revived. Feng Rui only felt his face burn fiery hot. He was a genius. He awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique and succeeded in cultivating the 5 kinds of lightning techniques. Furthermore, this 5 lightning technique placed the soul race immensely in the first place. It was simply ever victorious in the soul race, but today he was being mocked by an ant. Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, You're asking for it. Don't blame this young hegemon for not showing mercy. Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Amen, an opponent like you is really hard to find. Since you've delivered yourself to the doorstep, where's the logic of not using it? Now, I'm also very curious myself where my own limits lie. Feng Rue gave a cold snort. 5 divine lightnings tearing across the air. In an instant, a radius of 1,000 feet was fully transformed into a lightning sea. It was just that similarly a lightning sea, but the power of the lightning sea that was fused and formed by 5 lightnings was more than 10 times stronger. 5 lightnings interwoven together, continuously reproducing in an endless succession, forming a powerful closed loop. In this S.P.A.C. he, Feng Rue, was a hegemon. 5 lightning execution, destroying myriad worlds. Yi Yuan's soul body turned to dust virtually without any strength to fight back, and then it was completely refined. But this time, Feng Rue did not withdraw the lightning sea right away. This lightning sea lasted all the way for 2 hours. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to survive. 2 hours later, Feng Rue recalled the lightning sea somewhat weakly. This 5 lightning execution clearly imposed a considerable burden on him too. Sustaining for 2 hours, even with his Emperor Cloud Heaven soul body, it was somewhat too much for him to bear as well. However, in order to completely kill Yi Yuan, he went all out. Even if he went back and recuperated for a few months, he was willing to. A mere ant dared to provoke Feng Rue. Did he really think that he had the imperishable soul physique? Even until now, Feng Rue did not believe that Yi Yuan had the imperishable soul physique too. He was different from Great Emperor East Sun and the others. As an imperishable soul domain's genius, he was all too clear how difficult the imperishable soul physique was to awaken. This time, Feng Rue was not in a hurry to posture anymore, but quietly waited. The others did not speak either. They just looked at him in terror like that. The combat power that Feng Rue exhibited frightened them badly. Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven. This sort of strength was sufficient to sweep away Emperor Cloud Heavens in the outside world. Even if it was grand completion Emperor Cloud Heaven, in this 5 lightning execution, there was only a road that led to death too. Sure enough, the outside world and the imperishable soul domain were 2 different worlds. At this time, the place was silent. Everyone was waiting whether or not Yi Yuan would revive again. Cloud Neon was waiting too. Honestly speaking, she was also very curious just how Yi Yuan revived. But at this time, she was already very sure that Yi Yuan's soul physique was not ordinary. Even if it was not the imperishable soul physique, it probably reached heaven rank 2. She was all too clear about Feng Rue's strength. Not everyone had the qualifications to toy with him. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Very soon, 15 minutes Pa-S said. Feng Rue just stood there, waiting for a full 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, body spoke. Even if a gust of wind blew past, everyone held their breaths, seeing whether or not it was Yi Yuan who revived. However, he did not. Suddenly Feng Rue raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laughter, "Ha ha ha! Like I said, how can a second imperishable soul physique possibly appear in this world? Yi Yuan, don't you know how to revive? Revive for me to see." Not knowing why, Feng Rue actually felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to kill Yi Yuan. He detested this kind of feeling, but his heart could not contain it. However, just as he looked up to the sky, a strange atmosphere spread within the place. A cloud of misty air appeared again, leisurely. Everyone looked at Feng Rue with strange expressions. Many people could not even hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was too wicked. He forcibly held it in for 15 minutes without reviving, just waiting for Feng Rue to posture. However, it seemed like this feeling of face-slapping was great. After all, Yuan came from our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, no? Chapter 2939. The Terrifying Cloud Neon. Chapter 2939. The Terrifying Cloud Neon. The laughter stopped abruptly, because Feng Rue already felt one burning gaze after another. The moment he lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that disgusting face appearing in his eyes again. How was this possible? Forget about a true sovereign heaven. Even if it was an emperor vast heaven, they would be refined in his lightning sea without the least bit of resistance, too. But Yi Yuan was actually completely fine? Could it be that this guy actually really has the imperishable soul physique? Feng Rue jumped in fright at this sudden thought. This was impossible. He gemin imperishable. That was a paramount existence. How could an ant possibly awaken the same soul physique as him? Since you want to see me revive so much, I'll revive again for you to see then. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rue and said with a radiant smile. Feng Rue nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was really detestable to the extreme. F***CK, your sister. Your father waited 15 minutes for you, and you can really endure. Oh, right. What other more formidable methods do you have? I feel that I shouldn't have reached my limits yet. Yi Yuan continued. Feng Rue was speechless. What else could I say? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you see that your father was very weak now? Even the 5 lightning execution could not exterminate Yi Yuan. He was really out of ideas. After making a show of force for half a day, he became a complete and utter joke. All right, let's end it here. Yi Yuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, Not willing. Yi Yuan said without hesitation. The expressions of East Sun and the rest turned stiff, almost jumping up. This guy was insane, right? Yi Yuan, Lord Cloud Neon, is a top powerhouse in the imperishable soul domain. Being able to go under her tutelage is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. East Sun said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, So what? I gave her the chance. It's her who didn't cherish it, since she felt it beneath her to care about my life and death. I naturally won't stoop to going under her tutelage too. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly exploded, turning into nothingness. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived. Cloud Neon opened her mouth and said coolly, How about now? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, You're dreaming. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body collapsed again. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived again. Then what about now? Cloud Neon opened her mouth for the 3rd time. Fine, I'm willing. Yi Yuan decided that a wise man should not fight when the odds were against him. Actually, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will, because the instant that he merged into heaven and earth, he discovered that Cloud Neon had glanced at him. Just this glance, and Yi Yuan immediately decided to acknowledge her as master. Very clearly, the enshrouding mist soul physique was not truly invincible. At least, this woman had the ability to kill him. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan estimated that her strength was likely not beneath eldest senior brother, Clear Cloud. The so-called hegemon imperishable was just because his strength was too formidable. Hence, an body could kill him. How was there true imperishable in this world? However, this enshrouding mist soul physique was clearly really very formidable and still had a lot of SPAC for exploration. Acknowledging her as a master, everyone was happy. The only one who was sulking unhappily was Feng Rue. Senior apprentice brother, you have an imperishable soul physique, junior apprentice brother. Shouldn't you be happy? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Rue, senior apprentice brother, I'm someone who bears grudges a lot. Cloud Neon ignored Yi Yuan and said to East Sun, This time, Ningla Nirvana Soul Hall has rendered merit and will be rewarded 1 soul cannon and 3 sets of mystic arts. East Sun and the rest were overjoyed, immediately bowing and saying, Many thanks, Lord Cloud Neon. Soul Path records were extremely precious things in the outside world. Things that came out of imperishable soul domain were naturally not ordinary. Ning La Nirvana Soul Hall had struck gold. Returning to the imperishable soul domain, Feng Rue went into a close seclusion. Along the way with Yi Yuan, the scene was very awkward. This was an enormous palace complex, akin to the mortal world's palaces. It was just that the scale and grandeur were more than 100 times compared to the imperial palace. The imperishable soul domain was the holy land of the Nirvanic soul clan, just like the labyrinth divine palace and blood D temple. Ordinary people were unable to discover its true location. This large region of SPAC was clearly hewed open by hegemon major powers with a great divine ability. After ordering attendants to leave, there were only Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, 2 people left in the room. This 10,000 years-like woman had peerlessly beautiful looks, but she gave people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Speak. What objective do you have for forcibly bringing me to the imperishable soul domain? Yi Yuan said coolly. His words did not hold the slightest respect for his master. Cloud Neon's face still did not have any fluctuations as she said lightly, "You're very smart." Thinking about it, she added, "Even smarter than Feng Rue." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "You're comparing me to a moron? You're insulting me." Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, "He's very smart." Yi Yuan said, "Just an idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Use your behind to think, and you'd also know that I'm waiting for him to posture." In the end, he really went to posture. Cloud Neon was speechless. I'm actually at a loss for a reply. She knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Feng Rue was indeed a genius. It was just that he was completely focused on cultivation. This kind of people, unless they used strength to crush their opponents. Otherwise, they could only still be counting money for people after being sold by them. All right, enough rubbish. I indeed need your help for something. A rare solemn expression appeared on Cloud Neon's face. Yi Yuan said, "Go on. I've fallen into the devil's claws now and can only be at your disposal." Cloud Neon was speechless again. She suddenly discovered that it was somewhat hard to communicate with this person. Progenitor Imperishable is missing. After a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly revealed a piece of earth-shattering news. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What has Progenitor Imperishable going missing got to do with me? Wanting to worry, it should also be the business of you all, these origin powerhouses, right?" He had a smile on his face, but Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety, because one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the purple ripple umbrella, was in the hands of hegemon Imperishable. This trip to the soul race was actually riddled with difficulties for Yi Yuan. It was just that he had to come. But who would have expected that even though he racked his brain to come here, what he obtained was actually such news? Hegemon Imperishable went missing. Didn't that mean that the purple ripple umbrella also went missing along with him? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan just like that and said coolly, "I don't care what purpose you came to the soul race for. As long as you can help this seat find hegemon Imperishable, I can spare your life. Also, your fetters with your original body can't be completely severed. Unless you forget your original self's ident. 1. Tie and start over." Cloud Neon said it calmly and collectedly, coupled with that peerlessly beautiful face of her. It even gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing to the eye. But Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out that everything about him was seen through by this woman. Yi Yuan was firstly shocked, but later he felt at ease too. If his guess was correct, what this woman cultivated was probably the soul race's sacred canon too. Only a sacred canon on the same level could see through his actual situation. What she said was right. Yi Yuan cut off the bonds and transformed into a soul denizen. But that was not all. This soul clone still had to return to the main body in the end. If it was completely cut off, that would be another new life. It would no longer have any connections to his original self. Chapter 2940, Imperishable Inheritance. Chapter 2940, imperishable inheritance. Even major powers like you all couldn't find him. So how can I, a mere true sovereign heaven, find him? Since he had already been exposed, Yuan naturally could not be bothered to disguise any more as well, and said solemnly. Cloud Neon said coolly, you don't think too highly of yourself either. Although according to your performance, your soul physique shouldn't be inferior to Feng Rui. In my view, you're still of the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. As for whether or not you can find him, this seat doesn't know either. But at least you all, these pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, have more hope than us. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he understood. Those who were scouted by the imperishable soul domain were clearly not just him with the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Cloud Neon, these soul race upper echelons, wanted to try whether or not they could establish a trace of connection with Hegemon imperishable through the imperishable soul physique, thus finding him. Therefore, Cloud Neon, this kind of origin realmighty expert, would personally move out and go to Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall to fetch him. He did not expect that the enshrouding mist soul physique that he accidentally awakened actually had such an effect. It really saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if he awakened a special soul physique, wanting to come into contact with these secrets was likely not a matter of 1 or 2 days either. Sure, but I have a condition, Yi Yuan said. You don't have the qualifications to talk terms. If you don't agree, this seat will kill you right now, Cloud Neon said without the slightest emotion. Yi Yuan was speechless. This woman was really impervious to everything. This was putting it out there. I want to make use of you. You'd better let me take advantage of you, properly. However, no matter how formidable Cloud Neon was, she probably also did not expect that his goal was Hegemon imperishable in the first place, right? At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, Cloud Neon pointed a finger. Yi Yuan only felt a scorching power spreading throughout his whole body. His entire person became unable to move anymore. No idea how long had Pa-S, said either. Cloud Neon withdrew her finger and said coolly, I've already sealed your fetter. Unless progenitor imperishable is here, no one can see through you. All right, you cultivate here. Tomorrow, we'll set off and head to the central soul region. Finished saying, she left straight away. The imperishable soul domain was huge. It was divided into east, south, west, north, and central, 5 great regions. These 5 great regions were the hubs of the outside world's continent, each controlling a portion of a region. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was under the rule of the East Soul region. Among the 5 great regions, there were constant disputes. But this time, in order to find Hegemon imperishable, the 5 great regions had joined hands for the first time ever. In some mysterious SPAC in the East Soul region, the proud Cloud Neon bowed to a big and tall man. Lord W.A.N.G. Ning, W.A.N.G. Ning turned around and said with a smile, I heard that you accepted a pseudo-imperishable soul physique as a disciple when you went out this time. This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden. Cloud Neon said, that's right. This child is extremely talented and comparable to Feng Rui. W.A.N.G. Ning was rather surprised as he said, a pseudo-imperishable physique can actually be mentioned in the same breath with Feng Rui. Then this time, Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, there's hope. W.A.N.G. Ning was overjoyed as he said, if you say so, then there's really hope. Previously, there's progenitor, imperishable, holding down the fort. The blood race didn't dare to act rashly without careful consideration. But now, they're already eager to cause trouble. Cloud Neon, do you think progenitor imperishable? Cloud Neon's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, progenitor imperishable should still be alive, but his situation is likely not very good. In this world, an existence capable of killing progenitor imperishable probably hasn't been born yet. W.A.N.G. Ning nodded and said, I think so too. Then, who do you think did this to progenitor imperishable? Cloud Neon said, it might be the blood race. It might also be the Chi Soul clan, or they joined forces. If it's the last case, then we have to be careful. But if they want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely pay a huge price too. So for the time being, we're not in danger. But the night is long and fraught with dreams. Ji Ning's expression turned somber and he said, "You're right. This matter can't be dragged on anymore. This time, we have to find progenitor imperishable no matter what." On the next day, Cloud Neon brought a group of people and set out for the central Seoul region. Only then did Yi Yuan know why Cloud Neon and Feng Rue looked down on him so much. Similarly, pseudo-imperishable physiques, but there were actually as many as 37. Just one East Seoul region gathered so many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Then, there would probably be over 100 pseudo-imperishable soul physiques in the entire imperishable soul domain. So many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques reckon that the majority of them were all trash soul physiques. During normal times, these big shots probably did not even have interests in taking a look. But now it was time to use them. Beside him, a youth in a white SHI plus RT asked rather excitedly, brother, you're of the pseudo-imperishable physique too?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, You're the real imperishable soul physique?" The youth in white satirized to his face. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "How do you know what I was going to say?" The youth in white laughed loudly and said, "Everyone here says that they are the real imperishable soul physique." The others also started laughing in succession. Yi Yuan was speechless and could not help doubting himself. Could it be that I'm really of the pseudo-imperishable physique? The youth in the white SHI plus RT said proudly, "However, I'm different from you guys. The imperishable inheritance this time will definitely belong to me, by Tsue-shan. These people are merely accessories. That's all." "Oh, how are you different from us?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Bai Tsue-shan said proudly, "Because I've met progenitor imperishable before and obtained his elderly self's guidance before. The imperishable inheritance this time was actually opened up specifically for me by his elderly self. After I become progenitor imperishable's disciple, I'll definitely be able to step into the realm of Hegemon." With this, everyone was no longer calm. Yi Yuan could not resist looking toward Cloud Neon, but he discovered that Cloud Neon had an indifferent look and did not show much. Clearly, she had already known about this a long time ago. It was just that what Yi Yuan found strange was that these people did not seem to know what opening up the imperishable inheritance was for. Yi Yuan understood this. After all, the matter of Hegemon Imperishable's disappearance was a shocking event. Once the information was leaked, the imperishable soul domain would sink into huge panic. But why did Cloud Neon tell him? Could it be that in Cloud Mount's eyes he had even higher hopes of obtaining the inheritance than Bai Tsue-shan? Bai Tsue-shan talked with a look of exultation. It turned out that he was a descendant of an East Seoul region's major power. Several hundred years ago, Hegemon Imperishable came to find this major power and saw Bai Tsue-shan in Pa Essing. Seeing that he was of the pseudo-imperishable physique, he casually gave a few words of guidance. Being able to be advised by Hegemon Imperishable, Bai Tsue-shan was naturally not some amateur. If it was just a trash soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable definitely would not give pointers. Giving pointers would be a waste too. Sure enough, under Hegemon Imperishable's guidance, Bai Tsue-shan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The opening up of the imperishable inheritance this time. To these pseudo-imperishable physiques, they just said that it was in order to deal with the blood race's invasion and that Hegemon Imperishable wanted to accept a disciple. Regarding the rest, these people did not know a thing. When Bai Tsue-shan finished talking, Yuan cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Looks like this time, we're really just playing supporting roles." Chapter 2941 Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Chapter 2941 Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. I didn't expect that this time. It's actually junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, personally leading the team. Before everyone landed, a young man who was far from being handsome came forward to greet, doing his utmost to please and woo. Yi Yuan could not resist, rolling his eyes. Did you not have any idea what you look like? Sure enough, Cloudmount's expression seemed to turn a few degrees colder as she said coldly, Brother Shanyang, time is tight. Since everyone is here, let's start right away. Mountain Goat 1? Ah, this name is pretty good, matching the person. Didn't this person look just like a mountain goat? When Mountain Goat saw that Cloud Neon had an ATTI, toot of keeping people 1,000 miles away, he could not help saying rather awkwardly, Haha, what junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon says is right. Then let's begin? The others also laughed secretly in their hearts. It was just that this mountain goat was an origin major power of the Central Soul region. His strength was almost on par with Cloud Neon. There was naturally no one who dared to laugh. The people leading the teams from the other 3 regions were all origin major powers too, coming forward to greet one after another. One could also tell from their ATTI toots that Cloud Neon's status in the imperishable soul domain was extremely high. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that the 5 great regions added up, the pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, actually had close to 200 people. With this, everything was clear. It was completely worthless. Mountain Goat led everyone and arrived under a glazed pag. Oda, this glazed pag. Oh, it had a total of 7 floors, each level with a different color. This 7-colored pag. Oh, that is a chaos heavenly treasure. Back then, Progenitor Imperishable created it in order to search for a second imperishable physique. It's just a pity that an body could become the second hegemon imperishable. The 7-colored pag. It has not been opened up for 100,000 years already. This time, hegemon imperishable had a sudden impulse to accept a disciple. You all are also considered blessed people. Mountain Goat said. Hearing this, many people were extremely excited. It was as if Progenitor Imperishable's disciple had already been decided to be them. However, Yi Yuan also saw a purple-robed young man in the Central Soul Region's team whose expression was very calm. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this person had probably already known about Progenitor Imperishable. Progenitor Imperishable left a trace of soul, Tao origin inside. What you all have to do is to find it and fuse with this trace of origin. As long as someone fuses with the origin, they will be able to become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple. Understood? Mountain Goat continued. Fusing origin. Doesn't that mean that I'll be an origin powerhouse in Emperor Cloud Heaven? Progenitor Imperishable's origin. This is a S of opportunity. This soul Tao origin is mine. Body is allowed to S. ATCH for me. As soon as they heard this, all the pseudo-imperishable physiques went crazy. This kind of S, Civ opportunity was far too tempting for them. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. These guys are also too naive, right? If this power of origin was so easy to fuse with the 7-colored pag, to still be here perfectly fine? Finished saying, Mountain Goat looked towards the purple-robed young man and said meaningfully, and Jiqian Progenitor Imperishable has pinned high hopes on you, entering the 7-colored pag. To this time you have to perform well. The purple-robed young man bowed and said, Martial Uncle, rest assured. Qian definitely won't fail the mission? Mountain Goat nodded with a slight smile, his goat face growing longer. When the 7-colored pag, opened up, Yuan felt that his mist body seemed to have been ignited. Those pseudo-imperishable physiques rushed inside impatiently. Especially by Tsuei-shan, he practically rushed inside with howls. And Ji Qian gave Yi Yuan a glance and also walked in. Yi Yuan was just about to go, but then Cloud Neon shouted, Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan did not turn back and waved his hand and said, all right, so much C-R-A-P. Relax, I want to find progenitor, imperishable more than you. Finish saying. He went straight into the 7-colored pag. Oda. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few big shots all changed drastically. This brat actually knew. Younger sister, Cloud Neon. How can you leak the matter in advance? West Seoul Region's team, an old woman questioned. Cloud Neon just said coolly, doesn't W.A.N.G. Qian know too? The old man said in a solemn voice, how is that the same? W.A.N.G. Qian, he's progenitor, imperishable's lineage heir in the first place. Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said, if I said it, I said it, so what about it? You. The old woman was angered until she billowed smoke from all 7 orifices, but was helpless to do anything. At this time, Mountain Goat came over to smooth things over, saying with a smile, hoo-hoo, if it said, there's no big deal. Young sister Cloud Neon naturally won't betray the ancestor. It's just that young sister Cloud Neon seems to be very optimistic about this kid. Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, if someone can really fuse with the origin, it can only be him. But Mountain Goat smiled and said, doesn't younger sister Cloud Neon know that before the progenitor went missing, he already had the intention of letting W.A.N.G. Qian enter the 7-colored pag? Oda, where did this kid pop out from? Cloud Neon said coolly, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. But the old woman sneered and said, do you think that only your East Seoul region can find geniuses? Our West Seoul regions, Zhou Yen, similarly has the strength to fuse with the origin. The other 2 chuckled, clearly quite confident in the people that they brought. Dong. In the first level S, P, A, C, a drumming sound suddenly came over. Yi Yuan only felt that his soul physique was shocked by this noise until it was about to collapse and dissipate. Far away, a miserable cry came over. Clearly, the soul body had already been scattered. Can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell, just based on your paltry skills. And you also want to obtain the origin? A mocking voice came from behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, who could it be if not W.A.N.G. Qian? Clearly, W.A.N.G. Qian had also discovered him in the crowd. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, since the Central Seoul region called everyone over, it shows that their confidence in you is still lacking. Isn't that so? W.A.N.G. Qian's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, you're courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you feel that you can kill me, you can come and try. This W.A.N.G. Qian was merely a lower emperor cloud heaven too. It was simply impossible to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously either. W.A.N.G. Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, don't need me to take action. You can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. You'll be wiped out by the 7-colored pag. Oh, very soon. Dong. Right at this time, another drumming sound occurred. This sound seemingly wanted to enter people's bone marrows. Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to show signs of dissipation under this drumming. W.A.N.G. Qian's soul body was clearly much stronger. He was not affected at all. He looked at Yi Yuan, snickering to no end. Hoo-hoo, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's talking about you, right? Savor the taste of the twilight drum daybreak bell well. As he said these words, W.A.N.G. Qian leaped and disappeared. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Not far away, many people were directly scattered under this twilight drum daybreak bell. However, the pseudo-imperishable physique was an imperishable physique too. They recovered back to new very quickly. It was just that their soul bodies did not seem to be as condensed as before anymore. This made Yi Yuan certain that the twilight drum daybreak bell could kill people. but this was clearly a land of inheritance. Why did it want to kill people? Chapter 2942. Cutting of all means of retreat. Chapter 2942. Cutting of all means of retreat. Dong! Ahead, a pseudo-imperishable physique directly exploded. Then, he stopped reviving as well. He turned to ashes. Many people started panicking. Ji Qian looked at the panic on people's faces, his face full of a ridiculing expression. A bunch of ant-like things also had wishful thinking about finding the origin. Even if it was given to you, can you fuse with it? Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, discovering that several people were still searching around. Amen? If I didn't remember wrongly, that's Great Emperor White Shadow's grandson by Tsueshan, right? This kid had a great lucky chance to obtain progenitor Imperishable's guidance. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak. Ji Qian muttered to himself. Dong! Another drumbeat. This time, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly turned to ashes. Ji Qian felt that his soul body also became a bit uncomfortable. He knew that the effect of this drumming sound was each blow being stronger than the last. If he stayed for a long time, it would cause tremendous damage to his soul body. These imperishable soul physiques, were not truly imperishable. Amen. At this time, he saw someone from the peripherals of his eyes. Yi Yuan. Following this drumbeat, Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered his soul body again. It was just that this time, it was clearly much dimmer than the last time. A hint of a smile showed at the corners of Ji Qian's mouth. His figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a look of amuse, Eat and tea, it's just the 7th drumbeat, and you already can't hold on? 9 drums, 7 bells, each claiming lives. Kid, you have to take care. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, Relax, even if you die, I won't die too. Ji Qian snickered and said, Still being stubborn on your deathbed. Relax, I'll keep on paying attention to you. Finished saying, Ji Qian laughed loudly and left. Bai Tsueshan also discovered that Yi Yuan was scattering even more. He came over to urge, saying, Yi Yuan, stop forcing it. You'll die. Give up. I give up. I give up. I can't take it anymore. I give up. Right at this time, many people around started to howl loudly. Before entering, the team leaders told them, and as long as they shouted, I give up, these 3 words, to the sky, they would be automatically transported out. However, they did not. For a time, alarm and fear spread. Why? Why am I still here? I gave up already. Hurry up and transport me out. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I give up. I give up. I give up. Many people's yells carried sobs, but they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they yelled, there were no movements. Dong! With another drumbeat, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly died. This time, they finally discovered that they could not go out anymore. Liars! You bunch of liars! I won't let you all off even if I become a ghost. Sniff, sniff, many people started cursing. Even Ji Qian's expression changed drastically too. What ruthless means. This was forcing them all, these people, toward death. Very clearly, those people outside had long already made a decision. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, then there was no need to go out anymore. This was not some inheritance. This was a salvation that had to succeed. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, they would not be able to find hegemon imperishable. Then what was the use of them? These pseudo-imperishable physique powerhouses. Of course, this also meant cutting off all means of retreat, cutting off their paths of survival, squeezing out all of their potential to search for the origin and fusing with the origin. Ji Qian's gaze turned intent, and he roared angrily, All shut up for me. He was extremely strong. With this roar, it made everyone quieten down at once. Everyone carried extremely terrified expressions, looking toward W.A.N.G. Qian. W.A.N.G. Qian's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a cold voice, "You all don't need to harbor fantasies anymore. Only one person among us can go out. Only by finding the origin and fusing with it can one walk out of here. Crying and yelling here is useless. Go and find the origin. Only by finding the origin can you survive." A word woke up the dreamer. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, as long as they found the origin, they would be able to live. Hence, everyone became incomparably frenzied. Bai Tsuishan also came to a realization and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Go! Hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, we'll all have to die. This place is the land of inheritance. Why is there such a twilight drum daybreak bell?" Yi Yuan did not leave. He muttered under his breath. Bai Tsuishan got anxious and said, "My Ji, oh, you're still in the mood to say this? A breath late and you'll be dead." But Yi Yuan ignored him and murmured to himself, "What's the benefit in killing people? This first level is stark empty. There's nothing at all. Is it just for the sake of killing people? That's not right. This twilight drum daybreak bell is fishy. Goodness, what can be fishy? Hurry up and go find the origin." Bai Tsuishan really panicked. However, this guy was loyal to his friends. Seeing that Yi Yuan was in a daze, he did not leave. At this time, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he actually sat down on the spot. Bai Tsuishan was stupefied and said anxiously, "Goodness me! What are you doing here? If we can't find the origin, we'll all have to die." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you go and search for it. I'm not searching anymore." Bai Tsuishan could not do anything about it and stomped his feet hard as he said, "My word, you weirdo. I'm going." Dong! The 9th drumbeat sounded out, and Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. When he recovered again, his soul body became even dimmer. W.A.N.G. Qian saw Yi Yuan because he was too eye-catching. Hence he came over and said in a cold voice, "Other people are all searching for the origin. What are you doing?" Yi Yuan ignored him but savored the drumbeat earlier in detail, as well as the feeling of the soul body collapsing. W.A.N.G. Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Go and search for the origin for me now. Otherwise, I'll kill you now." Yi Yuan still ignored him. Boom! W.A.N.G. Qian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly striking with a terrifying palm. His strength was significantly stronger than Feng Rue. Yi Yuan's soul body was directly disintegrated by him. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered again. Imperishable soul physique, even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, it was not that easy to be killed either. Furthermore, being killed by him did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Yuan. What was truly threatening was the twilight drum daybreak bell. Yi Yuan felt it. What this twilight drum daybreak bell destroyed was not just his soul body, it was even his consciousness. This was also to say that in the end, even he would not be able to revive anymore. W.A.N.G. Qian's gaze turned intent, and he said in a chilly voice, "Thing, really think that I can't kill you?" Hence he released his aura fully. A terrifying soul force crept out in the air. Dong! Right at this time, the first bell ring sounded. W.A.N.G. Qian gave a fled groan. That horrifying soul force directly crumbled under this bell ring. Of course, Yi Yuan's soul body also collapsed again. The power of this bell ring was several times that of the drumbeat. This many, even more people died. Rather than wasting time with me here, it is better to hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, you'll die too, Yi Yuan said coolly. W.A.N.G. and Ji Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If they can't find the origin, he would have to die too. And Ji Qian gritted his teeth and flew away. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Are we being too vicious by doing so? Said a white-haired old man. He was North Seoul Region's great Emperor Mingjian. The old woman snorted coldly and said, "What's wrong? Just a bunch of pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, being able to die for progenitor. That's their honor. Moreover, whoever obtains the soul Dao origin, that will be their ma's lucky chance. They can't even wait to thank us." Mountain Goat also laughed and said, "If people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Under a hopeless situation, they will be able to make a difference. They definitely won't be able to resolve their minds, so we can only help them. Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, don't you think so?" Cloudmount was silent. Mountain Goat's laughter seemed slightly awkward, and he was also quite angry in his heart. Sealing the 7-colored peg. Oh, it was agreed upon by the 5 great regions a long time ago. In order to find hegemon imperishable, what did a few mere pseudo-imperishable physiques count for? Suddenly, a hint of a sneer flashed across the old lady's face as she said, "Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, this is the boy that you spoke of? It's just the 7th drumbeat, and his soul body already can't hold up any more." Cloud Neon still did not speak, as if she had heard nothing. The old woman felt like her punch landed on cotton. Very depressing. The old woman did not care whether or not Cloud Neon responded, and still said sarcastically, 9 drum beats, 7 bell rings. This kid probably can't even make it through the first round. Just this, and he still wants to fuse with the origin? What a joke! Great Emperor Mingjian also smiled and said, "This time Junior Apprentice Sister Cloud Neon has probably made an error of judgment. This kid is indeed rotten mud that can't hold up a wall." Being so highly regarded by Cloud Neon, the others were also full of expectations for him. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive looking but useless? Forget about W.A. and Ji Qian. Even compared to Bai Tsuishan, who was similarly from the East Seoul region, he was far too lacking as well. Mountain Goat smiled and said, although it was being forced to, finding the 5 great regions' pseudo-imperishable physiques was just to make provisions for contingencies. But actually, the one who's most suitable to fuse with the origin is none other than W.A.N. Ji Qian. The old lady smiled coldly and said, Shanyang, this old lady, don't like to hear these words. Our West Seoul region's Zwo Lung isn't inferior to W.A.N. Ji Qian. Dong. The 3rd round, the 3rd bell ring sounded. W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body immediately scattered at the sound of it. These top powerhouses, already could not bear it anymore. Some of these pseudo-imperishable physiques were powerful and had even reached Emperor Vast Heaven already. However, the twilight drum daybreak bell's effect on each person was different. If you were Emperor Vast Heaven, it would give you the power of Emperor Vast Heaven. If you were true Sovereign Heaven, it would give you the power of true Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, the longer you last, it showed that the pseudo-imperishable physique was stronger. For W.A.N. Ji Qian to be able to last until now, it was already very difficult. There were fewer and fewer figures around him. They should have long died out. D.A.M.N. it. Where on earth is the origin? If the origin can't be found, this twilight drum daybreak bell will get stronger and stronger, all the way until it kills us all. W.A.N. Ji Qian became somewhat anxious. The 7-colored peg. It was divided into a total of 7 levels. each level would have an origin fragment. Only by finding 7 origin fragments could one attempt to fuse with the origin. But this first level was already so difficult. His expression was ugly to the extreme. The first level S.P.A.C. was not considered big. With over 100 of them, they already dug 3 feet into the ground of the first level. However, they did not discover traces of the origin fragment. This drove everyone virtually crazy. My soul body has already collapsed. That punk called Yi Yuan has already had his soul disintegrated now, right? W.A. And Ji Qian remembered Yi Yuan at the behest of supernatural powers and could not resist returning to find Yi Yuan. He discovered that Yi Yuan was indeed no longer in the same place. Sure enough, he was already dead. Inexplicably, a hint of delight flashed across in W.A. and Ji Qian's heart. But very soon, he started smiling bitterly. What am I competing with a dead man who? Soon, I'll become a dead man too. Sure enough, the origin that progenitor imperishable left behind was not so easy to find. Sorry, progenitor imperishable. W.A. and Ji Qian is incompetent and can't find you. Brother W.A. and G. Why are you still hanging around here? I see that your soul body is about to collapse. If you still don't go and find Master Yi, you probably can't last much longer. At this time, a voice sounded out behind W.A. and Ji Qian. W.A. and Ji Qian turned around. He knew this person. He was also of the central soul region, called Tsengyu. His strength was very average. Seeing Tsengyu, he could not help being taken aback and said, Tsengyu, you're actually not dead yet? In his view, Tsengyu should have died long ago. Tsengyu chuckled and said, I also thought that I was going to die. It is thanks to Master Yi. Otherwise, with my bit of strength, I would really have long died. W.A. and Ji Qian was taken aback and said, A Master Yi? Who's Master Yi? Your soul body. He discovered to his surprise that Tsengyu's soul body became extremely solid. It was even more solid than when he just entered. Logically speaking, the twilight drum daybreak bell had already sounded for 3 rounds. Even if he was not dead yet, his soul body should also have been overwhelmed a long time ago. What's going on here? Tsengyu smiled radiantly and said, Oh, Master Yi is East Soul Region's Yi Yuan. It's he who comprehended the profound meaning of the twilight drum daybreak bell and imparted the method to train the imperishable soul physique to us. That's how we escaped the calamity. Otherwise we, all these people, would be dead for sure in the first level. W.A.N. Ji Qian's eyes became wide saucers, and he looked at Tsengyu in disbelief as he said in shock, You're saying, using the twilight drum daybreak bell to train the imperishable soul physique? How is this possible? Tsengyu smiled and said, Originally, I also felt that it was impossible. But Master Yi said that since progenitor, imperishable, left behind the inheritance, it's definitely not to kill people, but to let the imperishable soul physique become stronger. The twilight drum daybreak bell sounds formidable, but it actually secretly contains an extremely profound technique. As long as you find the method, you'll be able to make the imperishable soul physique become even stronger. You look at me now. Is my soul body much more solid than before? Tumultuous waves had long already set off in W.A.N. Ji Qian's heart. It was still his first time hearing that the twilight drum daybreak bell still had such a version. His first reaction was that he felt that it was ridiculous, but Tsengyu's soul body was indeed more solid than before. Dong! Right at this time, another bell rang. W.A.N. Ji Qian only felt that his soul body was about to be shocked into a pile of loose sand. After expending a Herculean effort, W.A.N. Ji Qian finally recondensed his soul body. But the moment he looked at Tsengyu, he became completely dumbfounded. Tsengyu's soul body was scattered too. In fact, It was scattered even more thoroughly than him. That S of misty air was already so thin, and one virtually could not see it any more. But very soon, Sang Yu's soul body condensed again. Furthermore, it became even more solid than just now. Sang Yu looked at W.A. and Ji Qian with a sympathetic look and said, "Brother W.A.N.G. Master Yi is currently in the northwest direction, preaching Tao to everyone. You hurry over. I know that you have some conflict with Master Yi. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Master Yi is magnanimous and won't haggle over it with you. With how your soul body is, at most 2 or 3 bell rings, you'll probably disintegrate. My skills are poor, and I don't dare to casually impart it. You'd better listen to Master Yi personally expound on Tao. All right, not talking anymore. I still have to go and search for the origin fragment. I'll be leaving first." Finished speaking, he left behind the panic-looking W.A.N.G. Qian and turned around and left. Chapter 2944. How Shameful. Chapter 2944. How Shameful. W.A.N.G. Qian's heart was in turmoil. To go was not a solution. To not go was also not a solution. He thought that there were fewer and fewer people, and they all died. Who knew that they all went to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao? This Sang Yu was originally just an ant-like existence in his eyes. But now, looking at the appearance of his soul body, it was actually even more solid than his. This was too demoralizing. But his pride did not allow him to bow his head to Yi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even a group of ants can comprehend the twilight drum daybreak bell. I'm from the central soul region. As someone who's regarded highly by progenitor imperishable, can't I comprehend it? Without a butcher, there isn't pork or meat anymore." Getting to work at once, W.A.N.G. Qian sat down, diligently feeling each time his soul body collapsed previously. Dong! The daybreak bell sounded again. W.A.N.G. Qian's soul body was disintegrated again. This time, it became a little harder for him to condense his soul body. But he did not believe in heresy. Time slowly trickled by, and W.A.N.G. Qian finally tided over another round of twilight drum daybreak bell. His soul body was already dim to the extreme. However, he did not have any comprehension. The twilight drum daybreak bell was still the twilight drum daybreak bell. Each drum beat was killing him. W.A.N.G. Qian despaired. It seemed like he really could not eat pork. Why can Yi Yuan do it, but I can't? W.A.N.G. Qian cried out in despair. No way. I can't die here. He used all the strength in his body and sped toward the northwest direction desperately. When the dead, dog-like W.A.N.G. Qian appeared in front of Yi Yuan, he was still quite surprised. He still thought that W.A.N.G. Qian would rather break than bend and not come and look for him, even if he died under the twilight drum daybreak bell. Save me. When he yelled this sentence out, W.A.N.G. Qian felt so ashamed, feeling the strange gazes around him. He only felt his face burn fiery hot. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Someone as proud as him. How did he become like a dog, wagging his tail in front of the enemy and begging for mercy? This kind of scene should have been reversed in his understanding. But now, it was him who was begging in front of Yi Yuan for his charity. However, he was really going to die. On the way over, he suffered another 2 drum beats. His life was already really tough to actually forcefully pull through. Yi Yuan, save me! W.A.N.G. Qian cried out in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, with words droning out of his mouth. Dozens of people had already gathered around Yi Yuan. They were all listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. There was also another group of people who already stopped comprehending and went to search for the origin on their own. The others could not care about W.A.N.G. Ji Qian's Imbara. S. Sment, listening attentively one after another. W. A. N. Ji Qian perked his spirit up fully, listening attentively to each word that Yi Yuan said. All of a sudden, his entire body trembled. It turned out that the imperishable soul physique could still be understood like this. The imperishable soul physique was not immortal and imperishable. This imperishable soul physique needed to be tempered too. The twilight drum daybreak bell was used to temper the misty air, making it become even more saleable. And this method of tempering also broadened W. A. N. Ji Qian's horizons. So that's how it was. Why did I not think of that? This was not difficult. This guy must have accidentally stumbled across it, when the matters in the world were actually often not profound. Just a little bit, and it would be clear. However, it was often this little bit that was the hardest. W. A. N. Ji Qian was very clear about it. His comprehension ability was very high, but he did not have the ability to see through this point. However, when others pointed it out, he did not feel that others were very impressive. He just felt that others were lucky. That was all. He had never thought about it before this. It was not the first time that someone had entered this seven-colored pag. Oda. During these countless years, countless people had entered before, but no one could see through this. Just this, and Yi Yuan was stronger than countless people. He, W. A. N. Ji Qian, was also merely one of these countless people. Hence, his soul body strengthened once more. At this time, Yi Yuan's soul body had already become extremely solid. When the daybreak bell sounded again, Yi Yuan's soul body stood firm like a mountain, without the slightest sign of collapse. In fact, not even a trace of misty air formed. Suddenly the S.P.A.C. shook. A spatial door appeared in front of everyone. It's the door leading to the second floor. Amen? That's origin fragment. Turns out that as long as one reaches grand completion in shrouding mist soul physique under the twilight drum daybreak bell, the origin fragment will appear. At this time a GLA S fragment-shaped object appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was brightly colored. This piece of GLA S fragment belonged to him. Many people's eyes turned red. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the origin fragment with a smile. All right, the twilight drum daybreak bell has said. We can enter the second level. Of course, those who want to continue cultivating can still continue to stay in the first level. Finish saying, Yi Yuan stepped right into the door of the second floor. Everyone exchanged glances. However, very soon, someone rushed into the second level after him. At this time, W. A. N. Ji Qian's soul body had already pretty much been restored. In fact, it was even stronger than before. He immediately rushed into the second level without the slightest hesitation. Humph! The twilight drum daybreak bell is merely thus. In the second round, I absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. W. A. N. Ji Qian said with disdain in his heart. Bai Cuishan's soul body had not reached the realm of grand completion yet. He thought about it and still stayed behind. There were also a few who similarly stayed behind, but there were not many. Ah, what a terrifying sea of fire! Is this round the legendary rebirth in fire? The first round was the inheritance that tempers the soul body. Then, what is this round's inheritance? Not good. My soul body is clearly already much stronger, but it still can't withstand the power of this fire sea. As soon as they entered the second round, many people felt that their soul body was about to collapse. Their soul body had already been greatly strengthened in the first level, but it still could not resist the power of this flame. Yi Yuan's soul body was much stronger than theirs. He did not feel anything. However, he fell into contemplation again very quickly. What was this second round's inheritance? When he was in the Nirvana Soul Hall, he had once entered the soul refining furnace and felt the tempering of Tao fire before. Could it be that this round was to continue tempering in this flame? It was just that when Yi Yuan thought of this, the others clearly thought of the same thing too. I understand. Even if it's the imperishable, it also needs to experience continuous tempering. Only when myriad great Tao can't even refine your soul body can that be called imperishable soul physique. Progenitor imperishable must have already reached that realm. Since that's the case, let's do it. Ji Qian swept away the decadence of the first round and smiled confidently, his body turning into mist, soaking in the flames. Immediately he felt endless scorching. Fled ground came out of the misty air. Clearly, the current Ji Qian was in great agony. However, he did not care. He carefully felt this scorching, wanting to make use of this grilling to let the soul body become stronger. Yi Yuan's face revealed a pondering look. Is it really like this? Chapter 2945, Hallucination? Chapter 2945, Hallucination? And not good. My soul body can't hold on anymore. Arg, it's so hot. I can't do it anymore as well. My soul body is clearly already very strong, but why can't I hold on? With the Pa-S, sage of time, many people started to crumble. The temperature of the fire, seemed to be getting higher and higher. Their misty air was evaporating bit by bit, becoming faded. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Originally, they thought that by relying on Yi Yuan's teachings in the first round, a powerful soul body was sufficient to survive. But they had clearly miscalculated. Ji Qian was no exception either. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his enshrouding, mist soul physique, Ji Qian had a feeling of getting slapped in the face. He attempted to use this powerful fire, to temper the soul body. But it was useless. His soul body was still being weakened little by little. Yi Yuan was not far away from him. Within his sight, he could see that Yi Yuan was still frowning and contemplating, and he did not turn into mist form either. But all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure moved, turning into a cloud of misty air. When Ji Qian saw, he could not help scoffing as he said, "Hoo-hoo, pretending to be profound. Do you really think that you're so lucky every time? In the first round, you were merely lucky, that's all. In this second round, you've pondered for half a day. Isn't it still this move? What's the difference compared to us?" Ji Qian already understood that regarding this 7-colored pag. The thing inherited was different in each round. But as for the specifics of the inheritance, it required one to fumble themselves. He knew that he had not found the way yet, and Yi Yuan likewise had not found the way. The first round it was merely accidentally stumbled upon by him. That was all. Yo, it's so hot. I feel that my soul body is almost vaporizing. Yi Yuan, have you found the method to crack this round? Old Bai will learn from you. Bai Tsuishan's strange cry transmitted over. Ji Qian's face turned black. Did this fellow want face or not? Bai Tsuishan, you're also a genius who had been guided by progenitor before. You'll follow behind others to hitch a ride? Ji Qian said in a cold voice. Bai Tsuishan gave Ji Qian a glance and suddenly put on a weak state as he said, save me. Yi Yuan, save me. The moment Ji Qian saw, his face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this appearance precisely his tail-wagging appearance when he was begging in the first round? This was his lifetime humiliation. Bai Tsuishan, this guy actually rubbed salt on his wound. TCH, who is it that pestered Yi Yuan incessantly in the first round? Why, forgot everything in a blink of an eye? Bai Tsuishan said with a disdainful look. Ji Ji Qian's eyes spewed fire as he roared angrily, "By Tsuei-shan! Today, if I, W.A.N. Ji Qian, don't kill you, I swear that I'm lesser than human." W.A.N. Ji Qian had completely exploded. He ignored his rapidly depleting soul force, currently pouncing over toward Bai Tsuei-shan frenziedly. Bai Tsuei-shan jumped in fright too. His strength was naturally far below that of W.A.N. Ji Qian. For W.A.N. Ji Qian to be able to be thought highly of by the central soul region, he was naturally not an ordinary genius. The moment he went crazy, Bai Tsuei-shan felt the pressure coming like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Boom! In an instant, the two people exchanged blows. W.A.N. Ji Qian gave a fled groan, flying out backward. Bai Tsuei-shan looked at his own palm somewhat disbelievingly, his face looking confused. Why did I become so powerful? Bai Tsuei-shan said with an innocent look. Does Brother Bai really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Although your soul body isn't as perfect as Master Yi, you stand out among us too. While W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body has been roasting in this round for a long time. He's long already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, how could he be your match? Beside him, someone who entered together with Bai Tsuei-shan explained. The moment Bai Tsuei-shan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. TSK, along the way here, I was still saying that I'll protect Yi Yuan. In the end, when we entered here, it's all Yi Yuan who's covering me. Yi Yuan, have you cracked this round or not? I, old Bai, am already too hungry to wait." Over at the other side, W.A.N. Ji Qian almost wanted to vomit blood. When did Bai Tsuei-shan become so strong? He naturally knew that his condition was not good, but he touched his own heart and felt that there was still no problem in dealing with Bai Tsuei-shan, who knew that he could not even block a move from him. This showed that Bai Tsuei-shan already made great progress by tempering his body with the twilight drum daybreak bell in the first round. Was the gap actually so big? He entered the second level in order to S.N.A.T.C. the origin fragment, who knew that Bai Tsuei-shan actually already grew to this point in the first level. He suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed something. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught on fire. His misty air actually combusted in the fire sea. When W.A.N. Ji Qian saw this scene, he was overjoyed. What did I say? He was simply a blind cat bee. Ping into a dead rat in the first round. It was completely luck. In this round, he revealed his true colors, right? Burn away. Best that he burns to ashes. At this time, W.A.N. Ji Qian had indescribable delight in his heart. He would rather die here than be willing to see Yuan continue to be impressive. In front of Yi Yuan, his humiliation could no longer be cleansed. The expressions of Bai Tsuei-shan and the rest also instantly became solemn. What's going on here? Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Tsuei-shan said worriedly. Master Yi, don't scare us. It's over. In this round, even Master Yi has suck. You in bed. Looks like we're all dead for sure this time. Many people already saw Yi Yuan burn up, holding on in the fire sea until now. Their soul bodies already almost could not bear it anymore. The only hope was Yi Yuan, but who knew that Yi Yuan himself also could not make it anymore. With this, it was over. Reckless and blind thing. This 7-colored peg. That has been placed here for how many years? And, body can make it through the 7 levels at all to collect all of the origin fragments. Just the likes of you also want to flip the heavens? W.A.N. Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Many people shot angry gazes at him, but anger was useless too. Yi Yuan looked like he was about to die. Yi Yuan's misty air was currently burning. already almost merging into one with the surrounding flames. When the misty air completely disappeared, Yi Yuan would also be equivalent to being gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's misty air was currently becoming the fire sea bit by bit. The people started to despair. In fact, Yi Yuan did not even resist at all inside. And Ji Qian felt very delighted and even had the satisfaction of having taken revenge. Watching Yi Yuan die in front of him was also a kind of enjoyment, was it not? Finally, Yi Yuan's misty gas completely disappeared. The place where he originally was already completely turned into a stretch of fire sea, completely fusing into one with the fire sea in this second level S.P.A.C. Dead. Finally dead. So what if he solved the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and acquired the origin fragment? Aren't you still going to die here all the same? Ha ha ha, and Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Everyone's expressions became gloomy. Their last trace of hope was also dashed. But right at this time, a figure suddenly condensed and formed, appearing in the fire sea. Ji Qian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes hard. Was his eyesight failing? Did his hatred already make him hallucinate? Was not that Yi Yuan? Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Is it Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? He had clearly already been burned completely just now. Hang on. He really didn't die. He might have comprehended. The last sentence was said by Bai Tsuishan. With the experience of the first level, Bai Tsuishan felt that it was very likely that Yi Yuan had comprehended it again. Yi Yuan's resurrection from the dead might have a lot to do with this level's inheritance. In the fire sea, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over leisurely. And Ji Qian could not help shuddering. Just now his voice was the loudest. It was like if Yi Yuan died, he could directly enter Hegemon. But now he could not laugh anymore. You hope for me to die so much. Then if I can solve the stage now, do you want to listen to my preaching on Tao? Yi Yuan looked toward and Ji Qian and said with a smile that was not a smile. And Ji Qian seemed like a duck who had its neck being pinched. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Yeah, do I listen or not? To listen or not? Listen, he could live, but his face would be gone. Not listening, he would be dead for sure. And his face looked like it would be gone too. How shameful! Why would such emotions appear time and again? How impressive is and Ji Qian! He can comprehend Tao on his own. Why would he need to listen to Master Yi preach on Tao? Right. Master Yi, comprehending Tao, that's a blind cat bee. You, ping into a dead rat too. It's not a big deal. Great Master and Ji doesn't need it at all. What did he say? Master Yi just got lucky and isn't fit to be mentioned in the same breath with him. And Ji Qian. How can this little thing that Master Yi comprehended enter his? And Ji Qian's sights. And Ji Qian was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. He discovered that he seemed to have already become the common target for scorn. Earlier, he seemed to have been too carried away, resulting in offending everyone. Now, the outside world had sealed off the seven-colored pag. Oda, everyone's biggest wish was actually just to survive. As for the origin fragment, it became secondary. But he was burning with jealousy earlier and completely did not think things through before saying it. With this, it really incurred public wrath. What these people were saying, they directly blocked off all of his paths of retreat. So awkward. But over here, Bai Tsuishan could not wait any longer, running next to Yi Yuan. Urging Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, quickly say, what the H, E-L, L is with this D, A-M, N place. I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think I already understand the meaning of the imperishable soul physique. Bai Tsueshan was taken aback and said in a daze, What meaning can the imperishable soul physique have? Of course, it means being unable to be killed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, How can there be an unkillable person in this world? Although Hegemon realm powerhouses have transcended heavenly stratum, they will die too. The imperishable soul physique isn't unkillable. We all have been misled by this name. Everyone listened attentively, feeling an upsurge of emotion. They felt that they seemed to be about to hear Ma's secret. Even W.A. and Ji Qian also could not resist perking his ears up. Meanwhile, many people cast disdainful gazes towards him. W.A. and Ji Qian discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of chasing him away. Hence, he was not going anywhere. In order to live, throw away his face. Either way, his face had been utterly lost to W.A. and Ji Qian suddenly felt the delight of liberation in his heart. Sure enough, as that saying went, a shameless person was invincible. MN, the feeling of shamelessness is really great. It is as if the air here is teeming with freshness. The misty gas is born from chaos, so the soul physique that we awakened is actually a physique of chaos too. It's the same logic as those super powerhouses born in chaos and being extremely powerful, but we're different from them. Doesn't that mean that we also have the potential to become hegemons? Someone could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course. Furthermore, we have a greater advantage than them. After pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued, Those powerhouses were molded by chaos and only inherited a certain aspect of chaos. But the misty gas is shapeless and immaterial. It can develop all life in the world. You can be a powerful thunderbolt. You can be the vast earth. You can also be an apocalyptic fire. Just like this level, Progenitor Imperishable actually wants to tell us how to turn into heaven and earth fire with the misty gas and burn all things. I think that if this move is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to pry into origin and be like Hegemon Flame G. Oh, D, turning all to ashes with a wave of his hand. Hegemon Flame G. Oh, D was a powerful hegemon whose reputation shook the heavens. He controlled the fire of all words. His attack techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Even if ordinary hegemons encountered him, they would be filled with deep terror too. When many people heard it, they could not resist feeling an upsurge of emotion. Even thinking about it, they felt impressive too. But W.A.N. Ji Qian laughed coldly and said, According to what you say, if we all, these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were to cultivate to the extreme, wouldn't all the hegemons be unable to beat us when added up too? The moment he spoke, there were immediately dozens of gazes that swept over. W.A.N. Ji Qian, if you don't talk, and, oh, body will think that you're mute. Hoo-hoo, if you're impressive, why can't you gain enlightenment on Tao? Keep talking, and I'll beat you to death. The last sentence was said by Bai Tsueshan. He was currently overflowing with confidence. However, W.A.N. Ji Qian did not pay the slightest attention to it. Once a person made up their mind to be shameless, that was true invincibility. I'll just thicken my face and stay right here. What can you do to me? But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, According to my explanation, it's theoretically like this. It's just that even if it's hegemon realm powerhouses, there isn't enough time and energy to specialize in one or several Daos. Wanting to comprehend myriad great Dao and reach hegemon realm at the same time is clearly not too realistic. The moment W.A.N. Ji Qian heard, he said disdainfully, Tisich, you've said it all. Either way, there's no way of verifying this either. Despicable. Too despicable. Many people glared and really wanted to beat him up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If my conjecture is right, the few levels at the back should also be like this second floor, all of which is to derive all kinds of forms with the mist body. The moment Jiqian heard, he laughed coldly again and said, "Do you think that you're a roundworm in progenitor imperishable stomach? Whatever you say will be what it is. If it isn't like that at the back, then what?" Yi Yuan still said with a smile, "Then beat you to death." Jiqian choked and lost his temper. Now, a word from Yi Yuan and he would have to suffer the siege of 100 people. He was impressive, but he could not fend them off. Yi Yuan letting him listen to the sermon, here was already a ma's favor. Hence, Yi Yuan started preaching on Tao. He was preaching to everyone how to derive the power of flames with the mist body. It looked simple, but actually this was more than a level harder than the first level's Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Some people were extremely talented and had gained better comprehension very quickly, but some were unable to find the correct approach. Some people were slow to learn and completely burned to death by this blazing fire. Bai Tsuishan's talent was indeed extremely high. He learned very quickly. Jiqian's talent was significantly greater than Bai Tsuishan. He learned faster. He desperately developed the power of flames, trying to Serpa Yi Yuan. However, before long, another spatial door appeared in front of everyone, and another piece of origin fragment appeared next to Yi Yuan. He reached grand completion once again. Chapter 2947 Owners.H.I plus P of the origin. Chapter 2947 Owners. H.I plus P of the origin. Jiqian discovered to his dismay that he could forever only eat dust behind Yi Yuan. This guy's comprehension ability was seriously too monstrous. Seeing Yi Yuan enter the spatial door, Jiqian gritted his teeth and followed after. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could really foretell things accurately. Bai Tsuishan and the rest of this batch of people were in no rush. They had already tasted the benefits in the first level. They were naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Upon entering the third level, Jiqian's expression changed. Wind. This place was endless wind, wild gale-like blades, blowing until his soul body was close to collapsing. Looks like you won't be beaten to death. Sure enough, the inheritances in these later few levels are exactly the same as Master Yi expected. By the side, Seng Yu mocked him. The current Seng Yu had already become Yi Yuan's hardcore follower. His strength was weak to begin with. His comprehension ability was also not high among this group of people. If not for Yi Yuan, he would have definitely been in the first batch that died. But now, not only did he survive, his soul body became much more powerful than before. Therefore, he found Jiqian displeasing to the eye. There was wind everywhere here. Even a moron could guess that what needed to be comprehended this round was the misty air turning into wind. Those few rounds at the back naturally also had an extremely high probability of being what Yi Yuan expected, turning into other attributes with the misty air. Talk again after clearing the round. It's still hard to say what it will be like now. Jiqian was still stubborn as he said those words. Yi Yuan ignored him and started preaching on Tao. Jiqian also mustered up his strength and raced with Yi Yuan. However, it was still a cruise. Plussing defeat. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a genius, he was also being flung more than 10 streets behind by Yi Yuan in comprehending mist turning into wind. In the end, it was still Yi Yuan preaching Tao that he gained sudden enlightenment. However, Jiqian no longer cared. Either way, he was already being shameless. If he lost, he lost. What was the big deal? But in his heart, he was shocked. He naturally knew how difficult this kind of comprehension was. However, it was not a problem at all with Yi Yuan. regardless of whether it was mist turning into wind, mist turning into fire, or mist turning into lightning. Yi Yuan could comprehend it swiftly and reach the realm of grand completion. W.A.N. Ji Qian could not imagine at all. Everyone was of the pseudo-imperishable physique. What right did Yi Yuan have to be able to accomplish this? Of course, Yi Yuan already gradually understood some things. Him being able to comprehend quickly, comprehension ability was naturally one aspect. But a big part of the reason was that his soul physique could integrate into heaven and earth, and it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to restore the enshrouding, mist soul physique. Although Yi Yuan had not met Hegemon Imperishable before, he felt that Hegemon Imperishable was likely the same as him. He was of the true enshrouding, mist soul physique. The others did not have this ability. If the misty air was completely wiped out, they would really be dead. This seven-colored pag. Oh, there was actually the legacy that Hegemon Imperishable customized for the true imperishable soul physique. Only the true imperishable soul physique could pass through these 7 levels. The first level was to lay down the foundation for the enshrouding, mist soul physique, strengthening oneself, while at the back it was mist transforming into myriad Tao. Of course, these 6 levels were just the beginning. But with this foundation, the road in the future would become much easier. Time flew by quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month said. Everyone outside the pag, had long already fallen into shock, because they had already completely lost control of the 7-colored pag. Das situation. How is this possible? Over 100 people stepped into the 7th level at the same time? What on earth happened in the 7-colored pag? Oda? The old woman had a look of confusion. Just earlier, there were still over 100 people who were still alive that stepped into the last level one after another. Then the few major powers present completely lost it. In this 1 month, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. It seemed like apart from the casualty rate being a little high in the first floor, the levels at the back became incomparably smooth. The cannon fodders that they led here actually cleared one level after another. This kind of situation simply made all the jaws hit the ground. North Soul Region's old man frowned and said, "This 7-colored pag. They wouldn't have a problem, right? This kind of thing has never happened before." Mountain Goat immediately said, "Are you kidding me? What can go wrong with the chaos heavenly treasure that progenitor, imperishable, left behind?" The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Then how do you explain everything that happened in the pag? Oda?" Mountain Goat opened his mouth and actually had nothing to say in reply. Yeah, what on earth happened? He really wanted to know as well. Cloud Neon, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "I think it should be related to Yi Yuan." The moment the old woman heard, she snickered and said, "Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice sister Cloud Neon really knows how to joke around. No matter whose turn it is, it won't be his turn too." Cloud Neon said coolly, in each round, Yi Yuan was the first to clear. Clearly, it has a lot to do with him. The old woman could not help laughing as she said, "The first to enter the next floor, and it has something to do with him? Then, if I'm the first to enter East Soul Region, will the entire East Soul Region be mine?" Cloud Neon was expressionless and shut her mouth. She felt that she had no way of communicating with this idiot. Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, they have already entered the 7th level and will be able to come out very soon. At that time, everything will naturally come to light." Rumble. The SPAC inside the 7-colored pag. Underwent enormous changes. The 7SPACs completely melted into one SPAC. In the center of the SPAC, there was a 7-hole crystal. Yi Yuan walked toward the 7-hole crystal and placed the obtained 7 pieces of origin fragments inside. All of a sudden, light shone in all directions. Several breaths later, a prismatic, seven-colored crystal appeared in front of everyone. This was the wisp of origin that progenitor, imperishable, left behind. Everyone's breathing became heavy. This tiny crystal was where the entire seven-colored pag. Oh, das essence lay. What was the use, no matter how much you comprehended? But once you fused with the origin, that was really soaring to the heavens in one bound, and, oh, body could stop you any more. Everyone cast envious gazes toward Yi Yuan. This piece of origin belonged to him. They palpitated with excitement, but no one came up to S. And A to ZH, and oh, body was a fool. This object was left behind by progenitor, imperishable for his successor. At present, this S, P, A, C already belonged to Yi Yuan. If they took action, that was courting death. However, in the next second, something that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly happened. Yi Yuan casually threw the origin crystal to Tsengyu, who was not far away, and said, "You come. Try to fuse with it." Tsengyu was taken aback, wondering if he heard wrongly or not. Master Yi, S stopped joking around. I, Tsengyu, still have self-awareness. Yi Yuan said, "I asked you to fuse. Just fuse with it. What's with all the C? R, A, P. I reckon that you probably can't fuse with it. Ah, everyone come and try, see if anyone can succeed." Bai Tsueshan said, "Yi Yuan, you aren't kidding, right? This is progenitor imperishable's origin. Ama, S. Civ lucky chance you don't want it?" Yi Yuan said lightly, "I have my own Tao. I don't want this origin. Yi Yuan, won't walk other people's path." Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If it was an ordinary hegemon's origin, then forget it. But this was hegemon imperishable's origin. Chapter 2948, Inflated. Chapter 2948, Inflated. I can't. Tsengyu looked at Yi Yuan and laughed bitterly. He tried for half a day and ultimately still failed to fuse with it. Following that, a few more people tried it, but it still did not work. Clearly, fusing with origin, this sort of thing, was not easy. "I'll try it." Bai Tsueshan came forward on his own accord. Body could resist the allure of origin. Bai Tsueshan could not resist as well. Seeing that so many people failed, he was somewhat eager for action. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Brother Bai, do you trust me or not?" Bai Tsueshan grinned and said, "Without you, Yi Yuan, there wouldn't be me, Bai Tsueshan, today. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If you trust me, don't fuse with the origin." Bai Tsueshan was taken aback and said, "Why?" Yi Yuan said, "Origin is a sharp weapon and also a shackle. You've already obtained progenitor, imperishable's inheritance. There's no need to fuse with his origin anymore. As long as you follow this path, your future accomplishments will definitely be above the person who fuses with the origin. In fact, even right now, he might not be your match too." Yi Yuan had fused with an origin too, but hegemon imperishable's origin was different from the chaos bloodstone's origin. That wisp of blood origin was not tainted with the slightest secular aura. It was completely born from chaos, extremely pure. Yi Yuan did not have any side effects when fusing with the Tao sword, but hegemon imperishable's origin carried a thick personal brand. That was the Tao of hegemon imperishable. Fusing with this trace of origin, one's strength might soar rapidly in the beginning, but when time passed, said it would be very hard to carve out your own path. When one reached origin realm and wanted to step into the realm of hegemon, it would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan's impression of Bai Tsueshan was pretty good. Although this person liked to posture, his thoughts were simple without distracting thoughts. During the first round previously, he even came to remind him to leave. Then later on, Bai Tsueshan was also the person who comprehended the 7 Taos, the deepest among these people. His current strength already far surpa. S, said W. A N G Qian. Therefore, Yi Yuan decided not to give the origin to him. Bai Shan thought about it and said, "All right, I won't fuse with it. If any of you want to fuse, take it." Everyone looked at Bai Shan with disbelieving faces. This guy was insane, right? One sentence from Yi Yuan, and he gave the origin that was about to come to his hands to others? Even if it was very difficult to step into Hegemon realm in the future, even if one reached Emperor Sakura Heaven, just this step of stepping into origin from Emperor Sakura Heaven already stumped countless geniuses. Most people were still just Emperor Cloud Heaven. D knows how long Emperor Sakura Heaven would take. He did not want this of lucky chance. Although Yi Yuan had received Yi Yuan's favor, they still felt that Bai Shan was a dumb person flushed with money and was hoodwinked by Yi Yuan. Many people started whispering to each other. When and Ji Qian saw this scene, he sneered coldly. Hegemon imperishable, and everyone all descended from the same lineage. They were pseudo-imperishable physiques. Why would Hegemon imperishable's origin cause a hindrance when stepping into Hegemon realm? Moreover, there was only Hegemon imperishable alone who stepped into Hegemon realm with a pseudo-imperishable physique. No matter how strong the others were, they were unable to break through the shackle of Hegemon realm too. This origin could be said to be the only hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. Obstruction? Idiot. Very soon, many more people tried to integrate it, but all of them failed without exception. Fusing with origin had an extremely high requirement on talent. It was not that you could fuse with it when the origin was placed in front of you. Shall I try it? And Ji Qian finally could not resist stepping forward. The moment he stepped forward, a wave of ridicules immediately came over. And Ji Qian, do you still want face or not? Others all have the qualifications to try, but what qualifications do you have? Give up. It's impossible for Master Yi to let you try. And Ji Qian was already invincible. He directly ignored these words and looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Give it a shot then. Either way, it's also a waste for this origin to be placed here." And Ji Qian wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with a slap. "You're too freaking good at posturing. It turned out that your father was a rag-and-bone man." The others also looked toward Yi Yuan in shock, wondering whether or not Yi Yuan became stupid from cultivation. Actually, Yi Yuan had his own considerations too. If no one here could fuse with it, then he could only fuse with it himself. With his mist physique, there was naturally no difficulty with fusing with it. But he was not willing. If he went out, Cloud Neon, that woman, would definitely force him to fuse with it. Therefore, it was best if he could find someone to fuse with it among these people. And Ji Qian received the crystal, his mood extremely agitated. He was someone that progenitor found promising. He had confidence in fusing with the origin. As long as he fused the origin, he would regain all the face that he had lost. Taking a deep breath, and Ji Qian started fusing with the origin. His soul body gradually transformed into a S of misty air, attempting to penetrate into the origin. Concerning his fusion, everything seemed to be going well. The origin crystal actually started to melt. And Ji Qian was wildly elated in his heart, forcefully suppressing the agitated in his heart and continuing to integrate it. Little by little, bit by bit. Finally, he felt an additional powerful to the extreme power in his soul body. Originally, the areas that he was confused about on the journey of Tao suddenly became enlightened at this time. Boom! And Ji Qian's soul force rose rapidly and actually directly entered Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Everyone was dumbfounded. Actually really fused with it. No wonder Great Emperor Shanyang was so optimistic about him. It turns out that his soul physique is really the closest to progenitor imperishable. Sigh, what's Master Yi thinking? Such a large piece, he gave it away with both hands. Everyone around him either exclaimed, felt regretful, or was angry from his failure to live up to expectations. But they were unable to change the fact that W, A, and Ji Qian fused with the origin. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect it right, Yuan? I, W, A, and Ji Qian fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. From now on, we're no longer of the same world. W, A, and Ji Qian felt that he was currently powerful to the extreme. In fact, after possessing the origin, he felt that Hegemon realm was within reach too. The things that were originally vague and insubstantial, he currently felt that it was very solid. Hegemon imperishable's origin was not the average origin. This was the sole race's supreme hegemon, whose strength roamed the heavens, unobstructed. That kind of feeling could not be described with words at all. Yi Yuan was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that W, A, and Ji Qian really fused with it. It seemed like W, A, and Ji Qian's pseudo-imperishable soul physique was indeed very strong and already somewhat approached the real imperishable soul physique. However, no matter how close, it was also just pseudo-imperishable physique. Everyone's expressions were ugly. They did not have any good impression of W, A, and Ji Qian. But now, Cirque, stances were stronger than people. Many people started grumbling about Yi Yuan in their hearts. W, A, and Ji Qian felt that he was very inflated. He arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a disdainful look, Yi Yuan, didn't you say that he's stronger than me after fusing with the origin? I'll have a battle with him now. You don't have objections, right? While talking, he pointed at Bai Tsuishan. The latter's expression changed, becoming somewhat fearful. He was originally not W, A, and Ji Qian's match. Now, the other party fused with the origin. How could he possibly be his match? Yi Yuan's boast was a little too overboard. Chapter 2949 Imperishable Inheritances, Terror. Chapter 2949 Imperishable Inheritances, Terror. W, A, and Ji Qian. You're showing off your cleverness after coming off cheap. Even if you fused with the origin, do you really think that so many of us are scared of you? Bai Tsuishan was somewhat threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky as he said, this guy was like a dog previously. Now he actually jumped up again. He was somewhat unable to understand why Yi Yuan wanted to let him fuse the origin. Now, it was really somewhat difficult to dismount the tiger after climbing on it. W, A, and Ji Qian had long forgotten what face was and said with a smile, so what if I'm showing off my cleverness after coming off cheap? I didn't beg him to fuse with it either. This guy didn't have any good intentions either. Letting me fuse with it was just in order to humiliate me. It's just that he probably didn't expect that I, W, A, and Ji Qian am amazingly talented and actually really fused with it. Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, the face that I lost, I'm going to claim it back now. Everyone cussed W, A, and Ji Qian for being shameless but could not do anything to him. This guy had the appearance of a villain intoxicated by success. Just looking at him made you want to punch him. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Bai, play with him. Bai Tsuishan's face turned black, and he said, I'm not his match. Yi Yuan said, Relax, I can still control this SPAC. If he dares to harm you, I'll beat him to death. W, A, and Ji Qian was speechless. Bai Tsuishan's eyes lit up, and he said, For real? Yi Yuan nodded his head and suddenly flipped his palm over. Boom! An enormous palm fell from the sky, directly pressing W, A, and Ji Qian down to rub against the ground. W, A, and Ji Qian was furious and let loose a torrent of abuse. Yi Yuan, F asterisk CK, your grandma! Arg, I won't let you off. Bai Tsuishan was overjoyed when he saw the situation. How satisfying! They thought that after W, A, and Ji Qian fused with the origin. He should be able to dominate this S.P.A.C. Who knew that Yi Yuan was still the master? Okay, I'll compete with him. Bai Tsuishan said very readily. The giant palm vanished. W.A.N. Ji Qian was in a thunderous rage, both eyes blood-red as he said, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Bang. He was pressed and drubbed again. I urge you to calm down. In this place, I can trample you at will. Yi Yuan said coolly. W.A.N. Ji Qian became quiet. Facing Bai Tsuishan, W.A.N. Ji Qian's fury was already surging to the sky. He and Bai Tsuishan had enmity too. Previously, in the fire sea, Bai Tsuishan suddenly smacked him flying. It even almost killed him. Being helpless against Yi Yuan, he was going to vent all of his anger on Bai Tsuishan. Even if he could not kill him, he would also make him regret being born in this world. Feeling W.A.N. Ji Qian's surging fury, Bai Tsuishan was rather scared. W.A.N. Ji Qian's awe-inspiring reputation was very strong. In their circle of pseudo-imperishable physiques, he was absolutely a big brother-level figure. His talent had once obtained progenitor Imperishable's praise before. Bai Tsuishan was really scared of W.A.N. Ji Qian, although he had seriously comprehended all the things in the 7 floors of the 7-colored peg. Oh, that there was no benchmark as to how much help these things had on his strength. He knew that he had become stronger, but he felt that he was still too unskilled to face off against the W.A.N. Ji Qian, who fused with the origin. Moreover, W.A.N. Ji Qian was currently even a cultivation realm higher than him. Hoo-hoo! Bai Tsuishan, prepare to bear my wrath! W.A.N. Ji Qian gave a cold laugh, and a fierce wind immediately surged. Sinister wind howled, blowing until people's soul bodies hurt. When everyone saw this move, they could not help sighing slightly. Divine Wind Netherkill. This move was the soul path mystic art that progenitor Imperishable, specially Pa-S, set down for the pseudo-imperishable soul physique to cultivate. Furthermore, W.A.N. Ji Qian also cultivated mist transforming into wind here. The power of this move became even more terrifying. Sigh, just this move is much more brilliant than us. The central soul region has always been transcendent, with progenitor Imperishable personally imparting mystic arts. What can we do? Under this blow, Bai Tsuishan would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. What's even more deadly is that W.A.N. Ji Qian hasn't even employed the power of origin. All around came a series of sighs. The moment this move came out, they had already predicted the outcome. Central Soul region might not be very powerful in other aspects, but in pseudo-imperishable soul physique, this area, they were truly invincible. W.A.N. Ji Qian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, open your dog eyes and watch closely. Even if your father doesn't use the power of origin, killing this fool is also like taking something out of my bag. Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, as if he was not worried at all. Bai Tsuishan was not an ordinary person either, but under this swift and fierce move he could only defend. In the 5th level, the inheritance was mist transforming into earth. Under the current desperation, Bai Tsuishan unconsciously converted the misty gas into an earth-yellow color. Boom! A showdown that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The result made everyone's jaws drop. Bai Tsuishan was unmoving like a mountain. W.A.N. Ji Qian gave A.M.U.F. fled groan and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes went wide. What happened? Mist transforming into earth actually had such tremendous power? Bai Tsuishan himself also had a dumbfounded look. He had already been prepared to be seriously injured. Who knew that he did not feel anything? It was W.A.N. Ji Qian himself fell down. This guy had injured himself. Bai Tsueshan recovered his soul body and muttered, W-A-N-G Qian, why are you so weak? W-A-N-G Qian nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Weak? Apart from not using origin. Your father already used all of my strength. This attack of his earlier was extremely fierce, but who knew that it was like it had crashed into a steel plate. The opponent was fine, but his soul body suffered a tremendous backlash force. As a result, he injured his soul body. It's not that he's weak, but that you became strong. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Tsueshan seemingly woke up from a dream and was rather excited as he said, You're right. It's me who became strong. How did I become so strong? Ha ha! W-A-N-G Qian, eat my move. Buzz, buzz. Without waiting for W-A-N-G Qian to respond, there was suddenly an additional bolt of lightning in Bai Tsueshan's hand, SMAs. H-I, plussing over towards his opponent. W-A-N-G Qian's expression changed drastically. He felt a great threat. The power of this lightning was even stronger than Feng Rue's 5 lightning execution. The power of origin suddenly blossomed. At the same time, wild wind howled. Under the augmentation of the power of origin, this storm was more than dozens of times stronger than before. Hegemin Imperishable's power of origin was no joke. Whirlwind scattering the clouds. Bai Tsueshan, you force me. W-A-N-G Qian bellowed, pouncing toward Bai Tsueshan. Everyone's expressions changed again. The two people's battle immediately rose several levels. It was just that W-A-N-G Qian was too terrifying this time. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Ah! W-A-N-G Qian screamed miserably. His soul body started quivering like it got electrocuted, flying out backward. Bai Tsueshan was unbelievably excited, his soul force instantly transforming into countless fire B-A-L-L-S SMAs. H-I, plussing toward W-A-N-G Qian. 6 forms. Each form was strong to the extreme. Furthermore, Bai Tsueshan's attacks did not have any profound technique. It was all just a superficial application of the mist form. But W-A-N-G Qian was pursued by Bai Tsueshan and brutally beaten. Without the slightest strength to fight back, miserable screams echoed. I'll also perform a whirlwind scattering the clouds. Have another sort of lightning. Watch my move. Fire dragon technique. Bai Tsueshan became more and more excited as he fought and could not stop at all. Too strong. Too satisfying. My opponent has the power of origin, but in front of your father, he could not even let out a fart. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Chapter 2950. Well done, Wang Qian. Chapter 2950. Well done, W-A-N-G Qian. W-A-N-G Qian, you're too weak. Fight back. Don't you even have any strength left over to retaliate? To think that you looked like a villain intoxicated by success just now. Your strength doesn't match your boasting. Amidst the loud laughter, Bai Tsueshan was devastating W-A-N-G Qian brutally. Everyone present was stunned from watching. Everything before their eyes was seriously too subverting. W-A-N-G Qian already brought out the power of origin. In the end, he was still being thrashed. Although Bai Tsueshan displayed powerful strength earlier, they thought that after W-A-N-G Qian used the power of origin, there should have at least been ABL. ODY battle between both parties. Who knew that it was completely a one-sided devastation? If not for the power of origin, W-A-N-G Qian would have already died D knows how many times now. It was not that Hegemin Imperishable's origin was not powerful. It was just that the time W-A-N-G Qian's fused was too short, and his comprehension of origin was too little. and Bai Tsueshan had long already cultivated his soul body until it was incomparably solid in this 7-colored pag. Oda. In the later 6 levels, although he was cultivating mist transforming into myriad Tao, Bai Tsueshan's soul body still obtained tremendous tempering. That was right. The mist body could be cultivated too. The stronger the misty air, the harder it was to be killed. Even if they were all pseudo-imperishable physiques, it was the same too. Bang! An earth attribute mystic art was executed, and Ji Qian was pressed to the ground and drubbed once again. Now he was already powerless to talk anymore. Bai Tsueshan stopped and came to Yi Yuan's side as he said excitedly, "Turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique can be cultivated to such a point. I finally understand why progenitor imperishable is called hegemon imperishable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Progenitor imperishable isn't truly imperishable, but it's that he has trained his enshrouding mist soul physique to the point where it's difficult to kill. In the future, even if you can't reach his height, you can also one-shot most hegemons." Hearing this, Bai Tsueshan was excited to the extreme. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yuan with gratitude. The reason why he had today was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now his path of enshrouding mist had already been opened. He already had a clear direction for his cultivation direction from now on. This way, his future was truly limitless. The others looked at Bai Tsueshan, already envious until they went crazy. Only all the way until Bai Tsueshan displayed his strength did they understand where the significance of this 7-colored pag. Oh, delay. This was the cultivation method that progenitor, imperishable, customized for the enshrouding, mist soul physique. Furthermore, it was only under these kinds of specific conditions that one could forge a cultivation path that belonged to themselves. One could imagine, back then, progenitor, imperishable, definitely spent considerable effort for the sake of this cultivation method and even specifically refined a chaos heavenly treasure. Now the 7 layers of SPAC had already disappeared, and it was impossible for them to continue cultivating anymore. Therefore, the more seriously you cultivated here, previously, the greater the benefits obtained. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan and Bai Tsueshan were the greatest beneficiaries of the 7-colored pag. Oda. Bai Tsueshan was already so formidable. Then how terrifying was the Yi Yuan who reached grand completion in all 7 layers of SPAC? They were already unable to imagine. At this time, everyone regretted it to the extreme. Wisconsin plussing to go back again and cultivate with Bai Tsueshan. Except, there was no medicine for regret in this world. On the ground, the dead, dog-like Ji Qian felt like all hope was dashed to pieces. This was really too demoralizing. The 7-layered SPAC vanished. Our plan actually really succeeded. Excitement was written all over Mountain Goat's face. With the 7-layered SPAC disappearing, it meant that they had already obtained the power of origin. This was also to say that the hope of finding hegemon, imperishable, had greatly increased. The old woman also had an excited look as she said, "It's just that I don't know if any of them has integrated the power of origin, or who fused with the power of origin." Mountain Goat narrowed his goat eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, progenitor imperishable said before Ji Qian's enshrouding mist soul physique can be called half an enshrouding mist soul physique already. If there's a chance, he might be able to become the 2nd hegemon enshrouding mist. If talking about who has the highest hope of fusing with the origin, it's none other than him." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. They really did not know that progenitor imperishable actually regarded Ji Qian so highly. Then wouldn't the rest have become accessories? Mountain Goat smiled and said, "Therefore, no matter what happened inside, even if others obtain the power of origin, it's useless too, because they have no way of fusing with the origin." Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, this time, you've probably miscalculated. Cloudneon's eternally unchanging face was still like an ancient well without ripples. However, she was also very surprised by progenitor Imperishable's evaluation. She believed in her eyesight, but no matter how sharp her vision, it could not compare to progenitor Imperishable too. Could it be that this time she really made an error of judgment? Suddenly the old woman shouted, "They came out!" A group of figures flew out of the seven-colored pag. Oda, W, A, and Ji Qian, who fused with the origin, was still unable to control it freely. He appeared extremely conspicuous in this dense crowd of over 100 people. The few great emperors saw him at a glance. Mountain Goat's face revealed wild elations. Progenitor Imperishable's origin was indeed still obtained by his own people. Ha ha ha. Well done, W. A.N. Jizwa. This seat knew that you wouldn't let me down. Mountain Goat went up to welcome with a loud laugh. While talking, he even looked toward the other few great emperors with a smug look. That meaning was very clear. Thanks for giving way. Cloudneon's brows furrowed slightly, and she could not help sighing slightly in her heart. Sure enough, did she still make an error of judgment? All right, this human was harboring evil intentions. Better kill him. It was just that, upon going closer to take a look, everyone's condition was very different. The W, A, and Ji Qian, who obtained the origin, was slouching his head, looking listless and lethargic, while on the other side, Bai Tsueshan was valiant and spirited like a proud rooster. Seeing this scene, Mountain Goat was slightly stunned. What was going on? W, A, and Ji Qian arrived in front of Mountain Goat and said listlessly, "Lord Shanyang." Shanyang's brows furrowed, and he said, "You obtained the origin. What's with the long face?" The moment W, A, and Ji Qian heard, he felt even more bitter. Can't get happy. You treated the origin like a treasure, but people cast it aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. I only picked it up because people did not want it. Even if it was picked up, it was originally a happy thing too. But the events that happened after that seriously made him unable to cheer up. Too demoralizing. W, A, and Ji Qian smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Shanyang, this origin wasn't obtained by me." The moment Shanyang heard, he immediately understood and said smugly, "It turns out that it's because of this." Hoo-hoo. So what even if it wasn't obtained by you? This origin is fused with you. That's your ability. No matter how formidable the rest are, they couldn't fuse with the origin. That's also rotten mud that can't hold up a wall. Too weak to stand up to compet. One tie-in. The more Shanyang talked, the more W, A, and Ji Qian wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Next to them, there were already quite a few pseudo-imperishable physiques who laughed out loud. Shanyang's brows furrowed even harder, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's so funny? Could it be that this seat is wrong?" The others did not dare to speak, but Bai Tsueshan laughed and said, "Lord Shanyang, what you said is really not correct. This origin was obtained by Yi Yuan. It's not that he couldn't fuse with the origin, but that he didn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he even made me disregard it too. Otherwise, no matter whose turn it is, it also won't be W, A, N, Ji Qian. This loser's turn to fuse with it. Ha ha ha." Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Chapter 2951. I'm of the real enshrouding mist soul physique. Loser? He simply did not dare to believe his own ears. A genius who could fuse with a supreme hegemon's origin was actually called a loser by someone. Did the world already become so crazy? Her, brat who's surnamed by... Don't think that with your family's ancestor protecting, you can engage in wild talk in front of the seat. Do you really think that origin is so easy to fuse? This seat thinks that it's clearly you guys who couldn't fuse the origin, calling the grapes sour because you can't eat them, right? Mountain Goat looked at Bai Tsueshan and said with a cold laugh, "Ha ha ha!" Mountain Goat did not expect that the moment the words came out of his mouth, it immediately incurred hooting waves of laughter. The pseudo-imperishable physiques that entered the seven-colored pag. All laughed. Although Mountain Goat was a great emperor whose reputation shook the imperishable soul domain, he felt somewhat ashamed and angry at this time, too. I was actually being laughed at by a bunch of pseudo-imperishable physique trash. You trash have been laughing all the way from just now. Laugh my *SS. All shut up for this seat. Mountain Goat said in fury. The moment an Origin powerhouse was enraged, everyone shut their mouths one after another and did not dare to laugh anymore. However, Mountain Goat also finally realized that the matter seemed to be different from what he imagined. W.A.N.G. Qian, you say, what on earth happened inside the seven-colored pag? Oda. Mountain Goat said in a solemn voice. Lord Shanyang, W.A.N.G. Qian stammered. Hoo-hoo, Lord Shanyang, although W.A.N.G. Qian is already very shameless. He's probably still ashamed to talk about the events inside the seven-colored pag. Oda, why don't I tell you? Bai Tsueshan said with a laugh. Seeing that W.A.N.G. Qian still had a stammering appearance, Mountain Goat gave a cold snort, which was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. The few great emperors were long already full of suspicion and could not help perking their ears up to listen attentively. The more everyone listened, the more shocked they became. Even if they had vast experience and knowledge, they also did not think that such terrifying things actually happened inside the seven-colored pag. Oda, and the initiator of evil for all these was Yi Yuan, including Cloud Neon. Their gazes when looking toward Yi Yuan were like looking at a monster. They thought that the seven-colored pag. To this time, the most optimistic estimation would only be one person who could come out. But who would have expected that more than 100 people actually came out? Furthermore, these over 100 people all made great progress in strength. The likes of Bai Tsueshan even thrashed the W.A.N.G. Qian, who fused with the Origin. Loser. Mountain Goat was angered until he billowed smoke from all 7 orifices. W.A.N.G. Qian was really an out-and-out loser, fused with Origin, and he was actually still being trampled by people. His central soul region's face had been utterly lost. Senior apprentice Sister Mu, you said that Yi Yuan is a joke? Senior apprentice Brother Ming Jian, you said that Yi Yuan was rotten mud that can't even hold a wall up? Brother Shanyan, you were showing off in front of me about how impressive W.A.N.G. Qian is. Suddenly, the Cloud Neon, who had been icy cold all along, opened her mouth. The 3 people's faces immediately felt a fiery heat. This 1 month plus, they had scolded Yi Yuan plenty. Cloud Neon did not make a sound the entire time. Who knew that she endured for more than a month? But now, she finally launched an attack. It was not that she did not care. It was just giving you a fatal blow at the critical moment. What a resounding slap. Yi Yuan was also dumbfounded from listening. Sure enough, women could not be provoked. Furthermore, this woman was well versed in the Tao of posturing. Let you guys jump around first. After you guys finish posturing, I'll posture. Furthermore, it was a one-hit certain kill. Yi Yuan was currently marveling, but saw Cloud Neon's gaze look toward him as she said coolly, since W.A.N.G. Qian has already fused with the Origin, then you're useless. You can go and die already. Cloud Neon's words were devoid of any emotion. In an instant, Yi Yuan felt a piercing, cold, killing intent. He was virtually going to asphyxiate. This woman was not kidding. She had doubts about his motives and was really going to silence him to prevent divulgence of secrets. That meaning was that you had no more value to exploit. You can go and die already. Even if Yi Yuan was currently extremely strong, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of Cloud Neon either. This woman was too strong. Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. This woman fell out at the drop of a hat. It really caught him off guard. Of course. Yi Yuan also knew that his actions had angered Cloud Neon. I asked you to go and integrate with the origin, but you're good, directly throwing the origin to someone else. This imperishable origin held extraordinary significance to the 5 great regions. Whoever fused with the origin was equivalent to being progenitor Imperishable's direct lineage disciple. After Hegemon Imperishable returned, that region's status would not be the same anymore. Well done, I regarded you so highly. You sold me with a flip of your hand. If I don't kill you, won't I let you down? Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Hold on. Although W.A. and Ji Qian fused with the origin, he might not be able to find progenitor Imperishable. Maybe I can help you guys. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great origin powerhouses changed. The pseudo-imperishable physiques present were in an uproar. Find progenitor Imperishable? What's going on? Did something happen to progenitor Imperishable? Ah, no wonder they sealed the 7-colored pag. Oda, it turns out that it's because of this. Yi Yuan and W.A. and Ji Qian both had a tacit agreement to not say the truth. At this time, Yi Yuan blurted it out under desperation. Everyone exploded at once. Something happened to progenitor Imperishable. This was an earth-shattering major thing. When progenitor Imperishable was around, the imperishable soul domain was around. If progenitor Imperishable died, the imperishable soul domain would perish. Plus this was what everyone knew. Mountain Goat said angrily, Yi Yuan, you're courting death. The origin has already been integrated by W.A. and Ji Qian. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Since junior apprentice sister Cloud Neon wants to kill you, you go to H.E.L.L. then. The 5 great powerhouses were all in a thunderous rage at this time. Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to kill Yi Yuan off for good. Mountain Goat even directly cleaved a palm knife over without giving a chance to explain. He had long found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eye. At this time he naturally had to strike first to gain the advantage. Although Mountain Goat casually struck, it was a cataclysmic crisis to Yi Yuan. It was like he was H.I.T. by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. An origin power was too strong. Boom! Mountain Goat's expression changed. His sneak attack was actually terminated by Cloud Neon without extra trouble. Let him speak. Cloud Neon said lightly, not giving Mountain Goat face at all. Although it was a soul body, Yuan still felt cold sweat run down his back. He drew a deep breath and said, finding progenitor imperishable through this trace of origin. That's just your speculation. You guys also can't guarantee that W.A. and Ji Qian can find progenitor imperishable, right? But I can. Mountain Goat was somewhat angry from Imbara's meant and said with a cold smile, even progenitor's origin can't find him. What right do you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, based on that I'm of the real imperishable soul physique. Mountain Goat laughed loudly and said, what a joke! The 33 heavens have already existed for G. Oh, D knows how many years. It has also only produced progenitor, imperishable, one enshrouding mist soul physique. You dare to boast shamelessly. Do you really take us, these great emperors, to all be fools? The old woman also sneered and said, in these countless years, no idea how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques have appeared before, all saying that they are of the enshrouding mist soul physique, but they were all not. What right do you have to say that you are? Yi Yuan looked toward Mountain Goat, like he was saying, yes, you look just like a fool. Without waiting for Mountain Goat to fly off the handle, Yi Yuan said, before entering the 7-colored pag, oh, I didn't dare confirm that I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique too. But now, I'm incomparably sure. I'm of the real enshrouding, mist soul physique. Chapter 2952 Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Chapter 2952 Progenitor Imperishable's Legend. Soul physique. All talk but no promises. You're saying that you're the real enshrouding, mist soul physique. Don't you find it ridiculous? Mountain Goat said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan, if you say that there's a real enshrouding mist soul physique, then it can only be me too, because it's me who fused with progenitor imperishable's origin. You being able to pa-s the levels only means that your comprehension ability is high, that's all. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? W.A. And Ji Qian saw that his chance had come and could not resist coming forward to trample Yi Yuan again. Imperishable soul physique, this sort of thing. Only progenitor imperishable could prove it. The others, whoever said it, it did not count either, and it could not prove it too. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Yi Yuan. You were disdainful to fuse with the origin. Now you're finally getting your just desserts, right? W.A. And Ji Qian felt incomparably delighted in his heart. The old woman, senior apprentice Sister Mu, also said, What W.A.N. Ji Qian said is right. How do you prove that you're of the imperishable soul physique? Cloud Neon did not speak. Her icy cold expression was considered to have tacitly acknowledged these people's words. Want to not die, prove yourself. Yi Yuan knew that his most dangerous time had already passed, said. Cloud Neon, this woman, still valued him greatly. Yi Yuan cultivated each stage to the realm of grand completion inside the seven-colored pag. Oda. Furthermore, only he could comprehend the inheritance that progenitor, imperishable, left behind. I feel that he is indeed very likely to be of the imperishable soul physique. At this time, Bai Shan suddenly stepped forward to speak. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Not enough. Cloud Neon still said icily. Hearing this, W.A. and Ji Qian was wildly elated in his heart, although he did not know why Cloud Neon suddenly changed her attitude. But as long as Yi Yuan died, it was enough. As for proving whether Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, this was simply impossible. Yi Yuan, unless you can find progenitor imperishable. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt today. W.A. and Ji Qian said with a smug look. Yi Yuan just smiled. Suddenly he released his aura. A powerful to the extreme soul force billowed straight for the clouds. Above the void, an enormous stone door appeared. On the stone door, there were still seals with the word myriad on them. This action immediately attracted a wave of exclamations. This is the door of eternal life. Master Yi is really incredible. He summoned it so easily. Does Master Yi want to use Emperor Realm to prove himself? I also feel that Master Yi is very likely to be the real imperishable soul physique. The stone door that appeared above Yi Yuan's head was called the Door of Eternal Life. As long as one could summon the Door of Eternal Life, one would be considered to have stepped into the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. The cultivation of half-step Emperor Realm was in order to summon this Door of Eternal Life. To others, this step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But the moment Yi Yuan's soul force was lightly released, it was summoned. The cultivation after Emperor Realm was closely related to the Door of Eternal Life. 3 myriad word seals were Emperor Realm's 3 firmaments. 3 seals, 3 shackles. Wanting to step into the realm of hegemon, one needed to use the power of origin to break the 3rd seal, knock open the door of eternal life, thus transcending samsara, and live forever. Hegemon realm powerhouses were not restricted by hegemon realm and would not experience Tao tribulation. As long as they were not killed, they could live forever. It was just that time flew past. Hegemon powerhouses had also experienced many blood transfusions. People who could truly live forever did not exist. Arriving at the soul race, Yi Yuan experienced the Nirvana Soul Hall's Hall entrance test and also entered the 7-colored pag. Oh, to gain enlightenment on Tao. He finally comprehended the divine emergence's 3rd level. His thick ACCU mutations erupted. Summoning the door of eternal life was like taking something out of his bag. Door of eternal life. This guy is actually going to break through to Emperor Realm at this time. It's just that breaking through to Emperor Realm and he'll be able to prove that he's of the imperishable soul physique. What a joke. W.A. and Ji Qian could not help laughing as he said. Mountain Goat similarly sneered and said, "Too naive. Does he think that by breaking through to Emperor Realm here, he won't need to die anymore?" Junior Apprentice, Sister, Cloud Neon. Now that Progenitor Imperishable's origin has already been fused, our top priority is going to find Ancestor. It can't be delayed. Could it be that you plan on wasting time here and delay things? The old woman also nodded and said, "Finding Progenitor is the top priority. Cloud Neon, if you have time, play with him here. We're leaving." Cloud Neon's expression still remained unchanged. She just said coolly, "Have you all forgotten Progenitor Imperishable's legend?" Legend? What legend? W.A. and Ji Qian said with a baffled look. However, the other 4 trembled all over. They had really forgotten about it. This legend was already too far back. Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "You're saying that he can do it? This is impossible." The old woman also said, "What a joke! That's just a legend. Even Progenitor Imperishable has never personally admitted it before." Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said coolly, "Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are? Does Progenitor Imperishable need to explain anything to you?" You. The old woman was angered by this sentence until she wanted to vomit blood. Great Emperor Mingjian said, "But this matter is a highly guarded secret. Even with our status, we've only heard of it too. How did this boy know about it?" Cloud Neon said, "It doesn't matter. What's important is, can he do it or not?" The 4 people's expressions turned somber and they stopped talking. W.A. and Ji Qian had a look of confusion as he said, "Ancestors, what on earth are you all talking about? Could it be that breaking through to Emperor Realm can still set off any waves?" Mountain Goat narrowed his eyes and said, "Legends has it that a long time ago the Nirvanic Soul Clan had not given birth to a supreme hegemon yet. The Nirvanic Soul Clan at that time was completely enslaved by the Chi Soul Clan. It was just a branch of the Chi Soul Clan, that's all. All the way until the appearance of Progenitor Imperishable. When Progenitor Imperishable corroborated his Tao as Emperor Realm, he comprehended the enshrouding mist origin. And he is also the only existence who comprehended origin in Emperor Cloud, Heaven Realm, in our soul race over countless years. Hence, that's why he could lead our Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise and stand up to the Chi Soul Clan as equals. If this kid can really comprehend enshrouding mist origin when breaking through to enshrouding mist soul physique, then he'll definitely be of the imperishable soul physique without a doubt. Because in these countless years, only Progenitor Imperishable alone had done it. Mountain Goat's words made the pseudo-imperishable physiques completely explode. Only then did they know it turns out that the enshrouding mist soul physique actually still had such a saying. No wonder the pseudo-imperishable physique status in the Nirvanic Soul Clan was extremely low. Turns out that these pseudo-imperishable physiques were really just pseudo-imperishable physiques, that was all. But Yi Yuan? TCH. This is simply impossible. When W.A. and Ji Qian heard, he said with decisiveness that could chop iron, Hegemon Imperishable was the one and only through the ages. What capability did Yi Yuan have? To follow in Progenitor Imperishable's footsteps? Senior Apprentice Sister Mu laughed coldly and said, "Cloud Neon, you're completely wasting time. Every minute that we're late, progenitor imperishable might be in greater danger. I'm very suspicious of your motives now. Shanyang, this seat feels that you should immediately go and invite Lord Yu Tian now to clean up the household. Her words were already completely targeting Cloud Neon. Originally, the 5 great regions had continuous conflicts. For the sake of saving progenitor imperishable, that was how they came together. Shan Yang's brows furrowed, and he said with a nod, Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, the present situation indeed brooks no delay. If you insist on playing with this brat, then this seat can only offend you. When Cloud Neon heard, she just said coolly, as you Wisconsin H. Plus. Chapter 2953. Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Chapter 2953. Entering Emperor Realm, Comprehending Origin. Impervious to reason. Cloud Neon, this woman, clearly had a strong character. She would not care about other people's opinions at all. Mountain, Goat, felt somewhat of a loss in face. He snorted coldly, a burst of soul force tearing across the air. Cloudmount's gaze remained on Yi Yuan's body from start to end, not caring about Mountain Goat's action at all. A moment later, the void trembled, and a figure stepped out of the air. This was the Central Soul Region's present leader, Hegemon Yu Tian, paying respects to Lord Yu Tian. Mountain Goat and the rest gave a bow towards Hegemon Yu Tian, but Cloud Neon was aloof and indifferent. A hint of displeasure flashed across in Hegemon Yu Tian's heart, and he said in a solemn voice, Since W.A. and Ji Qian has already fused with progenitor's origin, then what are you still waiting for? A child is messing around, and you guys are messing around with him too? He looked toward the Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, full of disdain. Emperor Realm Comprehending Origin, he had attempted it before back then too. In the end, it ended in failure. It was far too difficult. Since time immemorial, there was only imperishable alone. What he comprehended was naturally not the enshrouding mist origin. The difficulty was far from as high as the enshrouding mist origin, but he still felt that it was as hard as ascending to heaven. In reality, it was far from just him alone who attempted to comprehend origin at Emperor Realm, but they all ended in failure. Now, you're telling me that you can comprehend origin? What a joke! While talking, Hegemon Yu Tian already released his soul force domineeringly, intending to kill Yi Yuan. If you dare to make a move, I'll break through to Hegemon right now and fight it out to the death with you. Cloud Neon said it very lightly as if she was chatting, but Hegemon Yu Tian's soul force could not help stagnating. If you guys want to leave, bring W.A. and Ji Qian and hurry up and go. If Yi Yuan doesn't comprehend origin, I'll naturally kill him. There's no need for others to do it on my behalf. Of course, if you all feel that there's any issue, I'll accompany you to the end too. Cloud Neon said it in a soft voice, sounding very pleasant, but the words revealed a majesty that brooked no questioning. Hegemon Realm, to others, that was a peak that was far beyond reach in their lifetime. But in Cloud Neon's eyes, it was like 100-foot tall small earth mound. If I wanted to climb it, then I'll climb. Hegemon Yu Tian was Central Soul Region's peak Hegemon, but at this time he hesitated. Otherwise, even if it was Mountain Goat, no one knew Cloud Neon's strength either. But he knew. Once Cloud Neon really risked it all, a sanguinary slaughter would probably be set off in the imperishable soul domain. A threat. A blatant threat. Would I, an exalted Hegemon, be threatened by you, an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Since Marshal Niece Cloud Neon is so confident, what's the harm in watching? Hegemon Yu Tian suddenly smiled and said, Everyone was stunned. What is this? Please, you're a Hegemon. Do you still want face or not? Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, the door of eternal life suddenly emitted a profound and inscrutable power. This power might not be too great, but it was sufficient to make the expressions of Hegemon Realm powerhouses change. Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through, suddenly opened both eyes. That secret that came from inside the door of eternal life, as if it could pry into the world, was currently being grasped by him. Is this the door of eternal life? Seems like all of my secrets are so laughable in front of it. Just where does this door lead to? Yi Yuan thought in his heart. In reality, when he was in the seven-colored pag, oh, duh, he already vaguely felt something. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just taking advantage of the opportunity to him. Yi Yuan's ACCU. Mutations in the second level of deity realm were sufficient to let him break through to Emperor Realm. But the inheritance that Hegemon Imperishable left behind had indeed opened another window for him, letting him enjoy a new scenery. At this time, that aura of origin completely wrapped Yi Yuan up. Everyone happened naturally without extra effort, but in other people's view, it was an earth-shattering scene. Origin. That's really origin. Emperor Realm, comprehending origin. He's really of the imperishable soul physique. No wonder he's disdainful to fuse with progenitor Imperishable's origin. Turns out that he had a well-thought-out plan. With his own origin, why does he need to fuse with other people's origin? True, apart from the real imperishable seven-colored pag. Oh, who else can clear the stages so easily inside the seven-colored pag? Oda? Following the descending of origin, the pseudo-imperishable physiques present stared dumbfoundedly. Hegemon Tian's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? He's actually of the true, imperishable soul physique. Yu Tian sucked in a cold breath and said, W.A.N. Ji Qian's face burned red hot. He was slapped again. It was just that this time, it was more shocking than any other time before. Even if Yi Yuan beat him black and blue, he also never thought that Yi Yuan was of the true, imperishable soul physique. But now, it was not up to him to not believe anymore. One, and only through the ages. In these countless years, only Hegemon Imperishable alone had once done it. Now, it was accomplished by Yi Yuan. The senior apprentice sister Mu, Ming Jian, and Mountain Goat, who were jumping around endlessly just now, all stopped talking now. Yi Yuan grasping origin. It was already conclusive beyond all doubt. A hint of surprise flashed across in Cloud Neon's beautiful eyes. She was very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Therefore, even if she was not sure of Yi Yuan's objective, she let him enter the seven-colored pag. Oh, too. Even if it was before, when Yi Yuan said that he could grasp origin, she only held 1/10,000th hope too. Who knew that this 1/10,000th hope actually came true? The door of eternal life gradually exited. Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed and already reached the realm of Emperor Cloud Heaven. He looked towards Cloud Neon and said coolly, "Now it can prove that I'm of the imperishable soul physique, right?" Cloud Neon was silent. Since ancient times, the soul race only had these two imperishable soul physiques. She believed that there should be some connection between these two great imperishable soul physiques. But she was somewhat afraid now. She was afraid of Yi Yuan breaking away from her control. This person was clearly very dangerous. Was letting him go and find progenitor really a wise choice? What on earth was this boy's goal? Everyone's gazes turned toward Cloud Neon, while Yu Tian, this Hegemon realm powerhouse, was directly ignored. Clearly, the one who decided Yi Yuan's life and death was not Hegemon Yu Tian, but it was Cloud Neon. The matter Brooks, no delay. Come on. After being silent for a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Mountain Goat, the old woman, Ming Jian, these people all shut their mouths now. They followed Cloud Neon quietly, leaving the central soul region. Nothing left to say. Previously, they could use not being able to fuse with the origin to shoot Yi Yuan down. But now what could they say? This was the true enshrouding mist soul physique, an existence like progenitor, imperishable, the second one through the ages. Yi Yuan clearly had a great say in this matter of finding progenitor imperishable. Yi Yuan did not say much either, following the few powerhouses and leaving. Along the way, one powerhouse after another gathered. Each person that arrived, their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan carried incredulity. The party went out of the imperishable soul domain and arrived above the sea. Above the sea, an enormous stone door appeared in front of everyone. This is the Abyss Gate. The last place that progenitor imperishable appeared was here. Previously, we've already sent many people into the Abyss Gate, but not a single one returned. The two of you, try to feel it. See if you can feel progenitor's aura or not, Cloud Neon said. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Chapter 2954, Sea of Evil. Felt it. Progenitor imperishable did indeed enter through the Abyss Gate. W.A. and Ji Qian's mind stirred and he said, He Gemin Yu Tian said, Then it's correct. The two of you lead the way. We'll enter the Abyss Gate together. There are many powerful existences in the Abyss Gate. Some of them, even He Gemin realms, are very fearful of them. Everyone be careful. At this time, a large group of Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses already gathered in front of the Abyss Gate. Just the Origin realms were as many as 30 to 40. He Gemin realms even already reached 10. In order to save He Gemin imperishable, the Nirvanic Soul Clan already transferred close to 1/10 of their strength, under the prerequisite that the soul race and blood race were at war. This was already the greatest transfer of forces. Another He Gemin said, This matter brooks no delay, let's go in. With my estimations, He Gemin imperishable should be in the abyss, being tied down by some powerful existence. Everyone nodded, expressing agreement. He Gemin Yu Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said disdainfully, After messing around for so long, your origin looks nice, but is useless. It's not even as good as W.A.N.G. Qian. Yi Yuan had a calm look and did not refute. Abyss Gate, it was a spatial crack between nihility exceeding balance heaven and another heaven. Inside there were countless powerful evil things. Some could even threaten hegemons. One could say that this was a death zone. Yi Yuan, what do you have to say? Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said nothing to say. Cloud Neon frowned and said, If you don't say, I'll kill you. Yi Yuan was helpless. This woman indeed would never talk sense with you. All right, I can indeed feel that there's the aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique here. But I feel that this is a trap. He Gemin imperishable isn't in the abyss rift at all. He headed in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed in another direction and said. Cloud Neon frowned and said, Why do you say that? Yi Yuan said, There's some remnant enshrouding mist origin aura there, but it's extremely weak. Without carefully sensing it, it can't be discovered at all. The moment he said it, W.A. and Ji Qian immediately snickered and said, Your meaning is that the origin that you comprehended is higher level than progenitor, imperishable. I can't discover it. Only you can discover it. Is that it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Whether or not it's higher level than progenitor, imperishable, I don't know, but it's definitely higher level than you. W.A. And Ji Qian's face turned black, instantly feeling like he got slapped. He did not know whether or not it was high level, but having entered Emperor Realm and comprehended origin, Yi Yuan could kill him as easily as Cruz. H.I. plussing an ant to death. Yu Tian also said, Your meaning is that someone deliberately covered up progenitor's aura, then lured us into the Abyss Gate. Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. Yu Tian snickered and said, That's right, my asterisk SS. What you're saying is simply pulling down your pants to fart. Superfluous. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the only one in the world. Regarding this point, forget about nihility exceeding balance heaven. Even the other heavens know it too. Before this, who could have thought that we could find this place? Could it be that that person can foretell the future? Another Hegemon nodded and said, I also feel that Brother Yu Tian's words make sense. You say that there's the remnant aura of the enshrouding mist origin over there. Do you have a way to prove it? Yi Yuan ignored him and shrugged at Cloud Neon as he said, I already said that there's nothing to say, yet you insisted on making me say. Cloud Neon said, You have no way of proving. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, The aura is very weak. I almost overlooked it just now too. Even if we want to track, it's very difficult too. Very clearly, the other party is very careful. Yu Tian's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, In my view, the one with ulterior motives should be you. You, this boy, have unknown origins. Who knows what the H-E-L you're planning in your heart? You want to make us fail to find Hegemon imperishable, so as to let the blood race and Qi Soul clan prevail, right? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded by listening. This old man had such rich imagination. These hegemons were not fools. In reality, they had long seen through some inklings from Cloud Neon's attitude towards him. It was merely because he comprehended origin that they did not kill him. And Ji Qian was indeed very unreliable when compared to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also due to Cloud Neon protecting him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, All right. Just take it as I didn't say anything. Everyone enters the abyss gate together. However, if we encounter any danger inside, don't blame me for not warning you guys. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, We'll be in danger if we trust you. Come on. The party entered the abyss gate. Inside, it was pitch-black darkness with countless evil things. Furthermore, their strength was extremely powerful. However, with 10 great hegemons blazing the trail, there naturally would not be any problem. Along the way, and Ji Qian sensed Hegemon Imperishable's power of origin and led the way for everyone. Half a month later, everyone arrived before a dark fog. Ahead lies the Sea of Evil. There are many Hegemon-level evil things inside the Sea of Evil. East Seoul Region's leader, Hegemon W.A.N. Jining said. Yu Tian said, Already at this step, we have no path of retreat either. Moreover, if it isn't an extremely dangerous place, Progenitor Imperishable wouldn't have been caught deep inside too. In the Sea of Evil, that evil dragon's strength doesn't lose to Progenitor Imperishable. Everyone nodded one after another. How could ordinary means trap Hegemon Imperishable this level of existence? However, Yu Tian was not a reckless person either. He naturally knew propriety. He said to W.A.N. Ji Qian, W.A.N. Ji Qian, sense carefully outside the Sea of Evil. There mustn't be any mistakes. This place isn't an ordinary place. A single misstep, and even the likes of us will be trapped inside too. W.A.N. Ji Qian had a serious look too, feeling tremendous pressure. He was a clever man and naturally knew the degree of seriousness. Hence, he started to spread his senses carefully. Cloud Neon said, Yi Yuan, you go too. Yi Yuan said, There's no need. Progenitor, Imperishable, has indeed come here before. He entered the Sea of Evil from that place. Cloud Neon frowned and said, You're sure? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'm of the same root as Progenitor Imperishable. I can easily feel the enshrouding mist origins aura. It's that place. There's no mistake. But Yu Tian smiled coldly and said, No matter if you are of the same root, it can't compare to the origin from Progenitor himself either, right? Kid, if you let this seat discover that you're spurting nonsense, this seat will kill you right now. 2 hours later, W.A.N. Ji Qian came back. Ancestors, I carefully investigated the Sea of Evil's entrance 3 times and confirmed that Progenitor Imperishable entered from there. The direction that W.A.N. Ji Qian pointed in was exactly the same as Yi Yuan said. With this, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Yi Yuan's perception ability was so much stronger than W.A.N. Ji Qian? This was also too sensitive. W.A.N. Ji Qian expended a Herculean effort before finding the place. Yi Yuan discerned it with just a glance. The group of hegemons looked toward Yi Yuan one after another. W.A. and Ji Qian had a blank look. The entrance was investigated by me. What are you guys looking at Yi Yuan for? However, many hegemons were already somewhat having their thoughts stirring. Could it be that what Yi Yuan said outside the abyss gate was true? If it was true, this would be a trap. Then these people, would really somewhat be in danger. What do you think, Brother Yu Tian? W.A.N. Jining said. Yu Tian was silent and shook his head and said, No matter what, Progenitor has indeed entered the Sea of Evil, no. Chapter 2955 Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Chapter 2955 Nirvanic Soul Clan's Great Crisis. Ancestors, actually this disciple even discovered this at the entrance area. W.A.N. Ji Qian took out a very, very small white crystal. When Yu Tian and the rest saw it, their pupils could not help constricting. Spatial origin, crystal fragment. Yu Tian exclaimed, Progenitor imperishable must have entered the Sea of Evil. There's no mistake. W.A.N. Jining also nodded and said, Progenitor has already searched for this thing for several tens of thousands of years. Didn't expect that it would actually appear in the Abyss Rift. This also becomes understandable. Progenitor imperishable won't easily brave dangers. No need to hesitate anymore. Enter. The others responded one after another, already very certain that Progenitor imperishable entered the Sea of Evil. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. The more this was the case, the more he smelled a hint of danger. Cloud Neon, who was by the side, also became aware of Yi Yuan's expression, her expression stirring slightly. However, she did not say anything in the end. Now, all the evidence showed that Progenitor imperishable was in the Sea of Evil. Furthermore, with their strength, even if there was really an ambush, they could retreat unscathed too. Regardless of whether it was Yu Tian or W.A.N. Jining, they were all not ordinary hegemon realms. Their strength was not at all inferior to hegemon Cloudmount. There was only Progenitor imperishable, this level of powerhouse, who could threaten them. The party stopped hesitating, entering the Sea of Evil. Upon entering the Sea of Evil, Yi Yuan felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In fact, even soul force was circulating somewhat sluggishly. The turbid air here seemed to have a great suppressing effect on soul bodies. Yi Yuan felt that in this place, the soul body could only unleash 70% to 80% of its strength. Even those hegemon realms were no exception either. But unexpectedly, after entering the Sea of Evil, the surroundings seemed to have become quiet. Along the way, they actually did not run into a single evil creature. With this, even Yu Tian, they all felt something amiss too. Something isn't right. W.A.N. Ji Qian, are you sure that there's still the aura that Progenitor imperishable left behind here? Yu Tian said with a frown. W.A.N. Ji Qian nodded his head and said yes. After entering the Sea of Evil, Progenitor's aura became even thicker. I don't even need to sense carefully anymore. Yu Tian looked toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing approval with W.A.N. Ji Qian. Indeed, the enshrouding mist origin's aura here was already very thick. It looked like this place seemed to have experienced a great battle. Otherwise, the origin aura would not be so thick. Brother Yu Tian, this place has already entered that pincer worm's sphere of influence. But I can't feel that pincer worm's aura at all. Something isn't right here. W.A.N. Jining said. But Yu Tian's gaze looked toward Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat ugly. Could it be that this guy really hit the mark? Judging from this situation now, it was very likely. Brother Yu Tian, we wouldn't have really been schemed against, right? North Soul Region's leader, Hegemon Wu Wen said. Yu Tian's gaze turned intent, and he spat a word out of his mouth. Retreat! But right at this time there was a tremor in the void. One figure after another poured out from all directions. There were as many as 100 people. Each and every one of the Nirvanic Soul Clan's powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Haha, Brother Yutian, you finally managed to make a trip to the Sea of Evil. You're going to leave without even drinking a cup of tea? The one speaking was an enormous pincer worm. Naturally, it was this region's king. Brother Yutian, we haven't met for many years. Why? Not saying H. Yellow? Yutian's pupils constricted, and he said, Bloodmorn, your blood race actually colluded with the Abyss Rift. Bloodmorn, blood race hegemon, Yutian's old rival. His strength was not beneath Yutian. Yutian never expected that the blood race and Abyss Rift colluded together. This was undoubtedly Ma's. Civ bad news to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Bloodmorn smiled and said, The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Yutian, such a simple logic. There's no need for me to tell you, right? However, your old friends aren't just us. Brother June E, not coming out to say H. Yellow? Hearing this name, Yutian and the group of Nirvanic Soul Clan hegemons all trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Hegemon June E, who was wearing azure-colored long robes, slowly walked out. Yutian's eyes had an additional trace of despair. June E, the Chi Soul Clan and Nirvanic Soul Clan belong to the same ancestry, no matter what. You guys actually allied with the blood race to deal with us? Yutian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, With the blood race and Abyss joining forces, although he was surprised he was not angry. But June E was the Chi Soul Clan's powerful hegemon. He actually colluded with the blood race too. This made him incredibly furious. June E said coolly, same ancestry. Yutian, you're thinking too highly of yourself. Your Nirvanic Soul Clan is our Chi Soul Clan's dog to begin with. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one soul race. Whatever Chi Soul Clan doesn't exist. Imperishable, that old thing. He should have died long ago. Yutian's entire body trembled, and he said worriedly, You all, what the H, E, L did you all do to progenitor Imperishable? June E smiled and said, Although imperishable, this old thing is known as imperishable, with 3 great supreme hegemons joining hands. Even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin too. Moreover, this time, it's scheming against the unguarded. He should be having a very bad time now. He might already be dead. The Nirvanic Soul Clan members present all sucked in a cold breath. 3 great supreme hegemons joined forces. Without a doubt, these 3 great supreme hegemons were the Abyss hegemon Evil Dragon, the Blood Race's hegemon Bloodsong, as well as the Chi Soul Clan's hegemon Heavenly Soul. These 3 people actually joined forces. These 3 great hegemons joining forces, they could practically sweep across a world. Although hegemon Imperishable was strong, under the joint forces of these 3 people, his life or death was really hard to say. An atmosphere of despair spread in the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Even the hegemons suffered a huge blow to morale at this time too. Hegemon Imperishable was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's strongest person and also their totem, their spiritual leader. Now Hegemon Imperishable might be dying. Their blow could be imagined. Bloodmorn smiled and said, Brother Yutian had better worry about yourself. In order to lure you all out, we paid a considerable price. However, as long as you all, these 5 great regions' leaders, are dead, the nihility exceeding balance heaven will basically be finished. From now on, our blood race will share control of nihility exceeding balance heaven with the soul race. Yutian glared at June E and said, You all are asking a tiger for its skin. The blood race's ambitions, all the heavens know. You all are actually working with them. June E smiled and said, The soul race and blood race are both chaos races, the top species in all the heavens. We are of the same kind. The Chi Soul Clan had always been high and mighty. They looked down on the Nirvanic Soul Clan, but because of Hegemon Imperishable's existence, they could not do anything to the Nirvanic Soul Clan. All the way until the Blood Race found them, they discovered that the opportunity had arrived. Of course, the Blood Race naturally paid a huge price in order to join forces with the Chi Soul Clan, and the Abyss Rift were of one body and two faces with the Soul Race, natural enemies. The matters of the world mutually promoted and restrained each other, and the Abyss species was the nemesis of the Soul Race. In this situation, the Nirvanic Soul Clan had already reached the juncture of life and death survival. Chapter 2956. Every Word, P-aching the Heart. Chapter 2956. Every Word P. R. I. See King the Heart. From the three great races, 100 powerhouses were gathered all around. Just the Hegemon realm powerhouses were as many as 23 people. The number was more than double that of the Nirvanic Soul Clan. The rest were all origin powerhouses. In order to completely wipe out the Nirvanic Soul Clan's core forces, the three great races really mobilized powerhouses this time. Sigh, I really regret not listening to young friend Ye's words. If I had listened to young friend Ye's words, the Nirvanic Soul Clan wouldn't be in this current danger. The death of the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is entirely due to this old man's muddle-headedness. Young friend Yi, this old man apologizes to you for the disrespect along the way. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan shouldn't have dragged you into the water. Yu Tian suddenly looked at Yi Yuan, his face full of regret. Only now did he know that him suspecting Yi Yuan was pus. Plussing the Nirvanic Soul Clan into the abyss with his own hands. Thinking up to here, he felt incredibly guilty. The other Hegemons also had remorseful looks. Outside the abyss, Yi Yuan urged them time and again, but none of them believed him. Now they were getting there just desserts. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of harming people at all, but they projected their shortcomings onto him, harming themselves in the end. Hearing this, Bloodmore 3 people all looked towards Yi Yuan, somewhat visibly moved. All of this had been arranged carefully to the extreme. In fact, even Hegemon Imperishable had fallen into the pit too. In the end, this important matter was actually almost ruined because of this inconspicuous Emperor Realm brat. The flawless plan was actually seen through by this kid. Bloodmore's back was already drenched in cold sweat. The Blood Race had schemed for far too long for the sake of this plan. If the entire plan fell through because of this kid, then the losses would really be too great. Dealings between the three great races with complicated interests and alliances, and they even had to hide from the entire Nirvanic Soul Clan. The manpower and resources expended for this were simply unimaginable. This nihility exceeding balance heaven was different from grand, bright jade, complete heaven. This place was the Soul Race's world. The Soul Race had 3 great supreme hegemons who were extremely powerful. This bone was not easy to chew. Hence, they could only put up with the second best option. It was to think of a way to join forces with the other 2 major factions first, and then eradicate the Nirvanic Soul Clan. This D-like maneuver was actually completed by them. Now, when the results bore fruit, it actually almost failed. Luckily, Yu Tian these guys were too stupid. If they believed Yi Yuan, then he would probably be hammered to death by Lord Bloodsun. Sorry. Cloud Nian's voice entered Yi Yuan's ears. Yi Yuan gave her a glance, somewhat surprised. This woman actually knew how to apologize. Actually, you all don't need to despair. Progenitor Imperishable won't die. After killing your way out, the Nirvanic Soul Clan is still the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Yi Yuan said coolly. Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly, but he laughed loudly on the surface and said, "Kid, you just entered Emperor Cloud Heaven, and you dare to surmise the victory or defeat of supreme hegemons. Hegemon Imperishable is indeed known as imperishable and is difficult to kill, but there's no unkillable person in this world at all. Regarding this point, You Tian, they all definitely know better than you. 3 great supreme hegemons joining forces. It's just a matter of time that imperishable, that old thing dies. The moment these words were said, the expressions of Yu Tian and the rest became even bleaker. They knew that what Bloodmorn said was right. Although progenitor imperishable was known as imperishable, he was not undying. He could be killed. A supreme hegemon naturally could not kill him. But 3 supreme hegemons. That was completely different. Evil Dragon, Bloodsong, Heavenly Soul. These 3 great supreme hegemons represented the apex of 3 great chaos powerhouses. With them joining forces, there was no one that could not be killed. Yi Yuan gave Bloodmorn a look and said coolly, "Why are you in such a hurry to come out and defend yourself? Guilty conscience." Bloodmorn was shocked inwardly again. What a formidable brat. Every word I see. Kead the heart. When did such a monster appear in the Nirvanic Soul Clan? Although you all are hegemon realm powerhouses and, body understands this enshrouding mist soul physique better than me. If it was before entering the 7-colored pag. I'll definitely say that progenitor imperishable will die. But after entering, I can tell you all that those 3 can't kill him. The blood race's true objective is you all. If you all, these people, die here, the Nirvanic Soul Clan will really be finished. Progenitor imperishable alone can't set off any waves. Yi Yuan said it slowly, each word like a knife, making Bloodmorn's expression change greatly. Because what Yi Yuan said was not the slightest bit off from the blood race's plan. It was just like this plan was drawn up by him. Before this, Bloodsong had personally admitted that even if the 3 of them joined forces, they could not kill Hegemon Imperishable too. Hegemon Imperishable was an anomaly among hegemons. His soul physique had already been cultivated to an incomparably terrifying realm. It could virtually be said to be undying and imperishable. Therefore, the blood race's true objective was the 5 great soul regions' leaders. The Nirvanic Soul Clan had already become extremely powerful after hundreds of millions of years of ACCU mutilation. Compared to the Chi Soul Clan, it was much stronger, although supreme hegemons hard to come across. Powerhouses below supreme were similarly hard to come by. Not every hegemon could reach hegemon Cloudmount's level, but one Nirvanic Soul Clan produced 5 of such existences. It was a very difficult bone to bite on. As long as they killed Yu Tian, the 5 of them, the Nirvanic Soul Clan would completely fall. Bloodmorn did not expect that such an elaborate plan would actually be laid bare with a single comment from an Emperor Cloud Heaven boy. However, Yi Yuan did not finish speaking yet. He continued, "From the moment they appeared, they have been using psychological attacks on you all, making you all think that progenitor imperishable will die. In addition, Sea of Evil, this battlefield is too advantageous to them. This way, they will be able to kill you all at the smallest cost. If you all are dispirited, it will fall right into their wishes. Therefore, kill your way out. Even if a single hegemon escapes, it will be a great loss to them too." Boom! A streak of Y light lit up, flying straight for Yi Yuan. Yu Tian's pupils constricted. A streak of soul force flying straight for the firmament. 2 great hegemons exchanged blows in an instant. But how terrifying was the attack of hegemons! That aftershock instantly vaporized Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan! Yu Tian roared angrily, glaring at Bloodmorn. He still failed to save Yi Yuan in the end. Bloodmorn snorted coldly and said, "A reckless and blind, and actually dared to talk about hegemons presumptuously. His death isn't regrettable." The Nirvanic Soul Clan powerhouses were all glaring furiously. And Emperor Cloud Heaven was seriously too weak in such a battle. Even a tiny aftershock was sufficient to kill them several times over too. But Bloodmorn's sneak attack also indirectly proved that Yi Yuan's guesses were completely correct. Sigh! It was a shame that a peerless genius was gone. However, in the next second, misty air emerged from the ground. Gradually, it condensed into Yi Yuan's appearance. The S of everyone present were almost popping out. How is this possible? Yi Yuan actually didn't die? That blow earlier, forget about Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if it was Emperor Vast Heaven, they would turn to ashes too. His enshrouding, mist soul physique was clearly completely erased under that blow. Why didn't he die? The four great races looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, full of incredulity. Suffered a hegemon's blow and actually did not die? Chapter 2957. Great battle erupts. Cloud Neon displays her power. Chapter 2957. Great battle erupts. Cloud Neon displays her power. Being in such a hurry to kill me, you became angry from Imbara. Meant. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodmorn and said with a light smile. Bloodmorn's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, You're of the imperishable soul physique? There's actually a second imperishable soul physique in this world. This is impossible. Even if it's the imperishable soul physique, you received this seat's blow. It's impossible not to die either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's why I said that you all couldn't kill Hegemon Imperishable. Even a Hegemon can't kill me, an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Progenitor Imperishable Soul Body is on a completely different level from me. Even if 3 great supreme hegemons join forces. So what? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the true imperishable soul physique. Even if died until not even residue remained, you could still revive. This scene made the Nirvanic soul clans, powerhouses, become invigorated at once. It was indeed as Yi Yuan said. The enshrouding mist soul physique could not be killed. Humph. Your measly deceptive trick can deceive others. But do you think that you can hide from the seat? The Nirvanic soul clan's methods simply have no way of hiding in front of my soul race. Jun Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan knew that he could not hide it. He did not plan to hide it either. Even Cloud Neon could see through it. How could the hegemons from the soul race not see through it? In reality, Yu Tian and the others had seen through it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm not planning on hiding from anyone. I just want everyone to know how hard it is to destroy the enshrouding, mist soul physique, even if many Emperor Sakura heavens come. So what? With your strength, killing me many times, it will naturally be effortless, but so what? Can you truly kill me? Jun Yi gave a cold snort, but did not speak. Clearly he could not kill. Yi Yuan continued, You can't kill me, this rookie who just entered Emperor Realm. Then how powerful is Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? If the 3 great supreme hegemons are several realms stronger than him, then there's naturally no problem killing him. It's just a pity that they are the same rank. The eyes of Yu Tian and the rest lit up. They were convinced. Honestly speaking, it was also their first time witnessing what was the true enshrouding mist soul physique. Enshrouding mist soul physique could actually borrow the power of heaven and earth to instantly recover. Such a soul physique, how terrifying was it? No wonder Progenitor Imperishable had experienced countless battles, but could never fall from beginning to end. They knew that back then, when Progenitor Imperishable led the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise up, he had fought with the Chi Soul Clan countless times. At that time, he was still not the invincible Hegemon Imperishable. But no matter what means the Chi Soul Clan used, they were unable to kill him. That was how he had this name, Imperishable. Yu Tian drew a deep breath and said, This seat understands. Everyone listen up. No matter what grudges we had in the past, the biggest goal of all of us from the Nirvanic Soul Clan today is to live. We don't fear death, but we don't treat death lightly. W.A.N. Jining nodded and said, East Soul Region's people heed my order. Every person that can escape counts as one. As long as we get out of the sea of evil, they won't be able to trap us anymore. Ha ha, old Ghost Yu Tian. Didn't expect that this old man, I will actually have a day where I join forces with you. North Seoul regions, Hegemin Wu once said. Ha ha ha, this old woman. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. I've lived enough too. Today I'll fight it out with this bunch of sons of B. ITC he's. West Seoul regions, leader said. For a moment, everyone who had originally lost their wills actually soared with fighting spirit. Yi Yuan's words had already completely activated them. Bloodmorn was furious until he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The situation that they had meticulously created was actually messed up by an emperor cloud heaven brat. What shocked him even more was that the Nirvanic Soul clan actually had another true, enshrouding, mist soul physique appear again after Hegemin, imperishable. Given time, this boy would soar to the sky, and then the Nirvanic Soul clan would be at the height of its power. Everyone, we can't let a single person off today. Wu Jia, you don't need to take part in the fight anymore. Kill that boy called Yi Yuan at all costs. Bloodmorn said in a solemn voice. Lu, you go too. This boy can't be kept alive. June, Yi said with a deep gaze. The Chi Soul clan was the one that was more apprehensive of Yi Yuan. If the Nirvanic Soul clan really tided over this calamity, then it would be a grave threat to the Chi Soul clan in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. The enshrouding mist soul physique was too terrifying. The three great races Hegemin realms had a total of 23 people. The numbers were quite a few, but wanting to completely kill 10 great Hegemins, the difficulty was still quite high. But even so, they still transferred 2 great Hegemins to specially deal with Yi Yuan. It could be seen how much importance they attached to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fell into a desperate situation at once. He naturally knew the logic that the hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out. But this was an opportunity. First of all, if the Nirvanic Soul clan was really completely wiped out, he would have to die too. Secondly, if he could really bring the Nirvanic Soul clan out, then progenitor Imperishable would owe him a huge favor. This would be of great help to him, lending the purple ripple umbrella. However, what he could do was also just these. He could only hope that after pulling themselves together, Yution these guys could have a few more of them survive. Cloud Neon, regardless of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai, he's our Nirvanic Soul clan's benefactor. You escort him out. Yution looked towards Cloud Neon and instructed. Even when facing such a desperate situation, Cloud Neon did not show the slightest expression either. She just nodded her head, lightly. But Yi Yuan was speechless for a while. People already sent 2 Hegemins to come kill me. You guys were just sending an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan, rest assured. Cloud Neon's strength is more powerful than you imagine. She'll ensure your safety. Yution said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said solemnly, have a few more survive. Yution laughed loudly and said, don't you worry, the few of us old fellows aren't so easily killed. Let's go. Cloud Neon said coolly, and Yi Yuan rushed out with Cloud Neon in spite of himself. The great battle instantly broke out. Yi Yuan only heard heaven-shocking explosion sounds coming from behind. It was as if the entire abyss was going to be blown apart. The battle of Yution, this level of powerhouses, was seriously too terrifying. The aftershocks of the battle were naturally extremely terrifying. With the likes of his strength, he could only become cannon fodder. The pitiful W. A. and Ji Qian turned to ashes in the instant the great battle erupted. Even if he merged with the origin, it could not save him either. Yi Yuan 2 people were not out of danger. Even if Cloud Neon helped protect him from the vast majority of the force, he still felt like his soul body was going to be scattered. In front of them, there were 7 to 8 origin powerhouses that directly blocked off the 2 people's escape routes. Although origin powerhouses were inferior to Hegemins, they could virtually be said to be the strongest under Hegemins already. It was also that 2 great Hegemins issued a certain kill order on Yi Yuan. Therefore, Cloud Neon this side immediately attracted considerable firepower. Dozens of firepower fired over in unison. Yi Yuan felt like the sky was going to collapse. However, amidst the torrential storm, a white, beautiful figure strolled over leisurely. A surge of origin power spread out, and Yi Yuan's eyes went wide. Those dozens of unbelievably powerful attacks actually seemed to have grown eyes. Brus. Plussing past the two of them. Amidst the violent storm, it was only to see Cloud Neon point a finger. Terrifying soul force directly stabbed toward the soul race origin powerhouse that was coming head-on like a sharp sword. That origin powerhouse gave a miserable cry and directly turned to ashes. Origin powerhouses were actually not opponents that could last one exchange with her. Chapter 2958. Dream Recollection. Chapter 2958. Dream Recollection. How formidable! Yi Yuan was stunned by Cloud Neon's casual strike. Just earlier, he seemed to have been in a dream. In the dream, dozens of origin attacks completely scattered and disappeared. Those origin powerhouses all had confused looks too. Clearly, they did not know what had happened. It's the Cloud Dream Soul physique. Furthermore, she cultivated dream recollection. You all fell into her dream realm just now. It's impossible to hit her. Everyone leave. Leave this place to the two of us. You guys aren't her match. A figure landed. It was precisely the Chi Soul clan's Hegemon Realm powerhouse, Lu. When those origin powerhouses heart, they were all startled with fear. It's actually the legendary grade Cloud Dream Soul physique. It said that this soul physique isn't beneath the enshrouding Mist Soul physique. No wonder it's so formidable. Furthermore, she even cultivated the supreme soul canon, dream recollection. She's simply unmatched in the same rank. The Nirvanic Soul Clan is really going to be amazing. An imperishable soul physique and a Cloud Dream soul physique. Once these two steps into the realm of Hegemon, it will simply be our soul race's nightmare. Yi Yuan did not know about the Cloud Dream soul physique, but he was very clear about dream recollection. The soul race's three great sacred canons, divine emergence, dream recollection, and extinction. Each of them was powerful to the extreme soul race cultivation method. For the same of these three great soul canons, Chi and Nirvanic, two races, even once had a shocking war erupt before. In the end, the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered countless casualties. Progenitor Imperishable was seriously wounded before Tissy hang away these three great sacred canons from the hands of the Chi Soul Clan. Dream recollection, this sacred canon. What it recorded was the method to gain enlightenment on Tao with dreams, comprehending life in dreamland, comprehending heavenly Tao, and finally comprehending origin. Dreaming for 3,000 years, corroborating one's Tao, and gaining enlightenment on longevity. These three great sacred canons could be cultivated regardless by the Nirvanic Soul Clan or the Chi Soul Clan. But dream recollection, this cultivation method, was especially suited for the Cloud Dream Soul physique. The Nirvanic Soul Clan once had a peerless heavens chosen a peer before, who roamed the contemporary era unobstructed. At that time, he was reputed as the most promising existence to become a supreme hegemon. It was just that, sadly, he made an overly showy display of his ability, and he was plotted against by the Chi Soul Clan and ambushed. In order to kill him, the Chi Soul Clan did not hesitate to mobilize 3 hegemon realm powerhouses. They did not expect that many years later, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had another Cloud Dream Soul physique appear again. Lu looked at Cloud Neon and said with a light smile, "I didn't expect that the siege this time actually still had an unexpected discovery. Imperishable, that old thing. He really hid you too well." Cloud Neon still had an icy cold appearance, disliking to talk. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body started dissipating, turning into nothingness in the end. Cloud Neon was gone. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Are you kidding me? Abandoning me just like that?" Have you forgotten what you promised Hegemin Yutian? In just that instant, Yi Yuan could not perceive Cloud Nian's existence anymore. Hegemin Wujia was also stupefied, then immediately burst out laughing and said, "What bulls? H-I plus T Cloud Dream Soul Physique, more like it's called Fleeing Soul Physique, right? Kid, since that girly ran, you can go and die then." A streak of BL-OODY light flashed past. Yi Yuan felt like he was going to die. He was still too far away from Hegemin Realm. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul physique was immediately vaporized. Killing Yi Yuan in one blow, Wu Jia said smugly, "Originally, I thought that it would be somewhat troublesome. I didn't expect that it's so simple. What imperishable soul physique, Cloud Dream soul physique. All simply too weak to withstand a single blow." Lu smiled and said, "While these two great soul physiques are formidable, their strength is too weak. To the likes of us, they are merely ant-like existences. But if we allow them to grow unchecked, the consequences would be too terrible to contemplate. Since this side has already been settled, let's hurry over and help Lord Bloodmorn they all then. That side is of the utmost priority." Wu Jia nodded, and the two people turned around and left. Over at the other side, the battle of hegemons had already entered a white-hot stage. The likes of Yutian were all top powerhouses among hegemon realms. Their battle was virtually SMAs. H-I plussing the abyss apart. However, the Nirvanic Soul Clan indeed had greatly diminished combat power in the Sea of Evil. Plus, their numbers were not many, and signs of decline already appeared. With 3 races joining forces, the combat power was extraordinary. But right at this time, Lu's figure suddenly came to a stop, as if he was petrified. Wu Jia's brows furrowed, and he said, "Brother Lu, what's wrong?" Lu's expression changed, and he said, "Not good. We were duped. Brother Wu Jia, chase after them." Finished saying, he ignored Wu Jia, his figure turning around and immediately tearing across the air. Wu Jia had a confused look, not knowing what this Lu was going crazy over. But he still followed. "Brother Lu, what on earth happened?" Wu Jia caught up to Lu and could not resist asking, "We fell into that girl's dream realm just now." Lu said, "Dream realm? How is this possible? A mere Emperor Sakra Heaven can use dream realm to deceive the two of us at the same time? Let alone that there are so many peak hegemons fighting over there. How can it be what she, a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven, can simulate?" Wu Jia said in disapproval. Lu Daoyi had a solemn expression as he said, "Half awake and half dreaming. That is when it's the hardest to distinguish. H. Plus just now, she perfectly merged dreamland together with reality. Therefore, even if it's you and I, it's hard to detect too, if not for the dream realm dissipating just now, revealing a trace of extremely subtle undulation. Even if it's this seat, it's hard to detect it too. This girl's cloud dream soul physique has probably already Serpa S, said the Menglon of back then. Luckily, she's just Emperor Sakra Heaven. If she stepped into the realm of Hegemon, even if you and I died in the dreamland, it will be difficult to detect too." With this, Wu Jian was shocked. If what Lu said was true, then it was really too terrifying. The dream realm set up by an Emperor Sakra Heaven. He actually did not detect it in the slightest. "I really didn't expect that you, this woman, are icy cold, but you're actually so strong." Yi Yuan marveled. When he revived from the dead, Yi Yuan felt that it was magical. That kind of feeling was too real. The dreamland that this woman set up actually made 2 great hegemon realms unable to detect it in the least bit. Then she brought him away from under the 2 of their hands, unknown to GODS or ghosts. Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that his willpower was extremely strong. Plus, he had cultivated the divine emergence. Nothing could bewitch his mind. But this time he suck. You in bed. Dream is born from the heart. It's no idea how many levels higher than an illusory real. You're not facing my spell, but facing your own heart. Although you cultivate divine emergence, your strength is too low. Falling into the dreamland is also within reason. After you reach my realm, I naturally won't be able to waver your heart. Yi Yuan was surprised. This woman was actually explaining things to him, but thinking about it, he felt at ease too. His words saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, reducing this woman's enmity toward him. But this Cloud Dream Soul physique was really strong. Yi Yuan thought that Hegemin Yu Tian being apprehensive of Cloud Neon previously was because her background was strong, and she even had some connections to Hegemin Imperishable. But looking at it now, it was not necessarily so. Once this woman broke through to Hegemin realm, it was very likely that she could have Yu Tian's level of strength, coupled with her powerful soul physique as well as dream recollection. No matter how strong Yu Tian was, he probably could not do anything to Cloud Neon 2. The two people were extremely fast, looking as if they were about to fly out of the sea of evil. But right at this time, an azure and a red, two incredibly powerful attacks, suddenly tore across the air and arrived. Cloud Neon's 10,000-year unchanging face also changed drastically at this time. Her palm thrust out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out of the sea of evil involuntarily, while her aura skyrocketed, turning around to meet those two powerful attacks. Boom! Cloud Neon's soul body smashed heavily onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. Two figures appeared. Who could it be if not Wu Jia and Lu? Wu Jia smiled lightly and said, "It's still Brother Lu who's formidable," seeing through this girl's dream realm. Otherwise, the two of them would really have escaped. Chapter 2959 Mutual Destruction. Chapter 2959 Mutual Destruction. Lu looked at the heavily injured Cloud Neon and said with a smile, "You didn't expect that we saw through it so quickly, right? La S. Although you're extremely talented, you can never underestimate a Hegemin realm powerhouse." Cloud Neon had a frosty look as she said, "Your Chi Soul clan is asking a tiger for its skin. You'll ultimately taste the disastrous consequences." Wu Jia smiled and said, "That's just your one-sided Wisconsin H. Plus your Nirvanic Soul Clan claims to be of the same ancestry and root as the Soul race. But actually, the ones with the same ancestry and root are us. We're both chaos races. We're paramount existences. Our chaos races should rule the heavens in the first place. You all, these Nirvanic Soul Clan members, are merely some ghosts of small importance. What right do you all have to sit on equal footing as us?" Lu seemed to have seen through Cloud Neon's intention and said coolly, "Don't think about buying time. You know that a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if you let him escape for 2 hours, it will also be a matter of an instant for us to catch up to him. Hegemin realm powerhouses, shattering the barrier of heavens and crossing worlds, were a walk in the park. Catching up to a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was naturally effortless. Their auras had already locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could not escape at all. Suddenly, Wu Jia's and Lu's expressions changed. They actually lost the locking on Yi Yuan's aura. A hint of astonishment was revealed in the two persons' eyes. How could a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven possibly escape their aura locking? "Brother Wu Jia, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Leave this girlie to me," Lu said in a solemn voice. Wu Jia nodded his head. His figure moved, chasing out of the sea of evil. Lu's gaze turned cold, origin power blooming, charging over toward Cloud Neon. Facing Cloud Neon, even if Lu was an Hegemin realm powerhouse, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest too. It was because he knew that the Cloud Dream Soul physique back then killed a Hegemin under the besiegement of 3 great Hegemins. Therefore, he chose to sneak attack when Cloud Neon 2 people lowered their guard just now. Otherwise, for a dignified Hegemin realm powerhouse to actually sneak attacking an Emperor Soccer Heaven, he could not do it even if he was beaten to death. Too humiliating. But right now, Cloud Neon's injuries were extremely severe. It was much easier for him to deal with her. Cloud Neon's expression turned cold, dozens of origin power emerging from her body at once. Lu's pupils constricted, drawing a cold breath. 3,000 great Daos, it's born in dreams. Indeed, well deserving of being the Cloud Dream Soul Physique. You La S actually already comprehended so many origins. Looks like you want to comprehend 9 by 9. 81 origins, blasting open the door of eternal life in one stroke, reaching the ranks of peak hegemon. Impressive, truly impressive, but sadly you don't have the chance. Lu said with a loud laugh. Door of eternal life was not just a shackle. It was similarly a massive lucky chance. By opening the door of eternal life, the origin comprehended in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm would have a tremendous understanding, making one's strength have a qualitative leap. Therefore, many geniuses were not in a hurry to knock open the door of eternal life in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, but comprehending origin as much as possible. Because after entering Hegemon Realm, each origin comprehended would spend countless time. The origin that Emperor Sakra Heavens comprehended was like the end of a thread. The power was not strong, but the function of the door of eternal life was to pull this loose thread out, becoming a long rope. One could at most comprehend 81 origin powers in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. However, achieving 81 origin powers, it was just a legend. Those like Li Clear Cloud, who could comprehend 9 origins, were already extremely monstrous. But now, Cloud Neon poured out dozens of origins at once. It could be seen how strong she was. However, Lu was merely just shocked. That was all. The Chi Soul clan was born from chaos and had a natural understanding of origin. He, this hegemon realm, had already comprehended 10 origins, although in terms of quant. 1. He could not compare to Cloud Neon this kind of genius. But in terms of quality, he had an overwhelming advantage. Boom! Cloud Neon bore her heavy injuries and had a frontal confrontation with Lu. The two people each flew out backward. Lu was struck dumb with amazement, looking at Cloud Neon with a look of shock, full of disbelief. He, in Hegemon Realm, was actually evenly matched with Cloud Neon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Lu said in shock. Cloud Neon said in a cold voice, the strength of the Cloud Dream Soul Physique isn't what you can imagine. The Chi Soul clan boasts that you are a chaos race. Then how much do you understand? The two of you great hegemons, I'll naturally have some fear. But if it's just you alone, I might not lose to you. Lu said in rage, I don't believe that I can't take care of you, this little girl, today. Under his violent rage, an even stronger soul force released with a loud bang. Boom! 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 The hegemon level battle made even the void tremble. Although the scale of their fight could not compare to Yutian and the rest, it was also extremely fearsome. However, Lu discovered to his astonishment that Cloud Neon's strength was seriously too strong. He unleashed all of his abilities and could not defeat his opponent too. In a blink, he already sustained serious injuries. Of course, Cloud Neon was not much better than him. At this time, the final outcome would be mutual destruction. However, the more this was the case, the more Lu knew that he could not let Cloud Neon off. Otherwise, it would be a devastating blow to the Chi Soul clan. Hegemon Imperishable could not be killed. If Cloud Neon became a hegemon and appeared, then all of the Chi Soul clan's glory would be trampled underfoot. Hence, he started risking his life. Executing one move after another, he planned on draining Cloud Neon to death at the risk of his soul body being seriously injured. Boom! With another heaven-shocking move, Lu fell to the ground with a loud bang. His soul body was already extremely dim and not far from death anymore. However, seeing that Cloud Neon was similarly seriously injured and on the verge of death, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Her, you're finally still going to die, Lu said with a smile. Suddenly his pupils constricted, his eyes full of astonishment, because his opponent, Cloud Neon, actually changed. He blinked his eyes hard, wanting to prove that he had seen wrongly. But he discovered to his dismay that there was no mistake. Right now, the one lying opposite was not Cloud Neon, but Wu Jia. Lu shuddered. His feeble soul body actually started trembling. Ji got tricked. He actually fell into a dreamland again. Furthermore, he and Wu Jia actually fought until they were mutually defeated in the dreamland? And no way, right? When did he fall into a dream realm? Furthermore, this time he was already prepared. How could an exalted hegemon realm possibly fall so deep into a dream realm and not detect it in the slightest too? Lu felt his entire body turned icy cold. This cloud dream soul physique, coupled with the dream recollection, were really too terrifying. Two great hegemons actually fought until they were seriously injured on the verge of death before suddenly waking up from the dream. Why is it you? How can it be you? This is impossible. Who I was fighting against was clearly that boy. Not far away, Wu Jia's unwilling angry roar also came over. At this time, two figures appeared quietly. Lu's pupils constricted. These two people were precisely Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon. It was just that Cloud Neon's soul body was currently faint. Clearly, she had sustained heavy wounds too. However, it was merely just being heavily wounded. She was not in danger of dying. But he and Wu Jia were different. It was effortless for Cloud Neon to kill the two of them now. It was over. Completely over. How could this be? Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. Chapter 2960. Failing on the verge of complete success. I didn't expect that executing divine emergence and dream recollection at the same time would actually be so powerful. Yi Yuan looked at the two great hegemons, who were seriously injured on the verge of death, and had a rueful look too. Just now, at the critical moment, the two people instinctively used divine emergence and dream recollection. The two people's soul forces integrated together and actually unleashed an effect that far surpassed said the two people's strength. It was also that Cloud Neon's reaction was extremely fast. She made use of the favorable situation to push matters through with little effort, dragging the two of them into a dreamland along with the two great hegemons' attacks. These two great hegemons were actually completely unaware. However, Cloud Neon being seriously injured was real, and this was also the lure that activated the dream realm. In that moment, the dreamland completely erupted, and the two great hegemons caught deeply in it. The two great hegemons fell into the dream realm and thought that their opponent was Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, but it was simply the other party. All the way until the two people suffered mutual defeat. It seemed simple, but to make two great hegemon realm powerhouses fight all the way until impending death before breaking away from the dream realm, that was virtually unimaginable. This was especially true, considering that it was also under the circumstances that Lu was on the alert. Although Yi Yuan's divine emergence was weak, his soul force was like a catalyst, strengthening the dreamland countless times when it encountered Cloud Neon's dream recollection. Cloud Neon's dream realm was extremely powerful to begin with. When there was this catalyzing effect, even two great hegemons fell for the trick unknowingly. It's not just due to these two great sacred cannons. Just now, the two of our soul forces actually produced a resonance. This is the most important thing, Cloud Neon said, recalling that miraculous feeling just now. Yi Yuan could not help nodding. At that moment earlier, his soul force and Cloud Neon's soul force actually produced a resonant effect. It was not just Cloud Neon. His soul force skyrocketed too. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Hearing these two people's words, the two great hegemons only felt that they had died so unjustly. Soul force resonance. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Something that made no sense actually tricked two great hegemons to death. One had to know that even though the two of them were far from being strong, there were not weaklings among hegemon realms too. Both Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon did not expect that they would actually suck. You and be just like that. Cloud Neon did not give these two people a chance, directly making a move, killing the two great hegemons. Two great hegemon realm powerhouses died at the hands of two juniors, just like that. All right, you can go, Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You want to go back? Cloud Neon nodded and said, Lord W. A. N. Jining's kindness towards me is as weighty as a mountain. I can't watch him die. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'm going to save Progenitor, Imperishable. Do you want to come along? Cloud Neon gave him a glance, being rather surprised, and she said, Progenitor Imperishable is being besieged by 3 great supreme hegemons. With your bit of strength, going will be courting death too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That might not be the case. If the 3 of them want to trap Progenitor Imperishable, they will definitely have to pay an immense price. After coming out of the 7-colored peg. Oh, duh, I can feel that Progenitor Imperishable is very strong. Extremely strong. Perhaps we have an opportunity to exploit. Cloud Neon frowned and said, This has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to go and save Progenitor Imperishable? Yi Yuan said, Haven't you always been curious about what my objective is? Actually, my objective is Progenitor Imperishable. I need the purple ripple umbrella. Why? Cloud Neon was incomparably surprised in her heart. This journey was too dangerous. One had to know that the ones besieging Progenitor Imperishable were 3 of the 33 heavens' topmost existences. Even if there was really an opportunity to exploit, they could huff you to death with a puff of breath. This fellow actually dared to go. Yi Yuan said coolly, Talk about it again on the way. If we still don't go, we won't be able to leave anymore. Now is the best time to go and save Progenitor Imperishable. If the 3 great forces discover that this can't be done, they might gather all of their forces to deal with Progenitor Imperishable. At that time, wanting to save him will be as hard as ascending to heaven. Go. Cloud Neon made a prompt decision. For hours later, several figures tore across SPAC and arrived. The person in front was precisely Bloodmorn. His expression was very ugly. The plan completely failed. Although the Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it did not hurt their foundation. Of the 5 great regions' leaders, only North Soul region's hegemon died. Although Yu Tian W. A. N. Jining and the rest suffered serious injuries, they killed their way out of the encirclement in the end. Of the 10 great hegemons, they only held 3 behind. The other 7 all escaped. Bloodmorn was currently bringing people to hunt Yu Tian down. On the one hand, it was because Yi Yuan's words gave them fighting spirit. On the other hand, it was also Yi Yuan 2 people's appearance that scattered their fighting power. What was even more Nabal was that 4 hours had passed, and Wu Jia and Lu actually still had not returned. Suddenly, Bloodmorn's figure stopped, and he said, Stop! Beside him, another blood race hegemon's expression changed, and he said, Lord Bloodmorn, this is Wu Jia's aura. There's also the Qi Soul Clan's Lu. Bloodmorn's expression was heavy, and he nodded his head. As a peak hegemon, his perception was extremely acute. Upon arriving here, he felt a wisp of aura, which was left behind by Wu Jia and Lu. They had just died. The aura of origin had not dissipated yet. Tumultuous waves were set off in Bloodmorn's heart. 2 great hegemons chased after an origin Emperor Sakra Heaven, an Emperor Cloud Heaven, and they actually all died? How is this possible? They actually all died. That hegemon cried out in alarm. 2 hegemons died at once. This was absolutely a major shocking thing. Each hegemon was extremely precious. Counting the 2 hegemons that died during the besiegement, they had 4 hegemons die at once in this battle. This mortality rate was actually even greater than that of the Nirvanic Soul Clans. Wu Jia 2 people's demise also made this besiegement battle become a complete and utter joke. 3 factions mobilized 23 hegemons. The casualty was actually even higher than the Nirvanic Soul Clan that was caught off guard. If the 3 great supreme hegemons knew about it, they would probably fly into a thunderous rage. What? Hegemon Wujia and Hegemon Lu actually both fell? How is this possible? That Cloud Dream Soul physique is actually so strong. She's just Origin Emperor Soccer Heaven, and she could actually kill 2 hegemons already? Really D.A.M. and it. Our battle was a complete failure. When those Origin powerhouses heard the exclamations of the hegemons, each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the battle situation would actually turn out like this. Bloodmorn shook his head and said, "Although that La S is formidable, it's absolutely impossible to kill Wu Jia they all. Something that we don't know must have happened during this. It's just that no matter what, things are already very serious now. Putting aside Yu Tian they all, 1 Cloud Dream Soul physique, 1 Imperishable Soul physique. These 2 juniors are too dangerous." The others felt the same too. No matter what had transpired, 2 great hegemons had indeed died. Even if the war had been fought until now, not many hegemon realms had died too. But today, so many had actually fallen all at once. What worried Bloodmorn the most was still Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. No matter what, they already had the means to kill hegemon realms. This was terrifying. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Chapter 2961, A Small Lake. Imperishable Soul Domain, Central Soul Region. A group of remnant troops gathered together, their expressions very heavy. Several peak hegemons all had faint soul bodies at this time, close to dissipating. In order to escape, they paid a terrible price too. North Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Wu Win, held back 3 hegemons by himself in order to cover the other people's departure and died on the spot. At this time, the atmosphere in the Central Soul Region's main hall was depressed to the extreme. Old Ghost Yu Tian still hasn't come back until now. It's likely fraught with grim possibilities. South Soul Region's ancestor, Hegemon Jizhen, said with a heavy look. Sigh, old Ghost Wuwen is gone just like that. Old Ghost Yu Tian's and progenitor Imperishable's life and death are unknown. Our Nirvanic Soul Clan has really encountered a huge crisis this time. If old Ghost Yu Tian is dead too, then the 3 of us really won't know what to do. West Soul Region's old woman, Hegemon Shimian, was in dejection. Ancestor W. A. N. Jining did not say a word, but his expression was similarly heavy. Suddenly the void trembled, and a figure fell with a loud bang. Old Ghost Yu Tian! When the 3 hegemons saw the arrival, they could not help being overjoyed. This figure that fell was precisely Hegemon Yu Tian, who returned with heavy injuries. The current Hegemon Yu Tian was very miserable. His soul body was incomplete. Saying that it was a remnant soul was also not overboard. Old Ghost Yu Tian, are you all right? Hegemon Jijin asked in concern. But no dismay could be seen on Hegemon Yu Tian's face at all. Instead, he had an excited look. Jijin few people exchanged glances, wondering to themselves if this old thing was beaten silly. We're already miserable until like this, and you're still in the mood to smile. I'm fine. I won't die. Ha ha ha. Satisfying. Yu Tian said with a loud laugh. The 3 people had baffled faces, not knowing what this guy was being happy about. Old Ghost Wu Wen was already dead, and everyone sustained serious injuries. Shouldn't you be a little pessimistic? Old Ghost Yu Tian, were you beaten silly? Our Nirvanic Soul Clan suffered our greatest crisis in history. You're actually still in the mood to laugh? Shimian said with a livid face. Yu Tian smiled and said, Why can't your father laugh? Bloodmorn. June E. These few D.A.M. N things exhausted all of their brain power, wanting to round us up in one fell swoop. In the end, they suffered a double loss. Their casualties are even more disastrous than ours. Tell me, Should your father laugh or not? Those three old things expended G. Oh, D knows how great a price for the sake of the setup this time. Now it has all been for naught. Tell me, should your father laugh or not? Ha ha ha! The three people exchanged glances, feeling baffled again. They were certain that this guy was beaten silly. Enough! Stop laughing. Old Ghost Wu Wen is already dead. Which eye of yours saw that their casualties are worse than ours? Shi Mian reproached. Yu Tian chuckled and said, we had a peak hegemon die. They had one die too. But those two who hunted Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon down are both dead. Tell me, does your father feel great or not? Regarding this battle, Yu Tian was stifled badly. Three great races joined forces to deal with the Nirvanic Soul Clan. It was too hidden, too despicable. It made Yu Tian keep on holding his anger in his heart. But when he passed south said by the place where Wu Jia and Lu died, he felt it. But at that time, Bloodmorn was pursuing, closely behind. He did not dare to stay either. But at that time he felt frustration being given vent in his heart. Now he escaped with his life. He could not resist any more and burst out laughing. But when Shi Mian, three people heard this, they did not laugh but had doubtful faces. You're sure that those two are both dead? W.A.N. Jining said with a frown. He also felt that Yu Tian was beaten silly. How could two little brats possibly kill two great hegemons? Yu Tian's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, do you all really take your father to be stupid? The fall of a hegemon, the origin undulation, is so intense. Can your father not sense it? Those two have indeed died. If not for Bloodmorn, that old thing, stopping to investigate back then, your father really might not have been able to escape back. With these, the three people were shocked. How is this possible? W.A.N. Jining said. Yu Tian snorted coldly and said, although I don't know what's going on either, it's true that those two hegemons are dead. Plus, with the two that were killed by us, they have lost a total of 4 hegemons. In this battle, we gained a huge advantage. With 2 great hegemons dying, this matter can't be concealed. News will transmit over very quickly. At that time, you guys will know. W.A.N. Jining, 3 people felt that it was too inconceivable. This kind of exterminating besiegement. It was actually their side that gained the advantage. If it was really as Yu Tian said, then they really should be laughing out loud. Before long, this great battle shook the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven. 3 great races actually joined hands to deal with the imperishable soul domain. This news was earth-shattering. But what shocked people even more was that 3 races besieged the Nirvanic Soul Clan's hegemons, and their casualties were actually even more than the Nirvanic Soul Clan. For some time, the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven was shocked. It's here. The aura of the enshrouding mist soul physique disappeared in this small lake. If my guesses are correct, progenitor imperishable should have entered the lake. Yi Yuan pointed at a lake in front and said, he and Cloud Neon had been tracking all the way, arriving at the small lake after spending a month's time. This lake was situated in the Chi Soul Clan's hinterland. It looked very summing. Cloud Neon frowned and said, you're sure? You're not lying to me? There are no traces of any battle at all here. For hegemon realms, especially the battle between supreme hegemons, their battles were absolutely heaven-shocking. If progenitor imperishable was really here, it was impossible for her not to feel it at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, your Cloud Dream Soul physique is extremely formidable, but this person who laid down the camouflage, their formation Tao attainments has already reached the acme of perfection. It's very normal that you can't tell. Cloud Neon was somewhat angry. This guy was clearly just an Emperor Cloud Heaven, but his KY appearance really set people off. However, she really could not tell that there was any camouflage here. You're saying that there's someone guarding here? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, just one person. But with this one holding down the fort, they can probably withstand 100 by themselves. I didn't expect that a human hegemon would actually dare to be a lackey. Although Cloud Neon thought otherwise, she also knew that the matter was of utmost importance. While she could not figure the situation out, she still decided to trust Yi Yuan. Otherwise, once any accident arose, the two of their small lives would be finished too. Then what should we do now? Cloud Neon said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if the two of us join hands, so what even if it's a hegemon? You execute your dream realm and cover this lake. We'll swagger our way in. Hence, a dreamland quietly covered the lake, and the two people fumbled their way over quietly. Cloud Neon discovered to her surprise that the trail that Yi Yuan took was extremely strange. Sometimes it would be forward. Other times he would step back, going round and round like walking through a maze. Suddenly, Cloud Neon's pupils constricted. An old man was sitting quietly on the surface of the lake, just like that, with his eyes shut. Hegemon powerhouse. Prior to this, she actually did not detect at all. Cloud Neon knew that Yi Yuan was right in the end. In this inconspicuous place, to let a hegemon set up a camouflage and guard the area, this place must be very fishy. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. Chapter 2962, Chaotic Origins. It's actually him. This guy actually sought refuge with the blood race too. Looks like our Nirvanic Soul clan is really surrounded by enemies on all fronts. You know him. He's the human race's hegemon Inkcloud. His strength isn't beneath that hegemon Lu. Especially in Formation Dao, he has already reached the acme of perfection. Oh, actually you don't need to be anxious either. After you enter hegemon realm, you can match 10 hegemon realms. You look. You're standing in front of him right now, and he can't even see you? In the dream realm, Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan were currently talking opposite of Hegemon Inkcloud, but Hegemon Inkcloud was oblivious. This Hegemon Inkcloud strength was very strong, but Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, two people joining forces, had entrapped two great hegemons to death. He was no big deal. Of course, if they wanted to kill Hegemon Inkcloud, it could not be done. Dreamland was born from the heart. Cloud Neon being able to entrap Wu Jia and Lu to death. It was by exploiting their desire to kill them, making the two people kill each other and die. Making them kill themselves on their own, that was impossible. If hegemons were so easy to kill, then they would be worthless too. But it was also precisely because of this that even those hegemons felt that it was inconceivable. All right, let's go down. Hegemon Imperishable should have entered another SPAC, and the entrance is right below this lake, Yi Yuan said. Cloud Neon nodded and sank to the bottom of the lake together with Yi Yuan. The lake was not large, but it was very deep. Not long after the two people sank to the bottom of the lake, a CLUS of gloomy light was very eye-catching. Clearly, this was the entrance to another SPAC. Entering the spatial PA-S Sageway, the scenery before the two people's eyes suddenly changed. A desolate slaughter atmosphere hit them head-on. Cloud Neon's and Yi Yuan's expressions changed wildly, their soul bodies virtually going to be torn to shreds by the wild gale here. What a terrifying place. This place should be an ancient battlefield. Furthermore, the origin powerhouses who died will probably have to be counted in millions. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath and said, this place was completely a savage battlefield of origin powerhouses. On the battlefield, there were utterly disorderly origins everywhere, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was as if they were still fighting. If ordinary people came here, just the chaotic origins were sufficient to reduce them to ashes. Fortunately, Yi Yuan two people's soul bodies were different from the rest. That was how they barely managed to hold out. By the side, Cloud Neon suddenly said, Yi Yuan, I seem to have comprehended. Yi Yuan was stupefied. Turning around to look, he discovered that Cloud Neon's soul body was actually dissipating. His gaze could not help turning intent, immediately understanding something. The Cloud Dream Soul Physique and Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique was born from chaos and could transform into myriad Tao. And the Cloud Dream Soul Physique belonged to nothingness, feeling the growth of myriad Tao with dreamland. These two great soul bodies had a natural advantage in the comprehension of origin. There were countless chaotic origins here. It was simply a paradise for gaining enlightenment on Tao to their two soul physiques. Cloud Neon's realm had long already reached the grand completion realm of Emperor, Sacred Heaven. The origins that she gained enlightenment on had already reached as many as several dozen too. Now this opportunity to break through arrived. However, Yi Yuan also understood that this was a lucky chance, and there was also tremendous danger. There were tens of millions of disorderly origins here. The strength of the origins was not uniform. Many similar origins had different directions of comprehension too. A single misstep and one would be lost in it. The current situation was somewhat like the lucid forest. It was just that this place was full of origins. Compared to the lucid forest, this place was much higher level. Furthermore, the lucid forest was actually within the scope of rules. But there were no rules here. It was completely a chaotic land. Cloud Neon already entered the state of sudden epiphany, virtually without needing to deliberately comprehend. Yi Yuan thought about it, but still did not wake Cloud Neon up. This was her lucky chance. Life and death. It was controlled by and up to her. He did not have the right to interfere. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Yuan walked forward. The further he walked, the more difficult it became for Yi Yuan to extricate himself. One origin after another seemed to drill into his own soul. That sort of temptation was simply without equal. That was the allure of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Gaining enlightenment on Tao here, he could climb to the summit and become the strongest hegemon in this world. Hegemon, imperishable, might be nothing more than this too. Yi Yuan's eyes became more and more dazed. His soul body also completely transformed into the enshrouding mist soul physique. The enshrouding mist soul physique already left his control, deriving all kinds of origin power on its own. Under such an environment, the temptation was simply fatal to the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan discovered that his own consciousness had started to blur. D-A-M-N. My soul physique isn't strong enough yet. This place is the enshrouding mist soul physique's paradise, but not my paradise. At this rate, my consciousness is going to be completely wiped out, becoming a part of these countless chaotic origins. Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety. He was very clear that currently he was already at the most dangerous moment. But he had no way of reversing the situation. His soul body was completely out of control. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually suddenly fall into danger. This state was like the common saying that a feeble body could not take tonics. His strength, his soul body, was simply not capable of enduring such terrifying origin power. But his soul body was still absorbing it in spite of himself. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, for powerful forces were entangled together. These four powers seemed to have already reached a delicate balance, appearing very calm. These four people were naturally four great supreme hegemons. Ha! Two babies who haven't even reached hegemon realm actually barged into the G-O-D bewildering battlefield. Inkcloud, that brat is really a good for nothing. Furthermore, it's actually the Cloud Dream Soul Physique and the real imperishable Soul Physique. Old Ghost Imperishable, with this you have a successor. A sinister and charming voice came from the void. This void came from Hegemon, evil dragon of the abyss. Humph! Progenitor Imperishable snorted coldly. He knew that this evil dragon was intentionally making digs at him. However, he was also extremely surprised in his heart. In this period of time that he was not around, the Nirvanic Soul Clan actually had a second, imperishable soul physique appear. This was the real enshrouding mist soul physique. As a supreme hegemon, he could naturally sense it. That lass with the cloud dream soul physique is still all right. She might still have a slight chance of survival, but that enshrouding mist soul physique brat is somewhat overestimating his own ability. You look. His consciousness is about to dissipate right away. This place is one of the battlefields where all the heavens annihilated the labyrinth divine palace back then. The origin powerhouses who died reached as high as 1,000,000. The likes of him, a measly little emperor cloud heaven, actually dared to enter this place too. Hegemon, heavenly soul, said with a snicker. Old ghost imperishable, these two babies are clearly here to save you. Looks like this enshrouding mist soul physique still sense the origin that you left behind. It's just that the Nirvanic soul clan actually sent these two little fellows over. I reckon that you Tion, those few brats have already died out. Do you still want to continue struggling? The one speaking was Hegemon Bloodsong. Hegemon Imperishable snorted coldly and said, The three of you exhausted every power of your mind. But what can you do to me? At most, the four of us perish together. Do you really think that my Tlea of Imperishable is called in vain? Chapter 2963 Hegemon Imperishable's Requiem. Chapter 2963 Hegemon Imperishable's Requiem. Old ghost imperishable, you don't need to be unruly with us either. Your strength has indeed exceeded our imaginations, but reaching our realm, you're not willing to die just like that either, right? If you really had this determination, you also wouldn't be dawdling with us here. With regards to Hegemon Imperishable's threat, Hegemon Evil Dragon just laughed disdainfully. Although the present situation was far beyond their expectations, and, body could hide their thoughts from anyone. Reaching this level of realm, no one was a fool. Hegemon Imperishable just snorted coldly. Clearly, he had tacitly acknowledged Evil Dragon's statement. Moreover, we're not here to kill you either. As long as you're trapped here, that's enough. After those descendants of yours have died out, we can let you out too, Hegemon Bloodsong said with a laugh, looking like he had cornered Hegemon Imperishable. Amen? That kid's strength is too weak. His consciousness is already almost dissipating, Heavenly Soul said. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's consciousness was already disorderly and confused. Once his consciousness dispersed, the soul body would be a masterless object, and one would be considered to be completely dead. It was just that Yi Yuan's residual consciousness still had a strong reluctance. The purple ripple umbrella is already right before my eyes. I can save Ling Xue right away. How can I die just like this? No way. I can't die. Absolutely not. This intense unwillingness made his consciousness still remain there. Even if it was just an insignificant trace, it was like a feeble spark, stubbornly not dissipating. Saving Mu Ling Xue, this breath had already supported him until now. He was absolutely not willing to give up now. 2 hours for hours. In a blink of an eye, a day Pa said. The four great hegemons all thought that Yi Yuan was already dead for sure, but he actually held on stubbornly just like that. With this, the four great hegemons were shocked. The four of them mutually restrained each other and were bored out of their minds. Yi Yuan and Cloud Neon's arrival brought them a trace of fun. Therefore, their attention was placed on these two people, very naturally. Compared to Cloud Neon, Yi Yuan was naturally a little more worth paying attention to. It was because he was about to die right away. This boy has such a powerful will. Like this, and he's still not dead. Hegemon Evil Dragon marveled. This seat wants to see just how long this kid can last, Bloodsong said. Heavenly Soul smiled and said, it's boring too. Why don't we bet how long this boy can last? Evil Dragon laughed and said, good idea. This boy's willpower is indeed very strong. This seat bets that he can last 10 days. Bloodsong also smiled and said, I'll bet 15 days. But Heavenly Soul smiled and said, There are a million origins here. This kid is like a drop of water that fell into the sea. How long more can he last? In the end, he can only be assimilated. I bet that he absolutely can't last 3 days. Old ghost imperishable. You're of the imperishable soul physique too. What do you think? The one who understood the imperishable soul physique best was naturally Hegemen imperishable. Hegemen imperishable was silent for a while and said, 3 months. The moment these words came out, the 3 great hegemons all burst out laughing. Clearly this was a joke. Although you're of the imperishable supreme hegemon, don't treat us, these supreme hegemons, as morons either. Like this he could last 3 months? Old ghost imperishable. Do you feel that it's very boring now and you're teasing the few of us? Heavenly Soul could not help laughing as he said, forget about this boy. Even if it's this seat back then, under this sort of environment, I can't last a month too. You're actually saying that this boy can last 3 months? Hegemon Bloodsong laughed, in spite of himself. In this place, there's not a trace of other variables. His consciousness is already close to disappearing. If he can last 3 months, this seat will pluck my head off for you to kick. Hegemon Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Hegemon Imperishable gave him a glance and said coolly, then be prepared to pluck your head off. Finished saying, he shut up and stopped talking. Regarding Yi Yuan, this second true, imperishable soul physique, Hegemon Imperishable naturally paid great attention. He seemed to have seen himself back then from Yi Yuan. Not the imperishable soul physique, but the person. That sort of unwillingness to be outdone by others. That sort of stubborn unyieldingness, he saw it from Yi Yuan. Back then, in order to lead the Nirvanic Soul Clan to rise, he challenged the entire Chi Soul Clan with his power alone. That sort of difficulty was absolutely yellow level. How many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many ups and downs he had? He relied on his Astonies. Plussing willpower to pull through. But as an enshrouding mist soul physique, he knew Yi Yuan too well. Without something that could influence the situation, it was impossible for him to pull through. Yi Yuan came to the wrong place. If Yi Yuan entered at Origin Realm, this place would definitely be a paradise. But he was currently too weak. Right now, this bewildering battlefield was the nightmare of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Therefore, he felt that 3 months was the limit. Very soon, 3 days Pa-S said. The first to get slapped was Hegemon, Heavenly Soul. Heavenly Soul's expression was very ugly as he said in a solemn voice, this brat is really a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. What's the point of holding on like this? Hegemon Imperishable smiled coldly and said, hence, that's why you, this idiot, would be Serpa. Said by this seat. Hegemon Heavenly Soul's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, Imperishable, you're courting death. Hegemon Imperishable was indifferent and said coolly, is that so? If you want to perish together, bring it on. Hegemon Heavenly Soul gave a cold snort and stopped talking. When Hegemon Imperishable was body, he was already a supreme Hegemon. But countless years had Pa-S said, and Hegemon Imperishable strength had already Serpa. Said him, got to admit, this sort of thing was very disgraceful. If not because the Chi Soul Clan still had a Hegemon Samsara, they would really be completely suppressed by the Nirvanic Soul Clan. It was just that Hegemon Samsara's status was transcendent, traveling the myriad worlds. He did not ask about the soul race's affairs at all. If not for this existence, Hegemon Heavenly Soul would have long been unable to suppress the Nirvanic Soul Clan. 10 days later, Hegemon Evil Dragon was slapped in the face. This boy is also too monstrous, right? Does he feel that he can really go against the heavens? Evil Dragon said somewhat glumly. Later on, after 15 days, Hegemon Bloodsong was slapped too. This boy actually really survived for 15 days. How is this possible? forcibly hold on like this doesn't have any meaning at all. It's absolutely impossible for him to survive. Bloodsong shook his head and said with a sigh, Time pass, said day by day, 15 days, 20 days, a month. 3 months were up. This time, even Hegemon Imperishable was slapped in the face too, because Yi Yuan lasted 3 months. With this, the 4 great supreme hegemons were really shocked. Just what kind of unfulfilled wishes does this boy have? Hanging on with this one breath, is he going to hold on until heaven and earth turn old? Her, old ghost imperishable, looks like you've miscalculated too. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with a laugh. Hegemon Imperishable let out a sigh and said, Young man, give up. It's too hard for you to hold on like this. There's no meaning. Hegemon Imperishable's words carried a requiem effect, directly reaching Yi Yuan's last trace of consciousness. But he completely did not expect that his one sentence was like throwing a bunch of withered GRASS on the spark. Instantly, the spark reignited. Chapter 2964. Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. Chapter 2964. Blessing in the Disguise of Misfortune. These hegemons were all clear that being able to hang on with one breath and not die, there must be some unfulfilled wishes. Just like mortals, when lying in a coma, if they had any unfulfilled wishes, they would refuse to shut their eyes no matter what. Hegemon Imperishable knew that the current Yi Yuan was in far too much hards. HI+P. Therefore, this requiem was to help him be free. But the one who spoke was him, Hegemon Imperishable. The perception between enshrouding mist soul physiques was completely ignited at this moment. Hegemon Imperishable's voice was hope to Yi Yuan. Actually, the current Yi Yuan already had little consciousness. But Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique was like a clap of thunder, exploding in his last strand of consciousness. What was his obsession? Wasn't it to meet Hegemon Imperishable and borrow the purple ripple umbrella? The resonance between enshrouding mist soul physiques made the Yi Yuan, who was in the chaos, instantly find the lighthouse, finding the direction home. The 4 great supreme hegemons were all struck senseless. What's going on here? Old ghost Imperishable, what kind of trickery did you do? This kid actually came back to life again. Hegemon Evil Dragon said with shock all over his face. Hegemon Imperishable himself also had a stunned look and said, This seat didn't do anything. I just saw that he was in too much suffering and let him be free with a requiem sound. I don't know what's going on either. While Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a strange look, Really seeing ghosts? You helped to appease his soul. Not only was he not freed, his consciousness became increasingly stronger instead. Amen? He's starting to control the enshrouding mist soul physique. His enshrouding mist soul physique unconsciously comprehended origins in so many origins. Origin seeds have probably already been planted in his soul body. When his realm is reached, these origin seeds will take root and germinate. This was simply a civ lucky chance for him. When speaking, Hegemon Evil Dragon was even somewhat jealous. Yi Yuan's situation, if he died, everything was naturally over. But not dying, then the benefits would be unimaginable to him. The enshrouding mist soul physique was born from chaos to begin with. It was extremely sensitive to origins. Under a conscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was limited by individual talent, and the comprehension would be limited in the end. But under an unconscious state, the enshrouding mist soul physique was completely comprehending origins on instinct. Finally, Yi Yuan's soul body condensed and formed again. He also felt his own soul body's chances. Inside this enshrouding mist soul physique, there seemed to be many origin powers that appeared correct but were really wrong. His realm had not reached yet. This response was very blurry, but he knew that the power of each origin was extremely precious. Origins could not be comprehended because you wanted to? For a great Tao, Only by cultivating the power of rules to the realm of grand completion could one have the chance to comprehend origin. Yi Yuan's Tao was not yet perfect. He did not have too clear an understanding of these origin powers, but the enshrouding mist soul physique recorded the sensations of these origins in his body. Yi Yuan could find the direction of great Tao by following these sensations. This was equivalent to saying that each great Tao had a beacon light. To Yi Yuan, cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. I didn't expect that I actually had a blessing come to me in the disguise of misfortune. Hegemin, imperishable, wanted to help me be free, but he didn't expect that it would actually let me grab the last strand of life-saving straw. The matters of the world are indeed hard to predict, Yi Yuan said ruefully. He knew how dangerous his previous state was. If it was anyone else, it would have been impossible to reawaken his consciousness to. Converging his mind, Yi Yuan did not remain anymore and continued deeper in. The surrounding origins became more and more, but it was already inconsequential to Yi Yuan. His realm was limited, and the enshrouding mist soul physique was already satiated. It was impossible to absorb more origins. Following the direction of Hegemin Imperishable's voice, Yi Yuan chased after. Along the way, there were scenes of desolation. Clearly, the four great supreme hegemons had experienced an extremely horrifying battle. Interesting. This boy really came over to find you. He came in together with that girl. It's probably for the sake of you, old ghost imperishable, right? A human brat. Wonder what goal he has, Hegemin Evil Dragon said with a strange laugh. Yi Yuan's paltry cultivation realm naturally could not deceive these supreme hegemons. Actually, as soon as he entered the D bewildering battlefield, the four great hegemons could see through it. Therefore, with regards to Yi Yuan's life and death, they all did not care too much, inclusive of Hegemin Imperishable. After he comes, wouldn't we know then? Hegemin Imperishable said coolly. Along the way, he did not encounter any dangers. Whatever danger was gone after the four great supreme hegemons battle too. Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and saw a blue-colored giant dragon hovering at the horizon, an enormous blood lake, and also a big and tall celestial deity. But these three were bogged down in a maw. S of enshrouding mist. Without a doubt, these were the four great supreme hegemons. However, Yi Yuan saw a large purple umbrella in this region of mist. The purple-colored halo emitted by that large umbrella made the misty air H-I plus any purple. When Yi Yuan saw it, his entire body could not help trembling. There was no doubt that it was the purple ripple umbrella. Human brat, don't tell this seat that you're here to save old ghost imperishable, Evil Dragon said with a smile that was not a smile. Having his ident. 1. Tie be seen through. Yuan was not surprised and said with a nod, what Senior said is right. I'm here to save Hegemin Imperishable. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Just based on your bit of strength, it's still far lacking. Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. To the four great supreme hegemons, Yi Yuan was just a little bug. Puff a breath of air and he would be gone. But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Seniors, let it go. Your plan has already completely failed. The moment these words came out, the three people stiffened up noticeably. Bloodsong smiled coldly and said, a mere Emperor Cloud Heaven also dares to engage in wild talks in front of this seat. Do you not believe that this seat will exterminate you right now? I don't believe it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Hegemin Bloodsong, if you had this ability, would you still talk rubbish with an ant like me here? Therefore, the three of you can only take a beating from me now. The Tlea of Supreme Hegemin was indeed scary, but it would also depend on who you were scaring. It looked like these three people were seemingly joining hands to deal with Hegemin Imperishable currently. Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen through. These four people had reached a delicate balance. Whoever broke this equilibrium, the outcome would definitely be very miserable. At this point, the only way was for the four people to pull back at the same time. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan said it, the expressions of the three great hegemons became ugly to the extreme. A little bug actually dared to swagger and BLU's tur in front of them. I really underestimated you, this brat. Pretty good eyesight. But do you think that based on your strength, you can cause any harm to us? Evil Dragon said disdainfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Maybe I can. Evil Dragon laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha, then you come and try it. See if you can scratch your Lord Dragon's itch. Amen, you wait for a moment. Yi Yuan nodded his head in earnest, but he cast Evil Dragon to one side and said to Hegemon Imperishable, Hegemon Imperishable, I want to borrow the Purple Ripple umbrella. Chapter 2965, Meathead. Chapter 2965, Meathead. Evil Dragon was ticked off. He was actually being ignored. Hegemon Evil Dragon, was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was a hegemon powerhouse and had always been standing at the apex of all the heavens. Today, he was actually being underestimated like this by an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Wait a moment. What was called wait a moment? Could you freaking give me, this supreme hegemon, a little respect? Hegemon Imperishable was shocked too. This boy asked for the Purple Ripple umbrella the moment he opened his mouth. Could it be that he did not know what the Purple Ripple umbrella meant to him? Impudent thing. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely use the fire of Evil Dragon to burn you for 9,999 years, casting you into eternal damnation. Evil Dragon said with a furious roar. Yi Yuan ignored him, but stared at Hegemon Imperishable and said, I saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan, resolving their three races' besiegement against Hegemon Utian they all. Now, I'll help you to get out and heavily wound the three of them. I wonder if these two favors are enough or not. Before Hegemon Imperishable spoke, Hegemon Heavenly Soul smiled coldly and said, Little fellow, before you talk big, can you look at the target first or not? You, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, can disrupt the All-Encompa. Singnet that our three races joined hands to lay down? Dozens of hegemons are there. A sneeze from each person, and you won't even have residue remaining. You're insulting old Ghost Imperishable's intellect by saying this. Hegemon Imperishable said coolly, wanting to let me believe you. You have to display your strength first. What you said is indeed too exaggerated. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said, the four great hegemons did not believe a word. Forget about Yi Yuan. Even if an ordinary hegemon realm was standing here, they would not even believe it. A war that engulfed four great races, a battle that involved dozens of hegemons. How could it be what you, a puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven, could influence? Hegemon Imperishable's meaning was very clear. Want to make me believe. Eradicate the three of them before talking. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, You swear a heavenly Tao oath right now. I only need the Purple Ripple umbrella for 3 months. Otherwise, I can only cripple the four of you thoroughly, then force you to hand over the Purple Ripple umbrella. These words were arrogant to the extreme. In the 33 heavens, someone who dared to say such words to these four people up front probably had not been born yet. Yet Yi Yuan dared to say it. However, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will too. He saw through that Hegemon Imperishable was extremely vigilant toward him. This kind of existence, joy and anger were unpredictable. If he refused to hand over the Purple Ripple umbrella, even if he saved him, he might kill him afterward. The Purple Ripple umbrella was too important to Hegemon Imperishable. This item, even if it was someone closest to him, he probably would not lend it out either. The reason why he could fight 1 versus 3, well, it was because the enshrouding mist soul physique was incomparably powerful. It was also because of the existence of the Purple Ripple umbrella. It was just that when these words were uttered, even Hegemon Imperishable jumped in fright too. You're freaking teasing me, right? Ha ha ha. Old ghost imperishable, I even thought that this boy was here to save you. Didn't expect that he's here to kill you. Pray tell, are you scared or not? Evil dragon said with a loud laugh. Hegemin imperishable was speechless. Hegemin heavenly soul also laughed loudly and said, Brat, the more you say so, the more it shows that you're talking nonsense. Are you trying to tell us how formidable you are at boasting? The few of us have been bored for a very long time. Thank you for delivering us a bit of gag. Ha ha ha. Really very funny. Yi Yuan gave Heavenly Soul a glance and said with a smile, Hegemin Heavenly Soul, right? Your old friend, Hegemin Mi Tian, asked me to send you his regards. But it seems like you haven't been well these few years, being suppressed firmly by Hegemin imperishable. That stalwart celestial deity's laughter abruptly ceased at this moment. A pair of angry eyes were glued on Yi Yuan. Hegemin Mi Tian, this was a name that humiliated him. The divine emergence that Yi Yuan cultivated was S.N.A.T.C. head away from his hands by precisely Hegemin Mi Tian. Back then, Hegemin Mi Tian crossed worlds, saying that he wanted to borrow the 3 great sacred canons to browse. Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, was naturally not willing. In the end, he was beaten by Hegemin Mi Tian until he had to search the ground for his teeth. In the end, it was when Hegemin Samsara returned that this skirmish came to an end. However, under Hegemin Samsara's agreement, Mi Tian still borrowed the divine emergence among the 3 great sacred canons to read. This matter was the humiliation of the entire Chi Soul clan. To this day, it was still an indelible humiliation in Hegemin Heavenly Soul's heart. Today, this junior actually mentioned Hegemin Mi Tian in front of him. This was really courting death. Similarly, Supreme Hegemins, the strength had a disparity too. Just like Hegemin Imperishable, he could deal with 3 great Supreme Hegemins with his power alone. Clearly, his strength belonged to the very strong kind among Supreme Hegemins. As for Hegemin Mi Tian, he overwhelmed the Chi Soul clan with great ease with his power alone. Yi Yuan guessed that he was probably even stronger than Hegemin Imperishable. Didn't expect that your old man Mi Tian's successor. After this seat gets out, I'll definitely kill you right away. Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said lightly, You don't have the chance. Senior Mi Tian told me that Hegemin Heavenly Soul was born with a powerful soul body, even stronger than the fleshy body major powers of all the heavens. But he's merely a meathead, that's all. Dealing with him, using a weaker force to deal with a greater force would do. The other 3 great Hegemins desperately held back their laughters. In the end, they could not hold it anymore. Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, was furious to the extreme. Meathead, this term of address, was truly all too apartment. He was actually unable to refute. He was born from chaos. His inborn soul body was incomparably strong and could not be killed at all. But his comprehension of origin was extremely dull. The reason why he could squeeze into the ranks of Supreme Hegemin was entirely that his soul body was powerful. As for origins, he practically knew nothing about it. Although he was a soul denizen, he was simply a big fellow who trained the physical body. Of course, that also depended on who it was. To Hegemin Mi Tian, he could toy with him however he wanted. But Supreme Hegemins whose strength were lacking, even if they reached Supreme Hegemin, it would be hard to gain any advantage under his powerful soul body too. As for Yi Yuan, it went even more without saying. Using a weaker force to deal with a greater force? Her. This seat wants to see how you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, use a weaker force to overcome a greater force. Heavenly Soul said in rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's fine. You just watch. Hegemin Imperishable, are you really not lending it? Not lending. Hegemin Imperishable said without thinking. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Since that's the case, then I can only offend. Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he disappeared. The 4 great Supreme Hegemins were stupefied, feeling a little baffled. "Ha, this boy is really interesting. Threatened us for half a day here. In the end, he slipped away," Hegemen Evil Dragon said with a loud laugh. "Humph! If he has the ability, flee out of nihility exceeding balance heaven. Otherwise, even if this seat needs to chase him until the end of the world, I'll kill him too." Hegemen, Heavenly Soul, said hatefully. But Hegemen Bloodsong said, "Amen? This boy didn't run. He went over to the Sea of Origin there. What does he want to do?" The current Yi Yuan plunged headfirst into the Sea of Origin, enshrouding Mist Soul Physique, fusing into the origins once more. The four great hegemons stopped laughing. They felt as if something was about to happen. Chapter 2966. Pummeling the Four Great Hegemons. Chapter 2966. Pummeling the Four Great Hegemons. Should we bury the hatchet first? I keep feeling that something bad is going to happen. Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, said. Bloodsong snorted coldly and said, "Heavenly Soul, are you a good-for-nothing? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven has scared you? Or is it that you got scared by Hegemon Mi Tian's name?" Heavenly Soul's expression turned cold, and he said in anger, "Keep your mouth shut! Otherwise, this seat will find trouble with you." Bloodsong's mouth curled and he stopped talking. He currently needed the Chi Soul Clan's alliance. However, with this disturbance, no one kept Yi Yuan in mind. They were supreme hegemons in the end. There were really not many existences in this world that could threaten them. They also really wanted to see just what the L Yi Yuan was doing. In the Origin Sea, Yi Yuan emitted a series of strange fluctuations through the enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. This undulation was very unique. Even the four great hegemons could not sense it, but a portion of the origins in the Origin Sea started to seethe little by little. These were all masterless origins without consciousness. They would not deliberately attack people and would not deliberately let people comprehend. But at this time they actually seemed to have their consciousness be awakened, producing a resonance with Yi Yuan's soul physique. Very soon, those origins were seemingly lit up. In this dark bewildering battlefield, countless stars seemed to have lit up all at once. Originally, the four great hegemons were all waiting to see Yuan's laughingstock. But now they could not laugh anymore. At their prime, they naturally did not care about these origins. But the four of them were currently in a situation of four sides being defeated and wounded. Being attacked by so many origin energies, the consequences were not an ordinary kind of serious. What on earth is going on here? Those masterless origins are being awakened by him? Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, said in shock. Could it be that this boy is planning to use these origins to come and attack us? This isn't possible, right? Evil Dragon said in shock. How is this possible? These masterless origins, even we can't order them about. He, a puny little enshrouding Mist Soul Physique, can order so many origins to be used by him? This boy probably imprinted many origin seeds in the enshrouding Mist Soul Physique and can cause an origin resonance, that's all. He wants to use this move to force old Ghost Imperishable to submit. Bloodsong still said disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense too. They immediately felt much more relieved. At this time, Hegemon Imperishable suddenly said, "What he awakened doesn't seem to be all of the origins. This place is the bewildering battlefield. Do you guys think he will use some method to awaken all of the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses that died?" The moment these words came out, the three great hegemons were shocked. If it was like this, it would be terrifying. This isn't possible, right? A measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. What right does he have to be able to summon the origins of the Labyrinth Divine Palace powerhouses who died? Hegemon Bloodsong said in alarm. Although he denied it firmly, he still felt that Hegemon Imperishable's guess was very reliable. But Heavenly Soul trembled all over and said in disbelief, "Don't you all forget? Old Thing Ni Tian and the Labyrinth Divine Palaces, Hegemen Tian Ke, are bosom friends. If he pa s said some secret technique to this brat, it's not impossible. Hegemen Imperishable said, back then the Labyrinth Divine Palace was like A-S, oh, B. LL, rolling bigger and bigger. Furthermore, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's disciples were extremely united. It was like there was something brain was. Plussing them. This boy might be using this secret technique. Although the origins are masterless, they were all comprehended by people and all carry a trace of obsession from powerhouses when they were still alive. This trace of obsession is usually nothing, but if it's the Labyrinth Divine Palace, the horizons of the few great supreme hegemons were all at the peak of the heavens. Hegemen Mi Tian's relations. H.I. plus P with the Labyrinth Divine Palace was no secret, especially that Hegemen Heavenly Soul was sworn enemies with him. He naturally knew very, very well. They guessed the whole thing very quickly. However, it was already too late. All of a sudden, countless light dots in the night sky whistled by, like a meteor shower, completely illuminating the night sky. The four great hegemons felt their hairs stand on end. Old Ghost Imperishable, hurry up and stop! Hegemon, Heavenly Soul cried out. At this time, the Hegemon Imperishable, who had been level-headed and calm, was not calm anymore as well. His voice appeared slightly anxious as he said, 1, 2, 3, let go. The other 3 people were long already too impatient to wait. At virtually the same time, the 4 people separated. But at this time, the origin meteor shower had already arrived in front of the 4 people. Among the hundreds of thousands of origins that were awakened, there were even many hegemon realm powerhouses origins among them. How immense was the pressure! The 4 people brought out their strongest moves at the same time without hesitation, attempting to withstand this meteor shower. If they were at their prime, they naturally would not fear a bunch of dead people. But the 4 people had experienced a great battle without equal. They were all already arrows at the end of their flight. Facing such shocking power, they also felt tremendous pressure. Boom! 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 The meteors fell and the void exploded. A terrifying to the extreme energy undulation blew the void into smithereens. Arg! Pain! So painful! Hegemon Evil Dragon cried out strangely. His powerful physical body was blasted into a blurry mess of blood and flesh. Countless meteors landed on Hegemon Heavenly Soul's head, directly blowing his head away, and Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique also became extremely thin under this kind of terrifying explosion. This meteor shower explosion belonged to an indiscriminate attack. It even disrupted the heaven and earth rules in this area of SPAC time. Therefore, Hegemon Imperishable's consciousness suffered heavy damage too. The most miserable was none other than Hegemon Bloodsong. Yi Yuan fused a wisp of the purest blood origin into Hegemon level origin. Hegemon Bloodsong was also a key target of Yi Yuan's consideration. That region of blood lake almost dissipated under this bombardment. One had to know that Hegemon Bloodsong's strength was even stronger than Lord W.A.N.G's was. How could his blood lake be so easy to break? But sadly he encountered Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's origin of blood was even purer than his origin. This is the origin of chaos blood. How can you, a measly little emperor cloud heaven, have this? Amidst the miserable cries, Hegemon Bloodsong's voice was filled with horror. He was all too clear where this origin of chaos blood originated from. Apart from the chaos bloodstone, an body could possess it. Now, it actually appeared on a puny little human. How could he not be horrified? The terrifying meteor shower bombardment finally subsided after blasting this region of SPAC time for several hours. At this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly emerged. It was just that his soul body was already close to dissipating. Guiding this origin explosion, he naturally had to pay a huge price too. The price was his soul body virtually collapsing. The current Yi Yuan was weak to the extreme once again. However, the four great supreme hegemons were even more miserable than him. If someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their eyes were popping out. Regarding these four great supreme hegemons, randomly call one out and the world would tremble for a long time. But here, they were actually being thrashed by a puny little emperor cloud heaven. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. Chapter 2967. Imperishable lowering his head. Cloud neon breaking through realm. Chapter 2967. Imperishable lowering his head. Cloud neon breaking through realm. Now are you lending or not? Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but his words were filled with determination. How could hegemon, imperishable, still not understand? Yi Yuan's obsession was to borrow the purple ripple umbrella. So what if I don't lend? Could it be that in your current state you can still launch it a second time? Hegemon, imperishable, said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan did not speak, his already very faint soul body integrated into the origins once more. The second meteor shower was launched fiercely. Of course, the power this time was much worse than the previous time. The target of his attack was also not the four great hegemons, but hegemon, imperishable alone. When hegemon, imperishable saw this scene, his scalp could not help tingling. This boy really did not want his life anymore. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan had not turned to ashes yet, but he was already not far away. Hegemon, imperishable, was no better than him as well. Someone as powerful as him was actually in danger of turning to ashes too. Lending or not? Yi Yuan seemingly completely could not feel that he was about to disintegrate right away, and just said coolly, "Brat, you're too naive. This seat's name of imperishable isn't randomly called. At this rate, the one to die first is yourself." Hegemon, imperishable, still refused to relent. Yi Yuan did not speak, launching the third origin meteor shower. When the other three saw that Yi Yuan was so vicious, they could not help being visibly moved too. This guy was a complete lunatic. He completely did not care about his life and death. Threaten you? It did not exist. If you don't agree, I'll bombard you until you agree. This boy is a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely achieve great accomplishments in the future. Hegemon Evil Dragon was visibly moved as he said, "Humph, do you think that he can still not die like this?" Bloodsong said in anger, "After going out this time, just take it as today's matter never happened." Hegemon, Heavenly Soul, said with a cold snort, "For great supreme hegemons actually suck. You, bed at the hands of an emperor cloud heaven. If this were to spread, their faces would really have nowhere to put." Bang, bang, bang. It was another indiscriminate bombardment. Yi Yuan's soul body was already almost transparent. If you did not look carefully, you could not even see it anymore. Of course, Hegemon Imperishable soul body was also about there. Hegemon Imperishable was on the verge of Paris. Plussing this time. Of course, it was not that Yi Yuan was very formidable. It was just that he was too badly injured before. The ones who fought with him were supreme hegemons. The next time it should be the last time. I reckon that I can't make it any more. Just don't know whether or not you can pull through. Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But these words were simply humiliation to Hegemon Imperishable. He was of the enshrouding, mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was similarly of the enshrouding, mist soul physique. Yi Yuan roughly knew what Hegemon Imperishable's limit was. One more time. Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt. But whether or not Hegemon Imperishable could pull through was really hard to say. Hegemon Imperishable's face alternated in shades of white and green. How long had it been since he had felt this feeling of humiliation? even when facing the besiegement of 3 great supreme hegemons. He did not give in at all too. Regarding this battle with the 3 great hegemons, he was proud. Forcing 3 great supreme hegemons to not dare to make a move without careful consideration. This could not be done by everyone, who knew that today he was actually forced into such a situation by an Emperor Cloud Heaven brat. Hegemon Imperishable was stubborn. He instinctively wanted to reject it, but just as he opened his mouth, he glimpsed that the 3 people by the side were currently looking at him with excited faces, and he could not help but shudder. These 3 fellows were hoping that he and this boy would both suffer mutual destruction, right? If he really died, then the Nirvanic Soul Clan would really be finished. Even if he did not die in his current condition, he still did not know how long it would take to recover. Okay, I promise you. When the words reached the tip of his tongue, Hegemon Imperishable changed his tone. Blood Song, 3 people had disappointed looks. While Yi Yuan let out a long sigh in relief, he naturally knew about Hegemon Imperishable's pride. Therefore, he had no confidence at all in whether or not the other party would agree. Fortunately, there were still 3 old fellows next to them. Thank you all. Yi Yuan felt that if it were not for the 3 of them, Hegemon Imperishable would rather die than to agree. Rumble. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, an enormous stone door slowly emerged. Door of Eternal Life. A beautiful figure was standing in front of the Door of Eternal Life. Evil Dragon's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good!" This girl actually broke through the gateway too, and gained enlightenment on Tao amidst the origins. Hegemon Blood Song smiled lightly and said, "What are you scared of? This girl is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, and she plans to use 81 origins to salt the Door of Eternal Life. This 3rd seal is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Evil Dragon came to a realization and said, "That's true. Concerning 81 origins, the 3rd seal is at the level of grand completion. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, those who could break through this hurdle, to this day, can be counted on one hand. Does this girlie really think that she's defying the heavens?" Around Cloud Neon, dozens of origin powers were glimmering and fading indeterminately, supporting her like a fairy maiden that descended to the mortal world. On the Door of Eternal Life, the 3rd seal seemed to be a little tighter. The more origins, the greater the difficulty of breaking through as well. These 81 origins were the limit of Emperor Sakra Heaven. The power of this 3rd seal was also the strongest. Since ancient times, no idea how many geniuses had attempted to use 81 origin powers to break through the seal, but there were barely any who succeeded. Of course, once it succeeded, the sealed door would directly have a slight gap being pushed open, and the benefits obtained would also be unimaginable. Boom! On Cloud Neon's body, an afterglow radiately brilliantly. She had started to salt Hegemon realm. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt an upsurge of emotion too. He had heard from Hegemon Tian before that salting the Door of Eternal Life with 81 origins, once it succeeded, one's strength could immediately reach the level of peak hegemons. They were not at all inferior to supreme hegemons, but it was precisely because it was difficult that once the Door of Eternal Life could not be opened, they might not be able to break through to Hegemon realm for life. Therefore, all those who dared to take this step were outstandingly talented people. Yi Yuan had long prepared to salt the Door of Eternal Life with 81 origins. Today he could view it in advance. Under a strike, the 3rd seal did not budge an inch. The power of this 3rd seal was even more terrifying than imagined. However, Cloud Neon's face did not have the slightest ripple, striking again without the slightest hesitation. Boom! 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 One attack after another hammered on the Door of Eternal Life. But the power of the 3rd seal clearly exceeded imagination. But Cloud Neon's soul body became dimmer and dimmer because of the Door of Eternal Life's backlash force. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Evil Dragon laughed loudly and said, "Old Ghost Imperishable, this girl underestimated the door of eternal life too much. Her strength is pretty good, but wanting to break the door of eternal life, it's impossible." Heavenly Soul also smiled and said, "The Cloud Dream Soul physique is indeed powerful, but this La SS is too ambitious. With 81 origins bombarding the door of eternal life, does she really think that this step is so easy to take?" A hint of gloominess was also revealed in Hegemon Imperishable's eyes. He knew that Cloud Neon was considered to be crippled. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said lightly, "She'll succeed." Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Chapter 2968, Borrowing Umbrella. Boy, some things can't be done just by moving your mouth. Evil Dragon said with a sneer. His voice had yet to fade when Cloud Neon's soul body suddenly vanished. The 81 origins merged into one, Cross, H.I., plussing into the door of eternal life once again. Boom! A crack actually appeared in that third seal. But when Cloud Neon's soul body appeared again, it was faint to the extreme. Her soul body was about to collapse. The three great hegemons' expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise. Does this La S not want her life anymore? Burning her soul body to A.S. Salt the hurdle, it's fatal. Cloud Neon's face did not show any emotion. Her soul body dissipating again. Boom! This time, the crack grew a little bigger, but Cloud Neon's soul body became even dimmer. The four great hegemons were shocked. Their eyes could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. This reckless scene was so familiar. These two little fellows that barged in were both lunatics that did not want their lives. Boom! 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 Cloud Neon's soul body became fainter and fainter. However, the crack on the third seal also grew bigger and bigger. In a blink, Cloud Neon's soul body already could not be seen clearly anymore. It was even more serious than Yi Yuan. However, she still rushed towards the seal again without the slightest hesitation. Boom! The third seal opened at the sound of it. The door of eternal life that would seemingly never open actually opened a tiny gap at this time. The aura of great Tao poured out like floodwaters that broke the dam. The expressions of Evil Dragon and the other three great hegemons changed wildly. This La S actually really succeeded. To them, this was terrible news. The three of them were critically wounded. Under such circumstances, they could not even escape, which was also to say that Cloud Neon's breakthrough was devastating to them. Whose? H. Plus, Cloud Neon's soul body that was about to be completely destroyed actually recondensed under the scouring of this great Tao power. And her aura was also in the midst of climbing frenziedly. The 81 origins turned bright at a speed visible to the naked eye. The current Cloud Neon stood there, still cold as ice, but it gave people an otherworldly feeling as if she was otherworldly. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he was actually mesmerized from watching too. Walking lightly, Cloud Neon gave Hegemon Imperishable a deep bow and said, "Paying respects to progenitor." Hegemon Imperishable had a relieved expression on his face. This was his trump card that he was originally planning to use to deal with the Chi Soul clan. He did not expect that at this time she actually succeeded in breaking through, becoming a Hegemon realm powerhouse. The other three great hegemons also did not expect that in a blink of an eye, this last S in front of them actually became the crux that governed everyone's life and death. Hoo-hoo, Cloud Neon, you didn't let this seat down. Now, kill this kid first. Hegemon Imperishable pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "This punk brought him endless humiliation. He had been invincible all his life and had never been forced to lower his head by anyone before. But he lowered his head to Yi Yuan. Fortunately, he had not sworn the heavenly Tao oath yet. Now he could decide Yi Yuan's life and death with a word." Evil Dragon, three people all had gloating expressions. They did not have a good impression of Yi Yuan either. If not for this kid, they would have already made their getaway now. Why would they need to wait to die here? Cloud Neon's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan. The latter did not shy away either and just smiled sadly. He also did not think that Cloud Neon actually broke through at the critical moment. However, outside of everyone's expectations, Cloud Neon actually bowed toward Hegemin Imperishable once again and pleaded, "May Cloud Neon be so bold as to request Progenitor to lend Yi Yuan the purple ripple umbrella to use." "What did you say?" Hegemin Imperishable's gaze turned intent as he glared at Cloud Neon. He could not quite believe his own ears. Cloud Neon was actually making him lend the purple ripple umbrella to Yi Yuan? Evil Dragon, 3 people also opened their eyes wide. What on earth was this girl doing? Was she not old Ghost Imperishable's people? Why would she say such a thing? Cloud Neon did not avoid Hegemin Imperishable's gaze in the slightest, and said calmly, "Yi Yuan is just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella in order to save his beloved. Cloud Neon will be by the side. Once he finishes using it, I'll take back the purple ripple umbrella. Progenitor, please show mercy." Yi Yuan was surprised. Was this woman moved by him? But back then, she clearly did not have any expression at all. Yes, along the way, Yi Yuan told Cloud Neon the reason for borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. It was just that Cloud Neon just listened to it and did not express much. She still had a cold face, as per usual, but now she actually spoke up for him at the risk of offending Hegemin Imperishable. This woman was very similar to her. Before this, Yi Yuan felt that this woman was very cold-blooded, killing people without batting an eyelid. But now, Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that he was wrong. This woman's coldness was only due to her nature, but her heart had a soft side. This kind of personality was simply cut from the same cloth as Mu Lingxue. The Mu Lingxue back then, how proud and cold was she, akin to a fairy maiden from heaven. But once she fell in love with him, even if her bones were ground to dust, she would not hesitate either. Yi Yuan did not feel that Cloud Neon fell in love with him, but very clearly she was moved by his story. Someone who went through all kinds of hards, PS, and difficulties for the sake of his beloved, walking step by step from the mortal world to this present day. This kind of unwavering feeling, how could it not move people? Yi Yuan guessed correctly. Cloud Neon was moved by him, but what she was moved by was not the story. It was everything that he had done. Yi Yuan held on with one breath, refusing to be annihilated, all the way until Hegemin Imperishable awakened him anew. He did not scruple to have both sides suffer mutual destruction, pressuring an overlord like Hegemin Imperishable to lower his head. Such a thing could not be falsified. Cloud Neon was gaining enlightenment on Tao, but she saw everything that happened in the bewildering battlefield. Actually, she also did not know why she did it. Perhaps it was at the behest of supernatural powers. Hegemin Imperishable's eyes turned icy cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "If I don't agree, are you going to help him deal with this seat?" Cloud Neon said, "Progenitor, it's just a matter of lifting a hand. Why is there a need?" Hegemin Imperishable said in anger, "Good, very good. I didn't expect that this seat actually raised an ingrate. Take it, scram." A large purple umbrella flew toward Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon reached her hand out to take it. "Pa's. Sing it to Yi Yuan," she said. "If you're concocting any schemes, I'll kill you with my own hands." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not speak. He was not interested in the purple ripple umbrella at all. What he wanted was just to be able to save Mu Lingxue. Suddenly, the power of origin blossomed from Cloud Neon's body, only to see her point at the void. Hegemin Evil Dragon directly blew into pieces and was completely annihilated along with his dragon soul. A supreme Hegemin of his generation died on the spot. Following that, she pointed a finger at Bloodsong in the same manner. Bloodsong's expression changed greatly, and he roared wildly, "Mother Stone, save me!" Right at this time, a streak of BLOOD light tore across the sky, and it actually directly entered the GOD bewildering battlefield. Boom! Cloud Neon took several steps back in a row. Her icy cold face actually carried some shock. At that moment, Blood Song, who was with them all, had long already disappeared. What terrifying strength! Progenitor, there's actually still such an expert in the blood race. Cloud Neon said. Hegemin Imperishable's fury had long already dissipated into thin air. He also had a shocked expression on his face. Clearly, it was also his first time seeing this power. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. Chapter 2969. Chapter 2969. The Scent of Hope. This guy became stronger again. Looking at the bloodlight that receded like the tide, Yi Yuan said in surprise. Hegemin Imperishable and Cloud Neon both looked at him strangely, clearly rather surprised. Suddenly, the bloodlight seemed to have discovered something and actually stopped retreating. A pair of eyes appeared in the bloodlight, looking at that illusory figure, Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone said, "Brat, we meet again." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "You can talk." Being able to talk, it meant that it had already awakened consciousness. The last time he met the Chaos Bloodstone, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Everything could only rely on instinct. But now, this guy actually already had consciousness. This was also to say that the Chaos Bloodstone was probably not far from being born. This was not good news. Looks like you're very surprised. This seat is currently at the final juncture of awakening. I'll spare you this time. After this seat comes into being, the first one that I'm going to kill is you, this punk. To dare cheat a wisp of this seat's chaos blood origin. You're still the first one. This score must be settled. Ha ha ha. While talking, the blood light retreated, and everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Cloud Neon, Imperishable, Heavenly Soul. 3 great hegemons were all looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. This guy actually cheated a trace of origin from that terrifying existence. This boy was really impressive enough. Yi Yuan, before waiting for Cloud Neon to open her mouth and ask, Yi Yuan said all of the information that he knew. He's the blood race's mother stone, Chaos Bloodstone. The blood race was created by him. When the 3 great hegemons heard, their faces were unprecedentedly solemn. Only then did they learn that it turns out that the 33 heavens actually gave birth to such a terrifying existence. Therefore, regardless of whether it is your Chi Soul Clan or Nirvanic Soul Clan, there's no meaning in attacking each other at all. Once the Chaos Bloodstone is born, it will probably be the entire 33 heavens catastrophe. What appeared just now was merely a wisp of his clone. I can feel that he's much stronger than before. Furthermore, he already has consciousness and probably won't be too far away from coming into being. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look, "You mean that we were all made use of by the blood race?" Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, said in a solemn voice, "Otherwise, whatever chaos races are one family, how ridiculous. Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, you're really a meathead. Even this kind of bulls. +2 reason can deceive you?" Yi Yuan beat him down without the slightest mercy. Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, said in a great rage, "Brat, if you dare to say another word, this seat will immediately tear you to shreds." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You only dare to challenge me, this Emperor Cloud Heaven, Heavenly Soul without Hegemin Samsara, who the I do you think you are? If you have the ability, wait until I reach Hegemin Realm. Then let's have a fight. If I don't beat you until your soul disintegrates, my name, Yi Yuan 2 words, will be written upside down. You." Hegemin, Heavenly Soul, could not help choking. His biggest taboo was others mentioning this point. He was a supreme hegemon at any rate. his strength reigning supreme across the heavens. He did not want to be perceived by people that he was surviving under Hegemon Samsara's wings. But he understood in his heart that reality was like this. Being exposed by Yi Yuan mercilessly, he felt a loss in face. Enough! Heavenly soul, what Yi Yuan said is right. The enmity between us can be put aside for the time being. Once that evil thing comes into being, regardless of whether it is the Chi Soul clan or Nirvanic Soul clan, will probably suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Furthermore, the blood race is currently running amok across the heavens, and the Chaos Bloodstone strength is getting stronger and stronger. We have to be prepared. Hegemon Imperishable said. Humph. Hegemon Heavenly Soul said with a cold snort and stopped talking. Cloud Neon, you bring him. Hegemon Imperishable said. Yes. Hence. Cloud Neon brought Yi Yuan and left the bewildering battlefield. A month later at Sublime Pill Sect, after a terrifying Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan opened his eyes, light radiating everywhere. When this half of a clone returned to the original body, he directly leaped over true sovereign heaven and stepped into Emperor Realm. His door of eternal life had already been summoned. His origin divinity realm had already stepped into Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Breaking through to Emperor Realm was just a matter of how much divine essence to him. This happened to be very simple to Yi Yuan. After Finus, plussing breaking through, Yi Yuan's heart started pounding. This day finally arrived. Experiencing countless tribulations, he finally saw the hope of saving Mu Lingxue. The beauty before his eyes, Yi Yuan took meticulous care of her. She was spotless and flawless, and even preserved the appearance of being locked in ice for 10,000 miles. It was as if she was asleep. A powerful divine essence wrapped Mu Lingxue up. She was only at the lower realm's divine king realm. Her physical body could not withstand the 33 heavens' power of rules at all. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Lingxue. The muscles on his face were twitching. Mi Tian said before that Mu Lingxue's divine soul might have already entered samsara. If so, it could not be called back anymore. Furthermore, because Mu Lingxue burned her divine soul back then, her divine soul had long already become uncertain. Only wisps of soul origin's energy were left behind, drifting between heaven and earth. The trace of fluctuation that Yi Yuan felt in the lower realms, it was the soul origin's energy. Whether or not he could revive Mu Lingxue was still an unknown thing. The purple ripple umbrella opened, and purple light enveloped Mu Lingxue's physical body. Yi Yuan cast the soul-gathering mystic art with endless flus. The purple light was quiet, setting off waves of ripples. Mu Lingxue's physical body finally had a reaction. That last trace of spiritual consciousness was magnified by the purple ripple umbrella. The purple ripple umbrella was one of the soul race's supreme soul artifacts. It had a function, which was that it could feel the most fundamental soul origin in the world. It was also precisely because of this that Mi Tian had Yi Yuan come and borrow the purple ripple umbrella. Everything was in order. Yi Yuan could only slowly wait. However, his entire body was trembling by the side. He had waited for this day for far too long. He was not afraid of hards. PS. What he was afraid of was not being able to save Mu Lingxue. Cloud Neon looked at the scene. Her icy face could not help sighing slightly. Love sickness in this world was no more than this, right? Kid, loosen up a little. You've already worked very hard. Even if you can't save her, she won't blame you too. Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just stared fixedly at Mu Lingxue. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 day said after another, and the serene light of the purple ripple umbrella had already said through all the heavens, searching for Mu Lingxue's soul origin. But there was still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart became more and more teared, virtually about to explode. He did not want it to still be all in vain after waiting for so many years. Mi Tian looked at this besotted child, a hint of reluctance flash. Plussing across in his heart. This child was too stubborn. On the 10th day, there was still no reaction. On the 15th day, still no reaction. Yi Yuan's heart was already filled with despair. He virtually wanted to roar out. Finally, on the 18th day, the purple ripple umbrella had a reaction. A familiar aura came from beyond the heavens. This was the aura of soul origin. Yi Yuan had felt it once. He knew this aura too well. At this moment, Yi Yuan was almost jumping up in agitation. It's back. Really came back. Senior, I finally waited for this day. When talking, Yi Yuan had tears covering his face. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Chapter 2970. We'll meet again if fated. Under the purple ripple umbrella, Mu Lingshue's soul origin was gathering around little by little. The sleeping beauty like Mu Lingxue actually had a trace of life. This made Yi Yuan become even more wildly elated. Senior, I finally succeeded. The current Yi Yuan needed someone to share his joy. Mi Tian smiled and said, Heaven rewards the faithful. Kid, congratulations. On Yi Yuan he saw eternal composure. No matter how great the difficulties he faced, he could keep his cool in the face of a crisis. However, the current Yi Yuan was agitated like a child. It was still his first time seeing it. Mi Tian also felt deeply emotional. This boy truly had love as solid as gold. In the cultivation world, feelings were often very unreliable. People who betrayed you were often the people closest to you. Even if it was not betrayal, time would also weaken everything. But Yi Yuan was different. The longer the time, the deeper his feelings seemed to grow. A mortal world lover. But Yi Yuan could strive until today for her sake. It was truly not easy. He felt happy for Yi Yuan too. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu Lingxue gave an inaudible groan. Yi Yuan was overjoyed, taking out a heavenly pill. He sent it into Mu Lingxue's body extremely carefully. At this time, Mu Lingxue already had some consciousness and was no longer a living corpse. She could naturally cultivate. Hence, under the help of the heavenly pill, Mu Lingxue's cultivation realm increased rapidly. Half a month later, the heavenly pill was fully digested, and Mu Lingxue became a heavenly stratum powerhouse. This was just a matter of lifting a hand to the current Yi Yuan. 3 months passed, said in a twinkle. On this day, Mu Lingxue's eyelids quivered slightly, and she actually slowly opened her eyes. Yi Yuan was agitated until his heart was almost leaping out of his throat. He hugged Mu Lingxue and said agitatedly, Lingxue, heaven didn't let me down. You finally returned. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? You're really silly. You didn't even want your life anymore for me. Do you know how much my heart ached? So many years, I've always spent it in guilt. No matter how strong I became, the guilt in my heart had never disappeared before. However, everything has said now. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Yi Yuan had never hugged Mu Lingxue so tightly in this life before. He was scared. He was scared that this was a dream. Seeing that Yi Yuan was so emotional, the 10,000-year ice face of Cloud Neon, who was not far away, actually showed signs of thawing too. In the boundless 33 heavens, this scene was truly not often seen. But the Mu Lingxue, who was being embraced tightly by Yi Yuan, her reaction seemed a little dull. Time did not leave its mark on her face. That face was still kingdom-toppling. It was just that the look in her eyes seemed somewhat vacant. No idea how long had said either. She slowly pushed Yi Yuan away, looked at Yi Yuan, and asked with uncertainty, Who are you? Yi Yuan's entire person turned stiff, and he said with unwillingness, Lingxue, I'm Ji Qinyin. Don't you recognize me anymore? Mu Lingxue frowned slightly, as if striving hard to remember. muttering under her breath, Ji Qingyan. Yi Yuan nodded his head hard and said, Yes, Ji Qingyan. Qingyan Zi. You think carefully again. Back then in the Medicine King Hall, you and I drank together under the moon. You stabbed my shoulder with a sword, forcing me to submit. Back then, Heavenly Wind Divine King wanted to make a move against me, so you hunted him down for 100,000 miles. I paid a visit to give thanks, but you shut the door and refused to meet. Yi Yuan recounted each event as if enumerating his family's valuables. But Mu Lingxue did not have the slightest reaction. She just said coolly, Apologies. What you said just now, I don't have any impression at all. Yi Yuan was akin to being thunderstruck, standing transfixed on the spot. How could this be? Then do you remember who you are? Yi Yuan asked unwillingly. Mu Lingxue nodded and said, Spirit Snow Divine King Mu Lingxue. This place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. My cultivation also seems to have greatly surpa. Said before. Yi Yuan was stupefied again. She remembered everything and only forgotten about him? Or was he the eternal pain in her heart? Mi Tian let out a sigh and said, Looks like her soul origin wasn't fully condensed. Yi Yuan roused himself and said, Then I'll cast the soul-gathering technique again and condense her soul origin. It's no use. A portion of her soul origin has already entered samsara. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, you can't find it too. Cloud Neon suddenly opened her mouth and said. Mi Tian felt somewhat sorry for Yi Yuan and said with a sigh, Mortal divine souls contain 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. She burned her divine soul, losing the carrier, and the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into soul origin, drifting between heaven and earth. Once a long time has Pa-S said, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls will each have their own encounters. Some can even cultivate on their own and attain Tao. But as long as they didn't enter samsara, they ultimately can't escape the purple ripple umbrella's calling. However, he did not finish saying, but the meaning was already very clear. Even the purple ripple umbrella could not find it. Then it must have entered samsara. Mu Lingxue was somewhat confused, not knowing what they were talking about. Yi Yuan had a look of dejection and still said unwillingly, Even if it entered samsara, it has to be in this 33 heavens. Can it be found? Cloud Neon said, Coolly, the variables involved are too great. After entering samsara, it's a new life. She won't have her previous life's memories any longer, and she won't have her previous life's feelings. Even if you really find it, do you feel she'll want to fuse together with a completely different individual? Yi Yuan was silent. He did not expect that after experiencing many untold hards, PS, he still did not let Mu Lingxue resurrect perfectly. What Cloud Neon said was right. If right now he had a previous life standing in front of him, asking him to merge together, would he agree? That was impossible. I'm me, the only one in this world. But was he giving up just like that? He was still not willing. If it was not a complete Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of reviving her? Right at this time, Mu Lingxue moved. She slowly walked outside of the main hall. Yi Yuan was startled and said, Lingxue, where are you going? Mu Lingxue said coolly, This place doesn't seem to be the divine realm. It's a new world. I want to go and take a look. Yi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and revealed a smile as he said, Okay, I'll bring you. Finished saying, he was going to bring Mu Lingxue away. Stop! Mu Lingxue suddenly shouted coldly and said, I don't know who you are and what objectives you have. You don't need to put on a lovesick appearance in front of me either. Mu Lingxue, don't buy this. Now, stay further away from me. I know that you're very strong, but I, Mu Lingxue, would rather die than be your pet. Finished saying, Mu Lingxue turned around and left just like that. Yi Yuan was stunned, standing there at a loss on what to do. After experiencing untold hards, PS, what he exchanged for was such a scene. I'll go and capture her back. Cloud Neon's figure moved and was about to make a move. Forget it. Let her go, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Cloud Neon's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, You're willing to let her leave just like this? Yi Yuan suddenly changed to a relaxed smile and said, We'll meet again if it's fated. Moreover, this is the Mu Lingxue that I know. Chapter 2971. Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Chapter 2971. Secret of Samsara, Fulfilling His Promise. Senior, what do I have to do to find Lingxue? Yi Yuan said with unwillingness. Finding Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan finally put down a heavy burden. However, not finding the complete Mu Lingxue, he was still reluctant and kept feeling that something was missing. Mi Tian looked at Yi Yuan and said, Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there's only one person who can bring her back. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said, Hegemen Samsara? Mi Tian nodded and said, That's right. This old thing is different from the others. He only gained enlightenment on the Tao of Samsara, but his strength is virtually the top existence among the entire Hegemen realms. It can be described using the word unfathomable. His comprehension in the Tao of Samsara is unmatched by anyone. Although he can't control Samsara, he's walking on this path. As for how far he's walked, I don't know either. If anyone in this world can find that La S, then it can only be him. In this world, no one dared to say that they had completely grasped a Tao. With 3,000 great Taos, even if it was just grasping one Tao, one could virtually connect to the heavens. A legend circulated in the 33 heavens. Those who could completely grasp an origin could break the door of eternal life and step into the great beyond. But since time immemorial, no one had ever done it. It was because only heavenly Tao could completely grasp a Tao. Therefore, that was why people would attempt to comprehend as many origin great Taos as possible, attempting to break the door of eternal life. Between these two paths, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. But without a doubt, Hegemen Samsara was very strong until he was not far from completely grasping a Tao. When Yi Yuan heard, he said somewhat excitedly, Where is he? Mi Tian shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Body knows where he is. This old thing travels the heavens and myriad worlds, comprehending life, understanding samsara. Perhaps he's currently just a mortal. Maybe he's currently a supreme hegemon. He might be beside you and me, but no one knows where he is. If he could be found, I wouldn't have asked you to go and borrow the purple ripple umbrella either. If that old thing takes action, wanting to revive this La S would merely be a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and suddenly felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a smile, Doesn't that mean that as long as I can find Hegemen Samsara, I can revive many people? Mi Tian nodded and said yes, as long as the soul origin is still around, as long as the strength didn't reach Hegemen realm, he can revive them all. In the Tao of Samsara, his accomplishments are unmatched by anyone. Hegemen realm blasted open 3 seals. They already transcended Samsara and were not in the 5 elements. Therefore, if a Hegemon died, they would really be dead. But as long as one did not reach Hegemon realm, they would have to follow the arrangements of Hegemon realm in Samsara. Although Hegemon Samsara did not grasp Samsara, to revive a few people it was easily accomplished. Back then, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Ji Xingyang's soul origin before. This also ignited Yi Yuan's hope. Cloud Neon said coolly, Give up on this. In these countless years, the number of times Hegemon, heavenly soul, has met Hegemon Samsara can be counted on one hand. Unless he takes the initiative to show himself, and, Body can find him. Yi Yuan smiled and said he'll show up. Once the Chaos Bloodstone comes into being, that's the calamity of all the heavens and myriad worlds. I believe that Hegemon Samsara will definitely show himself. From a certain perspective, the two of them belong to the same CLA. both existences who have virtually reached superlative in one Tao. At that time, when the blood race plagues every heaven and myriad worlds, Hegemen Samsara probably won't be able to stay aloof from worldly affairs and comprehend samsara. One origin of blood, one samsara origin. They were both extremely strong great Taos. The chaos bloodstone needed the power of blood and needed the fresh blood of countless lives to corroborate his Tao. In contrast, Hegemen Samsara needed to comprehend the Tao of samsara amidst the ordinary. These two people could be said to be absolute opposites. Therefore, Yi Yuan judged that at that time, Hegemen Samsara would definitely appear. As for whether or not Hegemen Samsara would take action, Yi Yuan did not care. At least there was hope, right? Cloud Neon actually had nothing to say in reply and said with a snicker, "Who do you think you are? If you ask Hegemen Samsara to revive, he'll help you revive?" Yi Yuan just smiled and did not retort. Whether Hegemen Samsara would agree or not, he did not know. But he would do his best. He would work hard to become strong and qualified to speak with Hegemen Samsara. The goals that he set for himself back then have all been achieved, no? Just borrowing the purple ripple umbrella. This was originally an impossible task, but he still did it. Although there was Cloud Neon's help involved, when it came down to it, it was still Yi Yuan's own efforts. Mu Lingxue had already revived, and Yi Yuan naturally did not need the purple ripple umbrella anymore as well. He was not someone who was greedy for treasures. He returned the purple ripple umbrella very readily and came to the imperishable soul domain together with Cloud Neon to thank Hegemen Imperishable. Hegemen Imperishable was seriously injured and had not fully recovered yet. Seeing Yi Yuan, he naturally would not have a good ATTI. Toot either. Many thanks, Senior Imperishable, for your kindness of lending the umbrella. This ye will bear it in mind. This ye owes Senior Imperishable favor. If you need anything in the future, this ye absolutely won't refuse. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Imperishable took back the purple ripple umbrella and said with a cold snort, "Do you think that this seat needs your favor?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You don't need it now, but not necessarily in the future. This ye examines my own conscience and feels that once I step into the realm of Hegemen in the future, my strength won't be beneath Senior's. Perhaps Senior might really turn to me for help." Hegemen Imperishable had a black face and said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you're really arrogant. Aren't you scared that this seat will smack you to death right now?" Yi Yuan still smiled as he said, "Didn't Senior set up the 7-colored peg? Oh, in order to look for the true enshrouding mist soul physique? Now, the true enshrouding mist soul physique has appeared. I'm considered half a successor of yours too. Senior probably can't bear to do it, right?" In the D bewildering battlefield, Hegemen Imperishable was worried that Yi Yuan was hatching a sinister plot, so he was not willing to lend the umbrella. Now he knew that Yi Yuan was only trying to save someone, and he understood that everyone had the blood race, this common enemy. So he naturally would not have killing intent anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was right. He did indeed want to find a successor. It was just that he did not expect that his successor was actually a human. In addition, after Hegemen Imperishable returned, he also learned that Yi Yuan had indeed saved the Nirvanic Soul Clan. Although Hegemen Wu died, the 3 races' allied forces had even greater losses than them. He, Hegemen Imperishable, had no choice but to receive this favor too. Everyone was smart. There was naturally no need to beat around the bush when talking to. Hegemen Imperishable snorted coldly and said, "Your origin divinity returning to the physical body is a waste. You should enter my Nirvanic Soul Clan. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be beneath this seats in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "My body is given by my parents. Yi Yuan doesn't dare to give it up easily. Moreover, what this Yi pursues isn't just Soul Tao. My ambition is even greater than what Senior can imagine." When Hegemen Imperishable heard, he flew into an even greater rage and said in a solemn voice, Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My Nirvanic soul clan doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yi Yuan smiled and bade farewell to Hegemin Imperishable. After coming out, Cloud Neon's gaze flickered, and she asked, "You're really not staying?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have something more important to do." Cloud Neon frowned and said, "That girl has already been saved. What more important stuff do you still have?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I promised Senior Mitian that I'd send him home. Now it's time to fulfill the promise."